Constant Star. Earth Under Siege. The AI War of 2033.
Chapter 1. Blue Skies, Sharks, and Birthdays. The island was just coming into view on the horizon. He was flying at 5,000 feet, which meant the island was more than 30 miles away. The ultralight had minimal instrumentation, which is the way he wanted it. It gave that seat-of-the-pants feeling he relished from his youth. Nothing like flying by instinct, he thought, adjusting his grip on the controls. The first craft he built was nothing more than a hang glider, a huge kite really, with an old lawnmower motor. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Somewhat. But it was enough to spark his love of flying and building things himself. This craft he was in now was rather large as ultralights go. It had to be in order to accommodate his bulk. 320 pounds at 7 feet 6 inches. He had been 7 feet 8 inches 5 years ago when he signed on as a pilot to deliver cargo to the station while it was being built. For the last 3 years he'd been living on the 2G deck and had shrunk 2 inches, but he was at least 10 times stronger nowadays. Amazing what the human body can adapt to, he mused, though I do miss those extra 2 inches. He had been promoted early, he suspected, because he spoke 12 different languages. A result of being a Zimbabwe native along with his hobby of building things, Mandarin was a must-learn language because of ordering parts from China. The others came from working on cruise ships. It seems languages came easy for him, and it came in handy while working with other pilots from countries all over the world. He was advanced to be the station administrator's personal pilot, a chauffeur, really. When Jacqueline, but don't ever call her that, heard him advising other pilots in their native tongues, switching between them without missing a beat, that's what caught her attention. Plus the fact he was a very large and muscular man, intimidating to be sure. Since he was almost always with her, he was privy to the details of everyday goings-on, not just on the station, but in most other matters as well. The thing that surprised him most was the fact that all countries on Earth considered Dr. Jackson, their boss and owner of the station, to be a kind of Bond villain, and for good reason. Dr. Jackson had no love at all for any government on Earth, not even the slightest like for any of them. To him, all governments were a detestable evil, and for that reason he kept all of his inventions and innovations as closely guarded secrets, and there were very many of them. He'd rather destroy anything in order to keep any government from even getting a hint at how it worked, especially his ASI, artificial superintelligence. Connie, as she insisted on a familiar name, ran the station, Constant Star. So named because every day during testing, regular as clockwork, 47 minutes after sunset at the island's location, a brilliant reflection flare was seen, peaking brighter than the full moon and lasting about 5 minutes. It could even be seen through moderate cloud cover. This was due to the 10-mile-wide mirrored surface on the bottom of the station, which could be angled just right in geosynchronous orbit. It served as an invariable reminder that the station was there, and it scared the living daylights out of every nation on the planet, since it was virtually untouchable with Earth's current technologies. Think how Sputnik scared the crap out of everyone 3/4 of a century ago, Jay reflected. Multiply that by a gazillion, and you've got the idea. Since the roaring lion does not eat and becomes a target for those brave enough to challenge it, the mirror was covered just after it was tested, and would remain so until the station became fully operational. Connie also ran the island, which formed from an eruption under the ocean right on the equator off the coast of Brazil, directly below the station. This eruption occurred the exact same day the station's framework was finished being built. It seemed an incredible coincidence. Dr. Jackson had a geology team, and it made you wonder if he arranged for the island to come into being. It seemed far-fetched, but a lot of things on the station did. For example, the station itself was built in 3 years by robots and was capable of housing 30 million people comfortably. That was more people than most countries on Earth had. My country has 20 million people, for crying out loud, a whole country, and the station could house half again as much and feed them very well. A month after the eruption that formed the island, Dr. Jackson planted the flag to claim it as soon as a cool enough spot was found where he could stand. It took 6 months for the island to finish forming. And 5 years later, the United Nations still hadn't recognized his claim. But a few nations had, most notably Brazil. The island was named Future World, not very clever but descriptive. A series of bright flashes on the horizon focused Jayaguru's attention. "Connie, what's happening?" he said out loud. The implant in his head answered, "Fireworks. Dr. Jackson is about to make a speech." Jay looked over his shoulder and saw the sun had just set. He remembered the planned festivities. Dr. Jackson was going to announce the station's existence to the public. How could I lose track of time like that, he wondered. I must be more tired than I thought. "Connie, I'm going to be a little late getting there. Can you give me a feed?" He realized he'd been so involved with his thoughts about his mission that he didn't even notice it was starting to get dark. "Of course. Implant or watch?" "Implant, please."
The implant was a subdural capsule that communicated with the brain's neural network. Incredible technology for the early 21st century, another of Dr. Jackson's inventions, and the result was equally incredible. It gave the illusion of actually being there, right where the transmitting camera was. He'd used it many times and still felt awestruck when the image appeared in his mind's eye. The sound was like that from a very clear memory, recalled but not quite as tangible as sound from one's ears. He guessed the whole experience was best described as similar to a daydream, but one you couldn't stop just by changing your focus. The mission had been uneventful. Get to Chihuahua, Mexico, question the research team, and return with their findings in memory only. No documents, data files, recordings, or anything that could be intercepted. The message he received was short and cryptic. "The dog bites, need pet carrier." And as much as I've tried to analyze that message, he thought, I still have no clue what it could mean. Connie warned, "A cargo plane at 40,000 feet has just turned to match your course. The markings indicate a Chinese craft. It has deployed many small objects. Stand by. A swarm of small drones and 3 persons in wingsuits. If you don't object, I'm going to disable the drones." Jay answered, "Hold up until we're sure of their intentions." He thought, I've got a pretty good idea where this is heading. I calculate a 68.28% probability this is an attack on you. Wait for it to get above 90%. Jay came around to the right and began to climb. "I can't see them. Have they changed course?" "Yes, they are changing course. Still vectoring toward you. The probability is 89.95% now." "Close enough. Drop 'em." "Jamming signal engaged. The drones are disabled and falling. The 3 wingsuits are still on course to intercept you." Jay began a left turn back toward the island. "Let me know when they're about 300 yards behind me. Wilco, I calculate 37 seconds. Mark." The interesting thing about wingsuits, Jay thought, they're very hard to slow down, whereas this ultralight isn't. The stall speed at ground level was 7 knots due to the Liebeck airfoil this craft had, a very high lift, slow speed design. If he slowed down before they had time to react, they'd fly right by, unless their intent was to damage the craft. "Connie, can you tell if the wingsuits have any weapons?" "The optics are a little distorted at this distance. I can't tell." "Notify rescue. I'm taking her low and slow." "Rescue is already en route." Jay pushed the stick far forward and eased back on the throttle. The craft began a steep dive. He took it down to just inches about the swells and eased the speed back to about 10 knots in level flight. Connie's voice sounded a little anxious, if that was even possible for a computer. 300 yards. "I'm going to do a split S maneuver. Can this plane handle the stress?" That operation involved pulling the plane into a loop and halfway through riding the craft so it was flying higher in exactly the opposite direction. "Likely not, but maybe. My calculations land right between the upper and lower limits of this craft." "Well, here goes nothing." He pushed the throttle all the way forward and the small engine screamed. When he estimated he'd reached max speed, he pulled the stick all the way back. He heard the wing struts groan in pain, and the spars were flexing beyond what he thought possible. The craft held together, mostly. He saw a section of rip-proof nylon tear right where the right wing joined the fuselage, revealing that the root plate holding the wing on was loose and rattling a lot. The people in the wingsuits flashed by just as he reached the top of the loop. He rolled left and returned the plane upright. The wings were bent upwards in a lopsided dihedral, and the right root plate was still rattling wildly. It won't stay attached much longer, he realized grimly, and there's nothing I can do about it. The wing's going to fall off, it's just a matter of when. Connie said, "More bad news. I'm seeing a great white shark apparently tracking you. Make a turn, if you can, so I can verify it. Give me a heading toward the rescue vessel. It's coming from the island, so due east." Jay used the rudder pedals to gently turn to the east. Connie said, "I was right. The shark is matching your course. I don't advise getting too low. These creatures have been known to leap from the water and grab large birds." "Well, I can always hope it doesn't like dark meat." Connie said, her voice sounding a little perplexed, "I don't understand." "Sorry, bad joke. Humor is a difficult concept for me. In this case, I take it you're using the notion of something usually meaning one thing, but in this specific context it means something entirely different. Dark meat usually refers to consuming a fowl, like a turkey, but in this case, the fowl is your plane and you are the dark meat." "Correct. Like I said, bad joke. It goose you could say your joke was a turkey." "Well, yeah, with giblets."
The wing finally gave way and folded back along the fuselage. The plane rolled right and started a nosedive. "I'm going in. Nice knowing you, Connie. Damn chihuahuas are always biting." "Is that another joke? I don't get it." He didn't answer, just unbuckled his safety belt and leaped from the plane. Maybe the shark will go for the plane, and not me. He hit the water before the plane did, and as he sank below the pristine waters, he saw a faint gray shape speeding directly toward him. It was the shark. He remembered his dive instructor's advice. If you ever found yourself in this kind of situation, grab some fecal matter and shove it in the shark's nose. And believe me, you'll have plenty. Maybe that was a joke, he thought desperately, because I sure don't have any and can't make any. The creature's gaping maw was large enough to swallow a water buffalo, sideways. His body was suddenly engulfed, but the shark didn't bite down at first. But then it did. The water drained away and the cavity quickly filled with air. It was pitch black, except when the emergency beacon on the vest under his shirt flashed. He'd forgotten he had it on. It was always a good idea to wear a BC, buoyancy compensator, or inflatable life vest when flying in ultralight over water. He heard a mechanical sound, like plastic rubbing on plastic. It came from where the throat should be. The light flashed again, and he saw two men exiting a hatch. They were wearing night vision goggles. He felt a sharp sting on his neck and slipped into unconsciousness. He awoke not knowing how long he'd been out. He was lying on some sort of floor, hard plastic from what he could tell. The only light was from two small monitors set into a bank of electronic controls. He didn't move while he assessed his situation. He remembered his training. Stay still. Figure out what I'm dealing with first. Two men, of Asian descent from what he could tell, were focused on the monitors. One monitor had data in Chinese on the screen. The other was a view from just above the water, an electronic periscope apparently. They were oblivious to the fact that he was awake. They didn't appear to be armed. He stretched a little to make sure everything was in working order. Nothing was broken. His nose sure was working, and it wasn't pleasant. The place reeked of sweat. No air conditioning, and the floor was wet. They haven't sweated this much, he reasoned, so the flooding abatement system must only be rudimentary. He eased over, careful not to make a sound, and stood. It was cramped in the little room, and he couldn't stand upright. The emergency beacon flashed. No matter, I have enough room to swing. One punch to the base of the skull of the guy on his right felled him nicely. The other guy turned just in time to get a punch to the throat. His shot-put-sized fist made short work of his captors. The screen showed their course to be due north. He found the correct dial and adjusted the course to due east. The other screen showed them coming about. "Connie, can you read me?" "Yes, but your signal is very weak." "Well, I'm in the Shark, only it's not a shark. It's some kind of stealth submarine. Steer rescue toward me, please. The quicker the better." "Are you all right medically?" "Yup. My nanobots must have counteracted whatever they used to knock me out. They didn't have much to counteract my fists, so they're knocked out. They'll need medical. So like I said, the quicker the better."
Chapter 2. Unexpected Promotion. Sitting on the deck with a cold bottle of Paddy Tar's dark ale, Connie beamed a replay of Dr. Jackson's speech to his brain. Suddenly he was standing in the roller coaster section of the island. The fireworks ended, and an image of Dr. Jackson appeared on every screen and hologram projector he could see. "Hello everyone, and welcome to my 100th birthday celebration. There will be cake and ice cream in the food court after my brief announcement." Seldom is an historical event of such significance announced before it happens, and you are all a part of this event. You'll be able to tell your children and grandchildren, "I was there." More important, you have the option to participate or not. He pointed straight up and smiled. What you are about to witness is a reflection from a very large space station in geosynchronous orbit. If you're currently indoors, you may wish to step outside to see it. If you miss it, there is always tomorrow night. A few seconds passed before a faint dot appeared directly overhead in the crystal-clear late twilight sky. It grew steadily brighter over the next few seconds, until it outshone a full moon. Then, after a couple of minutes, it faded back to nothing just as quickly. If you'd like to go on an excursion to the station and see a world of abundance, the buses begin leaving tomorrow morning at 9 for the 10-hour trip and start returning at 9 the next morning and continue for the next several weeks. Oh, and if anyone is inclined, if you can produce proof that I'm not 100 years old, I will give you a dwelling of your choice on the station. Connie said that's all there was, and the playback ended. Thank you. He knew she was a computer, but interacting with her seemed human enough, so he treated her as such. Dr. Jackson's claim to be 100 years old seemed fraudulent to most people, since he appeared to be in his late 20s to early 30s. He'd been getting regular nanobot treatments for over 10 years now. Reverse aging was a side effect, since the microscopic machines corrected almost everything wrong inside the body. As far as Jay knew, every employee of the station that elected to have the therapy experienced the same result. He sure did, and had been getting the care for only 5 years. He was currently 59 years old, but looked and felt like he was in his early 20s. Jay himself had accepted the challenge to prove Dr. Jackson wasn't even close to 100 years old when he signed on as a pilot. Dr. Jackson's footprint was an exact but larger version of the one on his birth certificate. He was born on February 28, 1933 in Fitzgerald, Georgia, and today was February 28, 2033, 100 years to the day. But that didn't matter, since he was given a bonus, his choice of accommodations anywhere on the station or the planet when his contract was up. He chose a condo on Deck 2.00, and had lived there ever since. No utility bills, no taxes, no expenses at all seemed like a good deal to him. And if he aided Paddy Tar's Irish pub on the station, there were no grocery bills. The food and drink there was free for station residents and his or her guests. It took about a half an hour to get back to the island, since they decided to abandon the Shark sub. Without it in tow, they were able to ride on the hydrofoils all the way back. The 2 crew from the sub were technically dead, but had been fitted with animation devices to keep their hearts pumping and lungs breathing. They'd probably revive at some point. The only real question was how much brain damage they'd end up with. But then, over time, nanobots might be able to repair most, if not all of that. As soon as the boat arrived at the dock, Connie said to Jay, "Dr. Jackson is waiting for you in his office. He's already been briefed on your ordeal, and still wants to see you right away."
A robocab stopped on the pier where the boat was tying up. It was nothing more than a robot-controlled, four-wheeled, lightweight, horseless carriage sporting a canopy for shade. A robot horseless surrey without the fringe on the top. Jay said, as he hopped off the boat, "Got a meeting, thanks for the rescue," and climbed into the cab.
The door to the administrator's office was open. Dr. Jackson was inside, along with Station Administrator Jacqueline "Jack" Coolin. Jay stepped across the threshold, and Dr. Jackson said, "Connie, this is a classified conversation." Immediately the windows went opaque. Music started playing against the windows, and the door closed behind Jay. When Dr. Jackson looked at Jay, he delivered the message. "The dog bites. Need pet carrier." "Good news indeed," Dr. Jackson whispered. Jay must have looked puzzled, because Dr. Jackson continued, "For eons, there have been rumors, legends, and myths about transport portals around the world. One such has just been identified with positive results. It needs to be taken to a facility for further study, but that's not why you're here. Jack selected you for apprenticeship training because she believes you to be a natural leader. I happen to agree with her. I hope you choose to accept your new position as station administrator on station number 2. You get to name her. You leave to tour the station tomorrow morning. Now, go home and get some rest. We'll see you in the morning, and I'll expect your answer." "Sir," Jay quibbled, "I am tired and could use the rest, but I'd like to see the mission through. I can take a cargo ship, pick up the biting dog, and deliver it in 2 hours, anywhere on the planet." Dr. Jackson chuckled. "There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that you could do that. The destination is not on this planet, and the dog isn't ready for transport just yet. Now leave. I'll see you tomorrow." Jay nodded slowly, the weight of the proposition settling in his chest. Station administrator, he thought. A title that sounds more like a desk job than anything else. But knowing Jackson, it means responsibility, power, and a target on my back. He glanced once more at Dr. Jackson's impassive face, then to Jack, whose sharp gaze seemed to pierce right through him. Their expectations were clear. This was no casual offer. What am I getting myself into? Jay wondered, chewing on the thought as he stepped back toward the door. This station number 2, a whole new world, a whole new set of problems. And me, still the same flawed pilot, still fighting the urge to just walk away. Yet beneath the doubt, a spark flickered. That same restless fire that had fueled his youth, the unyielding pull towards something greater than the world he already knew. Clenching his jaw, he said quietly, "I'll be there at first light." As the door slid shut behind him, the hum of the island night seeped in. Tomorrow, everything would change. Chapter 3. The Weight of Stars. The food court on Deck 1.1 hummed with the easy chatter of early risers and night shift workers grabbing breakfast before heading to their bunks. Jay followed the scent of bacon and coffee through the concourse, his stomach growling loud enough that he was sure Connie could hear it through his implant. Patty Tars sat wedged between a noodle bar and a taco stand, its green shamrock sign flickering cheerfully. Through the windows, Jay could see Dr. Jackson already seated at a corner booth, nursing what looked like black coffee. Jack sat across from him, her posture military straight even at breakfast. A third figure hunched over a tablet, a small, red-haired man, frantically tapping notes. Jay pushed through the door, breathing in the rich smell of sausage and fried bread. The hostess, a plump woman with kind eyes, waved him toward the booth. "Morning," Jay said, sliding into the seat next to the redhead. "You must be Russell." The man looked up, blinking pale green eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Russell O'Reilly, Jack's executive assistant.
His handshake was firm despite his slight build. "Heard you had quite the adventure yesterday." "Adventure," Jay snorted. "That's one word for it." "Where's Mitchell?" Dr. Jackson asked, glancing toward the entrance. "Right here," a crisp voice said. Mitchell appeared at the table's edge, hair pulled back in a neat ponytail, wearing coveralls that somehow managed to look professional. "I'm sorry I'm late. Had to finish the structural analysis on Jay's ultralight." She fixed Jay with a pointed look. "It's worse than I thought." The waitress materialized with practiced efficiency. "What'll it be this morning?" Dr. Jackson gestured first. "Black pudding, scrambled eggs, brown bread, and keep the coffee coming." Jack was next, predictably precise. "Poached eggs, wheat toast, dry. Grapefruit juice." Russell barely looked up from his tablet. "Full Irish breakfast. Extra rashes, white pudding, and do you have real butter, not that synthetic stuff?" "We do indeed, love." "Brilliant. And tea. Proper tea. None of that bag nonsense." Mitchell glanced at the menu briefly. Grilled tomatoes, mushrooms, beans. Sourdough toast, coffee, 2 sugars. Jay felt all eyes turned to him. Everything Russell ordered but double the portions, and orange juice, extra large. Better make that 2. Russell grinned. "Man after my own heart. Though you'll need the metabolism of a racehorse to process all that." "Nanobots," Jay said simply. "They're hungry little buggers." Dr. Jackson leaned forward, cradling his coffee. "So, Jay, sleep well?" "Like the dead. Amazing what dodging assassination attempts does for your sleep cycle." "About that," Jack interjected. "Our analysis of the submarine suggests Chinese military tech, but the funding came from somewhere else. Swiss accounts routed through shell companies." Russell's fingers danced over his tablet. "I've been tracking the money trail. It's deliberately obscured, but there's a pattern. Someone with serious resources wants you specifically, Jay." "Wonderful." Jay accepted his orange juice from the waitress with a grateful nod. "Any idea why?" "Best guess?" Dr. Jackson's eyes glinted. "You're Jack's personal pilot. You have access to both stations, all our facilities. You carry sensitive information. You're a high-value target." "Which brings us," Jack said smoothly, "to why taking command of Station 2 makes sense. You'll be safer with your own security detail, your own protocols." I sighed. "You're all ganging up on me." "Not ganging up," Mitchell said, surprising him. "Being practical. I've reviewed Station 2's technical specifications. It's impressive. Whoever runs it will be commanding something unprecedented." Their food arrived in a parade of plates. Russell's eyes lit up at the sight of his traditional spread: blood sausage, white pudding, crispy bacon, fried eggs, grilled tomatoes and mushrooms all arranged around thick slices of buttered bread. "Now that's a proper breakfast," he declared, attacking the blood sausage with enthusiasm. Dr. Jackson cut into his black pudding methodically, each bite precisely sized. Jack ate her poached eggs with surgical precision, breaking the yolk to coat her dry toast in exact portions. Mitchell speared a grilled tomato, chewing thoughtfully. "Station 2 has some interesting engineering challenges. The rotation dynamics alone—" "Don't get her started on rotation dynamics," Jack warned, loading her fork with eggs. "She'll talk for hours." "I'll have you know, rotation dynamics are fascinating. The way we've solved the differential variances, we're a 10-mile wide gyroscope in space. That's exciting." "See?" Jack grinned, taking a bite.
Jay felt his nanobots were indeed hungry. He thought he could almost feel them converting the food to energy in real time. Either that, or it was gas. Russell paused in his methodical demolition of breakfast. "What's the timeline for visitors to Station 1? Jack checked her watch. "First megajet arrives at 1100 hours. Only about 200 passengers, mostly journalists and VIPs. We're keeping the initial group small." "Wise," Dr. Jackson said. "Better to manage expectations carefully than deal with chaos." They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes. Jay found himself studying the others, imagining what it would be like to command his own version of this: department heads, morning briefings, the responsibility of decisions affecting thousands of people. The thought made his stomach clench, and not from the food. "Excuse me, Administrator Coolin?" They all looked up. A young engineer stood beside their table, tablet clutched nervously in both hands. Tall, lanky, with the pale complexion of someone who spent too much time under artificial lighting. Yes, Jack's tone was polite but clearly indicated this should be brief. Sorry to interrupt breakfast, ma'am. I'm Joel Fontaine from Recreation Planning. I had an idea I wanted to run past you for Station 1's entertainment facilities. Jack gestured to an empty chair. Sit. What's your proposal? Joel sat carefully, setting his tablet on the table. Well, ma'am, I've been thinking about competitive sports for long-term residents. Physical activity is crucial for health in artificial gravity, but most Earth sports don't translate well to rotating environments. Basketball or football, for example. Go on, Jack said. I'd like to propose a battle dome, full three-dimensional combat arena, zero-G environment in the center of the station, with multiple levels and obstacles. Teams compete in various scenarios, capture the flag, tactical simulations, that sort of thing. Laser tag in outer space, if you will. Jay's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. Like Orson Scott Card's Endergame? Joel's eyes lit up. Exactly. The battle school training scenarios. Of course, with safety protocols and non-lethal weapons, but the tactical complexity would be incredible. It would combine athletics, strategy, teamwork, and whatnot. Dibs, Jay said reflexively. Everyone stared at him. I mean, Jay felt heat rise in his cheeks. If it gets built, dibs, on the first match. Jack raised an eyebrow. Interesting response from someone who claims he doesn't want command responsibilities. Russell chuckled around a mouthful of toast. Sounds like our pilot's already thinking like a station commander. It's just, Jay gestured vaguely with his fork. Come on, zero-G tactical combat? That would be amazing. Mitchell smiled. The engineering would be fascinating. Variable gravity, although tiny, safety systems, real-time obstacle reconfiguration. I could go on and on. Now you're both getting excited about it, Dr. Jackson observed dryly. Joel, submit a formal proposal to Administrator Coolin. Include cost estimates, safety protocols, and a timeline. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Joel gathered his tablet and hurried away, practically glowing with excitement. Jay asked, Joel, would you be interested in running the games or maybe supervising the construction? He grinned. Can I choose both? Jack turned to Jay with a knowing look. Still think you're not interested in command? Jay scowled into his eggs. It's just sports. No, Dr. Jackson said quietly. It's leadership. You saw an opportunity to boost morale, encourage physical fitness, build team cohesion, and you immediately wanted to participate, to lead by example. Plus, Russell added, you instinctively claimed first rights. That's territorial behavior. Classic alpha response. I'm not an alpha anything, Jay protested. Mitchell leaned back in her chair, studying him. What do you think leadership is, Jay? I don't know. Giving orders? Making speeches? Sitting in meetings all day? Sometimes, but mostly it's seeing what needs to be done and making sure it happens. It's caring about the people under your command more than you care about yourself. Joel got up, said thank you, and left. Dr. Jackson finished his coffee and set the cup down with finality. Jay, you've been leading people your whole life. You just called it something else. When you were on construction, who did the other workers look to for advice? Jay was quiet for a long moment. That was different. How?
Those were practical problems, engineering issues, physics, and the workers looked to you, Jay, for advice, for answers. And running a station isn't? Mitchell asked. Life support is engineering. Navigation is physics. Personnel management is just applied psychology. Russell looked up from his tablet. Jay, can I ask you something? Sure. Yesterday, when you escaped from that submarine, whom were you thinking about? Jay frowned. What do you mean? I mean, were you trying to save yourself, or were you thinking about getting back to deliver that message about warning people? The question hit Jay like a punch to the gut.
He'd been thinking about the message, about getting back to Dr. Jackson, about the implications of the attack. "I see it in your face," Jack said softly. "You were thinking about the mission, about protecting other people. That's what leaders do." Dr. Jackson stood up, tossing his napkin on the table. "Tour starts in 20 minutes. Russell, you're joining us." "Yes, sir." Russell began packing up his tablet. "Should be educational." As they filed out of the food court, Jay touched Mitchell's arm gently. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "That battle dome idea. Could it actually work?" Mitchell's eyes sparkled. "Technically? Absolutely. The apparent gravity is 0g in the center, gradually increasing toward the walls, but still virtually zero. We could even create obstacles that shift during combat." "Safety concerns?" "Manageable. Foam barriers, impact suits, non-lethal weapons with biometric locks. The real challenge would be the real-time environmental controls." Jay nodded slowly. "And the psychological benefits?" "Huge. Physical exercise, stress relief, team building, tactical training, plus entertainment for spectators." She paused. "Why do you ask?" Jay looked up through the food court's massive simulated windows toward the stars beyond. "Just wondering what it would be like to build something like that, to see an idea become reality." Mitchell smiled. "Feels pretty good, actually." As they walked toward the elevators, Jay found himself thinking about Station 2, about the crew waiting for a commander, about the weight of decisions that affected thousands of lives. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Maybe it would be the greatest challenge of his life. And maybe, just maybe, he was ready for it. The transport from Station 1 to Station 2 was nothing like Jay expected. Instead of a cramped shuttle, they boarded what Russell cheerfully called the Executive Express, a sleek vessel with panoramic windows. Station 2 was positioned 10 degrees east of Station 1, 10 degrees ahead of us in the same orbital plane, close enough for easy transit, far enough to operate independently. Through the windows, Jay watched Station 2 grow from a distant glint to a massive structure. Like Station 1, it resembled stacked silver dollars, but newer, with construction scaffolding still attached to several sections. "Capacity?" Jay asked. "Full population? 45 million, Russell said, consulting his tablet. "Current population? 12,000 construction and technical staff. Your staff if you take the job. This shuttle is yours too, if you take the job. You can fly anytime you like, for as long as you like. You wouldn't be a slave to the task at hand." Mitchell pressed her face to the window. "Look at those solar arrays. They're using the new Met Collector's efficiency rating must be through the roof." "Connie's sister AI runs the station, but she needs a human administrator for policy decisions, personnel management, and strategic planning." "What's her name?" Jay asked. "She hasn't chosen one yet. She's waiting for her administrator to arrive." The docking was smooth, barely perceptible. They disembarked into a receiving bay that smelled of fresh metal and ozone, the scent of new construction. A woman in crisp coveralls approached them, tall, athletic build, short-cropped dark hair, and eyes that missed nothing. "Dr. Jackson, Administrator Quaylen, welcome to Station 2. I'm Chief Engineering Officer Sarah Connors." She turned to Jay. "Mr. Kwaramba, I've heard a lot about you. All good, I hope." "Mostly, though our AI has been asking when you'll arrive approximately every 10 minutes for the past 24 hours. She's eager to meet you," Dr. Jackson explained. "An AI without a human partner is like a ship without a captain, technically functional but not truly complete." They began the tour in the administration section. The offices were spacious with windows that seemed real, but were just clever framing of video monitors.
Looking out at Earth, hanging blue and beautiful in the distance, Jay found himself pausing at what would be his office, a huge space with a wide view of Earth. "Like it?" Connors asked. "It's intimidating," Jay admitted. "Wait until you see the residential sections."
Station 2's living quarters made Station 1 look cramped. Some apartments with actual yards, small parks, and even trees. Children's play areas. The idea, Russell explained, is to make this feel like home, not just a workplace. Families, communities, real neighborhoods. They toured the industrial sections next, Deck 1.00. Manufacturing facilities that could produce everything from furniture to starships, and research laboratories that made Earth universities look primitive. And next, Connors said, opening the elevator doors, we explore the recreation area, Deck 1.04. Jay's breath caught. The deck had to be 500 meters across, all open, with no support columns or walls. Can we see Deck 0.0 next? Mitchell asked innocently. The hub? Why on earth would you want to see that? Connors seemed incredulous. Mitchell explained Joel's proposal while Jay tried not to show his interest. As she described the zero-G tactical arena, he found himself mentally sketching layouts, imagining training scenarios. That could work, Connors said thoughtfully. We'd need to modify a few things, install safety systems, but the basic structure is perfect. See? Mitchell nudged Jay. Your battle dome could be the first major recreational facility on Station 2. Set the tone for everything that follows. It's not my battle dome, Jay protested. Could be, Dr. Jackson said. Administrator's prerogative. They continued the tour. The observation decks, the cultural centers, the vast condominium areas designed to house millions of people. At each stop, staff members approached to meet Jay, to shake his hand, to tell him about their work. He saw it in their eyes. They were waiting for a leader, someone to give direction to their efforts, purpose to their efforts in this shifting phase. One more stop, Connors said as they exited the elevator onto Deck 1.12, the administrator's quarters. The apartment she showed them was stunning. 3 bedrooms, a real kitchen, a living area with floor-to-ceiling faux windows showing the curve of Earth below. But the window that took Jay's breath away. A balcony of sorts jutting out 2 full meters, at least, on the bottom of the station. All yours, Dr. Jackson said, if you want it. Jay walked to the balcony railing, looking out at the stars. Somewhere out there was Station 1, where Jack was dealing with the first tourists, where Joel was probably sketching battle dome designs. I think I prefer Deck 2.0. I like the gravity. Jay, Mitchell said softly, joining him at the window. Can I tell you something? Sure. I've been thinking about that battle dome idea. Not just the engineering, the implications. What do you mean? Think about it. Physical training, tactical thinking, team coordination. You'd be creating the next generation of space-adapted humans, people who think in 3 dimensions and can function in any environment. That's a big leap from recreational sports. Is it? Look around you. She gestured at the station surrounding them. This isn't just a habitat. It's humanity's next step. And whoever runs this place will be shaping that future. No pressure, Jay muttered. Actually, lots of pressure. The good kind. The kind that makes diamonds. They were interrupted by Connor's voice from inside. Mr. Kwaramba, you might want to see this. Jay and Mitchell hurried back into the living room, where the others were gathered around a wall-mounted display screen. The image showed a view of local space, with Station 1 visible as a bright dot in the distance. What am I looking at? Jay asked. Connors pointed to several smaller objects moving in formation towards Station 1. These appeared on sensors about 5 minutes ago. They're not scheduled arrivals. Russell was already typing furiously on his tablet. No flight plans filed, no response to hails. They're coming in fast and quiet. Dr. Jackson's expression went hard. How many?
12 objects, maintaining tight formation. Trajectory suggests they'll intercept Station 1 in approximately 40 minutes. I felt ice form in my stomach. Is this an attack? Unknown. But they're not broadcasting identification, and they're ignoring traffic control. Mitchell moved closer to the screen, studying the display. Their approach vector. They're using Station 1's sensor shadow, staying hidden until the last possible moment.
Hostile intent, Jay said flatly. Dr. Jackson was already moving toward the door. We need to get back to Station 1 now. Wait, Jay said. Everyone turned to look at him. Connor, what are Station 2's defensive capabilities? Defensive? We're a civilian facility. That wasn't my question. What systems do you have that could be repurposed for defense? Connor blinked. Well, the construction equipment could be adapted. Industrial lasers, magnetic accelerators for moving materials, point defense systems for space debris. Could they stop an attack on Station 1 from here? Theoretically, but someone would need to coordinate it. Do it. Jay's voice carried absolute authority. Get your best people on those systems. If those ships are hostile, Station 1 will need backup. Sir, I can't authorize the use of construction equipment as weapons without proper authority. Jay stepped closer to her, and she seemed to realize she was looking up at 7.5 feet of muscle and determination. Chief Connor, I just gave it to you. She straightened. I'll get my teams on it immediately. As she hurried out, Russell looked at Jay with something approaching awe. That was very administrator-like. That was very leader-like, Dr. Jackson corrected. Jay, I think you have your answer. Jay was still staring at the screen, watching the unidentified objects approach Station 1. Mitchell, how fast can you get us back? Emergency transit in maybe 10 minutes? Do it. As they rushed toward the shuttle bay, Jay felt his way of thinking move from pilot to strategic. The weight of command, the responsibility for thousands of lives. It wasn't crushing him, it was focusing him. Station 2 ASI, can you read me? I read you, Mr. Kwaramba. Call me Jay. What do I call you? I don't have a familiar designation yet. Your name is Denise. Do you have EMP capability? Those systems have not yet been installed. Those incoming craft are unpowered, just coasting, right? That is correct. Emergency alert the shuttle hangars. Launch all available shuttles and nudge those incoming craft off course, way off course. Rescue the crews if needed and capture those craft for study. Park them anywhere you like. For the second time in his life, he knew exactly where he belonged. Behind him, on the display screen, the 12 objects continued their silent approach toward Station 1 and toward whatever confrontation awaited.
Chapter 4. P-Junctions, Occupation, and Magnets. The morning briefing room on Station 2 felt different now, less like a tour stop and more like he belonged. Jay settled into the chair at the head of the conference table, still adjusting to the idea that this was his seat now. Mitchell sat across from him, her tablet displaying detailed schematics and analysis reports. The crews we pulled from those craft yesterday, Mitchell began, her voice crisp and professional, are definitely Chinese military, special operations, based on their gear and physical conditioning. She swiped to the next screen. But here's where it gets interesting. Their orders weren't to destroy Station 1. Jay leaned forward. What were they planning? Chemical attack, specifically designed to disable the station's life support systems and force evacuation. The idea was to seize control of an intact facility. Mitchell's expression darkened. They had enough concentrated agents to knock out 30 million people. Jesus! Jay ran a hand through his hair. Any chance their chemicals could actually breach our systems? Doubtful.
The amorphous metal hull would resist pretty much anything they could throw at it, but the external antennas, docking ports, ventilation exhausts, those are vulnerable. She paused, studying his reaction. There's something else. They had no idea Station 2 exists. None of their intelligence mentioned us at all. Which means either their intelligence is terrible, or this whole attack was meant to distract us from something else. Jay's implant chimed softly. Connie's voice filled his head. Jay, Dr. Jackson requests your presence for dinner tonight. Admin team meeting in the executive dining room. Constant Star 1, 7 o'clock. I'll be there, Jay said out loud, then looked back at Mitchell. Keep analyzing those chemicals. And Mitchell, I want you to start thinking about defensive systems for Station 2. We can't count on being invisible forever. Mitchell's eyes lit up with the prospect of a challenging engineering problem. I'll have preliminary designs by tomorrow.
The executive dining room on Station 1 felt more like a gentleman's club than a space station facility. Real wood paneling, actual books on the shelves, and a massive table that could seat 20, but tonight held only 5. Dr. Jackson at the head, Jack to his right, Russell typing notes on his ever-present tablet, and Jay facing Mitchell across polished mahogany. Dr. Jackson raised his wine glass, real red wine, not synthesized, to new beginnings and old friendships. They drank, and Jay found himself relaxing for the first time in days. The wine was excellent, the conversation light, the food exceptional. It almost felt normal. Jay, Dr. Jackson said during the main course, I imagine you're curious about how our shuttles work, among other things. Dr. Jackson smiled. Lorentz force. The secret is in the materials science and engineering. He gestured vaguely with his fork. Nano superconductors, uber capacitors, resonant frequencies. It requires about 8 megawatts per kilogram of mass to lift using Earth's magnetic field, hence the microfuser. Jay nearly choked on his wine. 8 megawatts per kilogram? That's impossible with conventional technology, yes, but we're not using conventional technology. Dr. Jackson's eyes twinkled. Only a couple of other people have figured it out independently. You might have heard about them in the news. Tic-tac flying saucers, UAPs, that sort of thing. Russell looked up from his tablet. The coding helps too. Radar and infrared can't get a clean lock on our shuttles. More materials science magic. Dr. Jackson, Mitchell interrupted, leaning forward intently. The power requirements alone should make those shuttles impossible. How are you storing that much energy in such a small space? Quantum... Connie's voice cut through the conversation with unusual urgency. Dr. Jackson, I apologize for the interruption, but we have a developing situation. Dr. Jackson didn't even blink. Report. A UN naval task force is converging on Future World Island. 12 vessels, including 2 destroyers. They're transmitting orders to occupy and seize the island under UN Resolution 2847. ETA. 18 hours at current speed. Jay felt the wine turn to acid in his stomach. What's our response? Dr. Jackson calmly cut another piece of his steak. Connie, deploy EMP countermeasures when they come within 12 nautical miles of the island. Understood. EMP systems standing by. Denise's voice joined the conversation. Jay, I should mention that I don't currently have EMP capabilities, nor do I control any island defense systems. Jay looked across the table at Mitchell. Think you can handle installing EMP weapons on Station 2? Absolutely. Her face was already animated with the challenge. I'll need specifications and full blueprints. And while you're at it, Jay continued, his mind racing ahead, I want you to design and install launchers for kinetic weapons, rods from God. Tungsten penetrators from orbital altitude? Can you do it? I can do it. The targeting systems alone will be fascinating to design. Dr. Jackson said, as he reached into his jacket and withdrew a leather portfolio.
The rods from God are already installed, as well as a 100-kilowatt laser on the bottom side of the hub. Sorry to spoil your fun. And speaking of new responsibilities, he slid the portfolio across the table to Jay. Your formal appointment papers. Sign these, and you're officially Constant Star 2 Administrator. Jay stared at the documents. Official letterhead, detailed job description, salary figures that made his pilot wages look like pocket change. His whole life, reduced to signatures on paper. What if I change my mind? You can quit anytime you like. Just select and train your replacement first. Jay picked up the pen. Once I sign this, there's no going back. He thought about the crew on Station 2 waiting for leadership, about the Chinese attack that could have killed millions, about the UN fleet approaching with hostile intent. He signed. Congratulations, Administrator Kwaramba, Jack said, then smiled. Welcome to the deep end of the pool. Speaking of deep ends, there's one more thing you should know about the object your mission discovered in Mexico. Jay looked up from the papers. The dog that bites? It's a portal, or rather half of one. The P-junction of a quantum-entangled tunnel diode, a very large one. The N-junction is apparently on some other planet. The room went dead silent. Russell stopped typing. Mitchell's fork hung halfway to her mouth. We sent a probe through yesterday. We still haven't gotten it back. The engineers think it's a one-way device. Jay felt the enormity of recent events settle on his shoulders. Space stations under attack, UN fleets approaching, and now portals to other worlds. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Questions? Dr. Jackson asked mildly.
Just one, Jay said. When do we find out what's on the other side of that portal? Dr. Jackson smiled. That, Administrator Kwaramba, is entirely up to us. As if on cue, alarms began sounding throughout Station 1. Connie's voice filled the room. All personnel, we have multiple contacts approaching the island. UN fleet has accelerated and will reach the 12-mile limit in 4 hours. Jay stood up, the signed papers still in his hand. Then I guess it's time to get to work.
Chapter 5. EMPs. This means war. The transport back to Station 2 felt different this time. Heavier somehow. Weighted with new responsibilities and the memory of those darkened ships drifting powerless in Earth's oceans. Jay stared out the viewport at the blue marble below, trying to process everything that had changed in the span of a few hours. Mitchell sat across from him, her tablet out, stylus dancing across the screen as she sketched diagrams and scribbled calculations. Her enthusiasm was infectious, or would have been if Jay could focus on anything she was saying. The beauty of space-based lasers, Mitchell continued, her voice animated with excitement, is no atmospheric interference. No thermal blooming, no scattering, just pure, coherent light delivery. I could build you a 10,000-watt diode laser array that would make Earth's missile defense systems look like flashlights because the atmosphere is the main problem with their lasers. She swiped to a new screen, pulling up component specifications. The electronics black market in Shenzhen has everything we need. Super-grade laser diodes, focusing optics, power conditioning systems. Under 200 ounces of silver for the whole package? That's pocket change for our budget. Jay nodded absently, but his mind was elsewhere. What the hell was I thinking? Command felt like a physical thing pressing down on his shoulders. 45 million people. That's what Station 2 could hold at full capacity. 45 million lives depending on his decisions. I'm a pilot. I fly things from point A to point B. I'm not qualified to run a space station. Mitchell gestured enthusiastically at her tablet. We could mount multiple arrays on both stations. Defensive perimeters, overlapping fields of fire. The targeting systems alone would be fascinating to develop. Real-time tracking, predictive algorithms, automated threat assessment. Maybe Russell would want this job. He's smart, organized, knows the administrative side. I could go back to flying shuttles, Maybe take some tourists around the stations. Keep things simple. The Chinese have been developing some interesting gallium arsenide substrates. Higher efficiency, better thermal management. We could probably push 15, maybe 20,000 watts per array if we really push the engineering envelope. Dr. Jackson said I could quit any time. Just find a replacement. Russell's been working with Jack for years, knows the systems, understands the politics. He'd be perfect. Mitchell looked up from her tablet, noticing his distraction. Jay, you're not listening to any of this, are you? Before Jay could respond, Denise's voice filled his head through the neural implant. Administrator Kwaramba, I apologize for the interruption, but we have urgent updates from Earth. Jay straightened in his seat. Report. The UN fleet remains disabled approximately 15 nautical miles from Future World Island. They are drifting. All 12 vessels are dead in the water. No power, no communications, no propulsion. The UN Security Council has drafted Emergency Resolution 2849 declaring Dr. Jackson's actions an act of war against the international community. Mitchell set down her tablet, suddenly serious. Act of war? We disabled their ships. We didn't sink them. The UN Secretary General is demanding immediate access to both stations for inspection and verification of peaceful intent. They're threatening to declare all station personnel terrorists under international law. Jay felt his stomach clench. Casualties from the EMP attack. None reported. The ship's emergency systems remained functional. Medical, fire suppression, lifeboats, and the like. However, the crews are effectively stranded until power can be restored. How long until they get power back? Dr. Jackson's EMP weapons were specifically designed to cause semiconductor damage, not just temporary disruption. Optimistic estimate for full repairs, 2 to 3 weeks. Some vessels may need to be towed to port. Mitchell whistled softly. 3 weeks without power? That's not a warning shot, that's a statement. Dr. Jackson has requested your immediate presence on Future World Island. Emergency leadership meeting. Jay closed his eyes, feeling the weight of command settle even heavier on his shoulders. A day ago, I was just flying messages between research teams. Now I'm involved in what the UN considers an act of war. Understood. We'll depart immediately. As their transport approached Station 2's docking bay, Jay found himself studying the massive structure with new eyes. Not just an impressive piece of engineering, but a potential target. Those UN ships were just the beginning. Earth's governments wouldn't give up after one failed mission. Maybe I should resign before this gets worse. Let someone qualified handle it. The shuttle Jay used for the trip to Future World Island was sleek and new, part of Station 2's administrative fleet. This one was assigned to him, personally. Unlike the utilitarian transports, this one had been designed for comfort and speed. Padded leather seating, panoramic windows, and controls that responded to his touch like a high-performance aircraft. He wondered how fast it actually was. Mitchell settled into the co-pilot seat, still carrying her tablet and her enthusiasm for defensive laser arrays. You know, with the right targeting systems, we could protect both stations and the island simultaneously, overlapping coverage, redundant systems, multiple engagement protocols. Jay focused on the pre-flight checklist, trying to lose himself in familiar procedures. Engine temperature nominal, fuel pressure good, navigation systems online. Simple, straightforward mechanical tasks that didn't require making decisions that could affect millions of lives. The real challenge would be power distribution, Mitchell continued. Those laser arrays would need dedicated power units, probably one per array cluster, but the engineering is totally feasible with our current technology. I could tell Dr. Jackson I made a mistake, that I'm not the right person for this job. He'd understand. He's a practical man. They lifted off from Station 2's shuttle bay, and Jay pointed the craft toward the blue curve of Earth below. The flight to Future World Island would take 40 minutes, according to the readout. 40 minutes to figure out how to explain that he'd changed his mind about being an administrator. As they descended through Earth's atmosphere, Jay caught his first glimpse of the megajets. Jesus, Mitchell breathed, pressing her face to the window. Look at those things. 3 massive aircraft were queued up on Future World Island's runway, each one huge, larger than anything he'd ever seen. The first one was just beginning its takeoff roll. 8 enormous engines spooling up to full power. Steam jet contrails stretched behind it like white ribbons, and the lift jets under its wings kicked up clouds of vapor that covered the entire airport in a dense fog bank that quickly dissipated. "Wingspan has to be 300 meters, Mitchell said, awe evident in her voice. "Passenger capacity, God, probably 1,200 people per flight." Jay had seen the megajets docked at the island before, but never during takeoff. The sight was incredible, a monument to human engineering climbing toward the stars, carrying a small town's worth of people to the space station above. The second megajet began its takeoff sequence as the first disappeared into the sky above them. Jay watched the massive aircraft lumber down the runway, defying intuition through sheer brute force and advanced engineering. Based on the old Lockheed Martin CL-1201 concept, but scaled up a little, those engines are probably putting out 100,000 pounds of thrust each. 8 engines per aircraft, Mitchell calculated quickly. 800,000 pounds of thrust. No wonder they can carry that much weight. The third megajet was positioning for takeoff as Jay brought his shuttle in for landing on the island's secondary runway. Through the cockpit windows, he could see the organized chaos of the spaceport: ground crews, baggage trucks, passenger terminals bustling with activity. All of this depending on leaders making good decisions. And now I'm supposed to be one of those leaders.
Dr. Jackson was waiting in the island's primary conference room, a circular space with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the spaceport. Jack sat to his right, her expression grimmer than Jay had ever seen it. Retired Admiral Morrison occupied the chair across from Dr. Jackson, with Russell typing frantically on his tablet beside her. 2 other figures Jay didn't recognize completed the circle: a stern-faced woman in civilian clothes and an older man with the bearing of career military. "Jay, thank you for coming so quickly," Dr. Jackson said as Jay and Mitchell took seats. "Let me introduce Director Sarah Kowalski from our Intelligence Division and General Frank Torres, our Senior Military Advisor." Handshakes were exchanged, but the atmosphere was tense, focused. This wasn't a social meeting. "The situation on Earth is escalating rapidly," Director Kowalski began without preamble. "The UN Security Council is meeting in emergency session. Early reports suggest they're considering a formal declaration of war." "War?" Jay felt his mouth go dry. "Against what? We're not a country." Dr. Jackson corrected him. "We meet all of the UN criteria to be a country: population, real land, a flag, recognized by another country, a formal government. We are a country. Even if we weren't a country, the threat is against what they're calling rogue elements threatening international peace and security," General Torres replied. "In practical terms, that means us." Dr. Jackson leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table. "The EMP attack was necessary to protect our sovereignty, but it's given them the excuse they've been looking for. Earth's governments have wanted to act against us since before Constant Star became operational." Admiral Morrison activated a wall display showing global news feeds. Headlines scrolled past in multiple languages: "Space stations attack UN fleet," "Active war from orbit," "Terrorist threat from space." Public opinion is mixed. About 40% support the UN's position, 30% are calling for negotiations, 30% don't have enough information to form an opinion, Russell reported, not looking up from his tablet. "The key," Director Kowalski said, "is getting our side of the story out before the UN controls the narrative completely. We need to explain why we disabled those ships, what our actual intentions are." "Which brings us to our options," Dr. Jackson said. "Jack?" Jack activated her tablet, projecting a list onto the wall display. "Option 1. Complete withdrawal. Abandon the island, maintain minimal station operations, avoid all contact with Earth governments." "That's surrender," General Torres said flatly, "and it won't work. They'll still consider us a threat." Option 2. Limited engagement. Negotiate through intermediaries, offer inspections, try to reach some kind of accommodation. "Also won't work," Admiral Morrison added.
They don't want accommodation, they want control. Option 3, full disclosure. Reveal everything. The ASI technology, the portal discoveries, our long-term plans. Let Earth's populations decide for themselves. Risky, Director Kowalski said. Once that information is public, every government on Earth will be scrambling to either acquire it or destroy it. Dr. Jackson looked around the table. Option 4, direct communication. A formal address to the UN, broadcast globally, explaining our position and our offer of non-aggression. A speech? Jay asked. Not just a speech, a demonstration. Show them what we've accomplished, what we're offering humanity. Make it impossible for their governments to suppress the information. Russell looked up from his tablet. We could override their communication systems if necessary. Connie and Denise working together could penetrate most communication networks. That would be another act of war in their eyes, General Torres warned. Everything we do is an act of war in their eyes. The question is whether we choose to be victims or participants in shaping humanity's future.
Jay saw the enormity of the decision overshadowing the room. These are the kinds of choices administrators have to make. Life and death, war and peace, the future of human civilization. I can't handle this. I should be flying shuttles, not sitting in rooms where people decide the fate of humanity. Jay, Dr. Jackson said, as administrator of Station 2, your opinion carries significant weight. What's your assessment? Jay looked around the table, seeing expectant faces waiting for his input. They think I belong here. They think I have something valuable to contribute. Maybe Russell really would be better at this. Jay started, then stopped. Dr. Jackson, can I ask you something? Of course. Russell has been working with administration for years. He understands the political side, the diplomatic implications. Wouldn't he be better suited for Station 2 command? The room went quiet. Russell's typing stopped, and he looked up with surprise. You want to give up the position? Jack asked. I want to make sure the right person has it, Jay said carefully. Russell knows this stuff better than I do. Russell set down his tablet and turned to face Jay directly. Jay, can I tell you something? Sure. 3 months ago, Dr. Jackson offered me command of Station 3. Jay blinked. Station 3? Dr. Jackson nodded. Part of our planned 36-station rollout. Station 3 will be operational in approximately 3 months, positioned 10 degrees ahead of Station 2. Russell will be pioneering humanity's expansion into the outer solar system. That station will be the foundation of exploring farther. I've already named the ASI, Evelyn. I've been working with her for weeks, planning the station's social structures, resource allocation, cultural development. Jay's mind went blank. So, you don't want Station 2? God, no, Russell laughed. Station 2 is going to be dealing with Earth politics, refugee management, industrial development. Station 3 gets to be pure exploration, pure human expansion. Much more my style. Admiral Morrison leaned forward. Jay, you need to understand something. Station 2 isn't just another facility. It's going to be humanity's primary gateway to space adaptation. You're not just administering a station. You're architecting a new branch of human civilization. This is exactly why someone more qualified should take my place. Jay, Dr. Jackson's voice cut through his protest. Yesterday, when Station 1 was under attack, what did you do? I told Connor to mobilize Station 2's defensive systems. Without hesitation, without asking permission, you saw what needed to be done, and you did it. Dr. Jackson's eyes were steady, serious. That's not administration, Jay. That's leadership. Director Kowalski nodded. Leadership isn't about knowing everything. It's about making good decisions with incomplete information. You've already proven you can do that. Jay looked around the table again, seeing not expectation, but confidence. They weren't waiting for him to prove himself. They already believed he belonged here.
Maybe the problem isn't that I'm not qualified. Maybe the problem is that I'm scared. All right, Jay said slowly. If we're going with the direct communication option, how do we do it? Dr. Jackson smiled. We give the UN exactly what they've been demanding. A formal address from Station Space leadership broadcast live to the entire world. When? As soon as we can arrange it. Tomorrow, if possible. Russell was already typing again. I can have broadcast equipment set up within 12 hours, full global coverage, multiple languages, backed up by our own transmission systems in case they try to jam us. And what do we say? Jay asked. The truth, Dr. Jackson replied. We tell them what we've built, what we're offering, and what we're prepared to protect. We give humanity a choice. Fear the future or embrace it. Jay's Ephesius chest tightened, not with the weight of command, but the determination of purpose. This isn't about being qualified. This is about being willing to try. All right, Jay said slowly. If we're going with the direct communication option, how do we do it? Through the conference room windows, the fourth megajet was beginning its takeoff sequence, carrying another 1,200 people towards the stars. Soon, if they succeeded, millions more would follow. Maybe I can't go back to being just a pilot, Jay thought, watching the massive aircraft disappear into the clouds. But maybe that's not such a bad thing. A sudden idea hit Jay. The UN is a paper tiger. They're posturing, but they really can't do anything. I say we get all of our shuttles, automated cargo included, surround every major news outlet headquarters building, just floating in the air, CNN, CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox, and whoever else. Create a public spectacle. A publicity stunt, if you will. We've been hiding somewhat until now. It's time we come out of hiding in a big way. Right? UFO in huge letters on the sides of the shuttles. Take any reporter that wants to go up to the station.
Chapter 6, Batcave and Kung Fu Fighting. Dr. Jackson stepped up to the podium at the UN General Assembly. Getting a slot to speak had been relatively easy, seeing as he was front and center in most member states' minds, considering events over the last couple of days. All of the seats before him looked full. Good morning, nation-states of Earth. The murmuring settled to complete quiet. I am Dr. Derek Jackson, a citizen of Constant Star, the primary space station of recent concern. I financed, built, and own both space stations that have all of your metaphorical panties in a bunch. I assure you all that they, nor I, pose any aggressive intent toward any of you. In fact, should you want to have a delegation, or do so yourself, transports wait to shuttle you to either or both stations for an unrestricted tour, self-guided should you want. However, should this body continue its aggressive posture toward myself, the space stations, or the newly formed nation-state, Future World, it will be to your detriment. I wish you all a very lovely day. The assembly erupted into a cacophony of discussions until, moments later, as Dr. Jackson waited to answer questions, a single gunshot shattered the cacophony to silence. The side of Dr. Jackson's head exploded outward, splattering gray matter on the green marble to the side and behind him. He crumpled to the floor. The only broadcast station carrying the speech live was C-SPAN. Connie notified the station's personnel and Future World personnel to go to emergency alert and informed each worker individually of what just happened and to keep doing what they're doing. Jay was watching the news feeds on the screen in his office on Station 2, including C-SPAN. He saw the assassination as it happened and lost all interest in the breaking news, alien invasion stories all the news agencies were proffering. Denise interrupted his shock. Dr. Jackson was just assassinated after delivering his speech to the United Nations General Assembly. Someone shot him and blew his brains out. I have standing orders to inform Jack, you, and Russell to proceed to GPS coordinates 362737.8 and 1165247.3, Furnace Creek Airport in Death Valley, if anything like this ever happens. Dr. Jackson said to get there as soon as practicable. Your executive shuttle is standing by. Jack is unavailable, and Russell says he'll be riding with you.
The Furnace Creek Airport was nothing more than a paved airstrip in the middle of the desert and a couple of metal hangars off to the side. The shuttle touched down on the helicopter pad. Jay and Russell stepped out, and Connie asked, "When do you want me to come back for you?" Russell shrugged. "No idea. I'll call." The shuttle lifted off and was out of sight in seconds. Russell pointed, "There's a village about a mile that way. I'm pretty sure I saw a diner." "Wishful thinking. I saw the same village. It's a group of campgrounds. The coordinates indicate right here, so we're staying right here." "There ain't any shade." Russell stepped into Jay's shadow and grinned, "Except I've got you." Smiling, Jay spun, grabbed Russell and hoisted him up with one hand, held him up to block the sun, and then sat him back down. "You don't even make a good umbrella." Russell pointed at the hangars. "Shade." They walked over and sat in the sand. It was still very hot, but at least the sun wasn't beating down on them. After an hour of waiting, Russell grunted, "When the sun gets behind that mountain behind us, we can walk over to the campgrounds. There's got to be a clue or something there. Maybe we should check the hangars." They walked around the hangars looking for some clue, something, anything, and found nothing. The rumble of motorcycles in the distance caught their attention. It took more than 15 minutes for them to pass the little landing strip. They passed and kept on going. Sounding a little dejected, Russell said, "All right, let's go." When they turned to walk to the road, they saw an ultralight aircraft in the aircraft tie-down lot. They looked at each other. Russell puzzled, "Where'd that come from?" "Last time I saw that, it was in the diner parking lot," Jay mused. They walked over, and Jay put his hand on the wing. "This is a Liebeck, low-speed, high-lift wing. I experimented with these 30 years ago. They work pretty well. Only mine was red, not sky blue and white." Russell walked to the front. No propeller. He saw a post-it note on the seat. "Get in and don't touch anything." They climbed in, and as soon as they buckled their harnesses, the little craft started its rollout. Before 50 feet, they were off the ground, silently. There wasn't even the hint of the characteristic whine the shuttle engines made, and there wasn't even close to enough space for a fusion generator. They leveled out at about 20 feet above the ground, very low indeed, definitely below any radar, if there was any. There wasn't a control tower at that little landing strip, and no runway lights. From what Jay could tell, they were heading due west, or just a little south of that heading. After about 10 minutes, the terrain switched from desert sand to rocky foothills, then to solid mountainous rock. The craft stayed about 20 feet above the terrain until it made a steep climb up the mountainside and banked left into the wide mouth of a large cave, landed, and taxied to the back. "Holy bat cave," quipped Jay. Russell answered, "Well, it sure isn't Patty Tar's." They were getting out when a man appeared carrying a flashlight. He was wearing a brown hooded robe that made him look like a Buddhist monk. He went to the side wall of the cave and started lowering a painted canvas like a giant window shade. It was painted to look like a wall in the cave and obviously meant to hide the ultralight aircraft. "Hi there," said Russell. "We're here—" The monk held his finger to his lips, indicating he should be quiet, and then motioned them behind the canvas as he continued lowering it. When the shield was fully down, the flashlight seemed puny in the darkness. Jay and Russell followed the fellow through a narrow crevice and down a steep flight of stairs carved in the stone. They emerged into a huge, well-lit vault where martial arts students were sparring all over the place. "Kung Fu," Russell said under his breath. The monk answered, "Wudongquan. Kung Fu is like scary spiders. Always jumping around, but easy to defeat. Wudongquan is for the spirit. Very peaceful, except in defense, when the spirit explodes." "My apologies if I offended you. Hey, I thought we were supposed to be quiet." "The cave is the giant megaphone. Hard to hide when you make noise. There are enemies looking for us. Follow me, please." "What's your name?" "Call me Buddy." "I'm Russell. He's Jay." "I know. Follow me." They entered an opening in the back of the vault and descended a long way down another set of stairs, switching back and forth for what must have been 20 stories. The landing at the bottom was the terminus for 3 halls. Buddy turned right and continued to the door at the end. He opened it into a rather large electronics lab where many people were working, and Dr. Jackson was waiting. "Mr. Kwaramba, Mr. Eerily, welcome. Let's have a seat."
A mostly bald man didn't give them time to respond, but immediately led them to a table in the back of the lab. He doffed his lab coat and laid it over the back of the chair he intended to sit in. Dr. Jackson sat and said, "Tell me what you know." Russell answered, "You aren't dead." "Well, yes, it would be difficult to speak to you if I were. I'm number 36. The one that got shot was number 13. He'll survive and heal. So perhaps you mean, why the ruse? Other than futzing with the powers that be, we wanted to see how they'd react to the news, whether their strategy contained elements we hadn't anticipated. Now, you answer my question." Russell continued, "Future World has been quietly seized by the United Nations. The tourists there are oblivious, including Jack, and Connie managed to get the only shuttle left there up to Station 1. Well, you don't know much, do you? And it's no wonder. There is a news blackout in place. As of a few minutes ago, all signals from the island are down, and radio signals between the stations and island are being jammed. That will be remedied shortly. The only possible real danger is from Tenzin Rinchen, and then that's only if he's able to resist the vision from GodTech when he makes it to Station 1, and he has kidnapped Jack as planned." Jay was surprised. "The vision from the God? What's that?" "You've heard of Voice of God technology, right?" "Urban myth." "No, it's real. We developed Vision from God based on that. The target is made to see anything we project to their visual cortex. Buddy here is somewhat immune to it because of his training. Rinchen may be as well. And because of that, Buddy will accompany you back to Station 1. It is our belief that Chao Jun-kyung, Secretary General of the UN, has activated a plan to seize Station 1, the ultimate high ground, and force all governments on Earth to bow to his will. The technology does not exist that can effectively attack the station, but the station can be the base for an attack on any and all nations on Earth, for which they have no effective defense. So Rinchen has orders to seize the station, intact if at all possible. General Kyung has seized Future World under the color of international maritime law. He claims that base is a floating island, essentially a barge, and is not flagged under any nation on Earth. He knows that isn't true. It's an actual island, the size of Jamaica. How he can possibly expect anyone to believe it's a barge is beyond me. He has had the UN reclassify it, seize it, and flag it as property of the UN, and he has started a legal action in the World Court to validate his action, and to transfer ownership of the island and orbital stations to the UN as well, and that'll take a while. Since the stations were constructed in orbit by an unregistered multinational business enterprise, he thinks he has a good argument that it falls under the jurisdiction of the United Nations. His executive secretary, Tenzin Rinchen, is handling the seizure of the island, and we believe he has Jack in custody and plans to hold her aboard the Chinese aircraft carrier Liaoning. The details on that are a bit sketchy. That ship is a joke as an aircraft carrier, but it serves a very symbolic purpose as the flagship of the UN attack force. It identifies China as the leader of that force, and as the leader of the United Nations, General Kyung wields a lot of influence in China. So, gentlemen, it's us against the world. As you can see, the situation seems to be approaching dire. Flabbergasted, Jay said, "Surely we're not defenseless." "Far from it. But we must appear to be in order to show the world the treachery of the UN. We could just vaporize the transport we expect Rinchen to use to get to the station, but that would mean Jack would likely be a casualty of that." Connie's voice came into their heads. "As expected, Rinchen has forced Jack to request a shuttle. I'm sending an old cargo transport, the nearest one. That's what she requested." "So, gentlemen," smiled Dr. Jackson, 36, "the gambit begins." Buddy said, "Follow me," as he started walking out. They walked back to the landing, turned right, and followed that corridor a long way to the outside. Emerging under an overhang, Buddy led them farther, about a mile, until they came to an opening into another cavern. Inside, there were many motorcycles, maybe as many as 1,000. On the other side of the parking lot, there was an opening behind an outcrop of rocks. Inside were what looked like many motorcycle gang members living it up in what was obviously a very large makeshift bar. The music stopped playing. For a moment, someone shouted, "All hail the king!" That was followed by a chorus of "Hip hip hooray!" The music resumed. Dr. Jackson waved and smiled. Buddy said, pointing his thumb toward Dr. Jackson, "He owns the bar." Dr. Jackson said, "Well, having an army on call is kind of a good thing out here." Buddy added, "And free booze helps." They walked up to the bar, and the barkeep walked over to them. The man was clearly a biker, with long, scraggly brown and gray hair and a large, scraggly beard to match. He smelled of stale beer more than the bar did. "Buddy, you want your usual?" Buddy nodded. "Unsweetened iced tea coming up."
Dr. Jackson, Jay, and Russell ordered the same. Before the tea arrived, a large hand landed on Buddy's shoulder. "They tell me you can beat any 12 men here. Beat me and I'll believe it." Buddy didn't turn. "Go practice falling down so you won't get hurt." The biker spun Buddy around. Buddy's hand moved in a flash to the guy's midsection, causing him to double over. Another flash, and his other hand moved to the side of the man's neck. The man slumped to the floor. There was a roar of laughter from the patrons in the bar. Start to finish, the entire takedown took less than 2 seconds. Buddy turned back to the bar. "He'll be all right in a minute." The drinks were delivered, and the man on the floor arose, rubbing his neck. He threw a punch at the back of Buddy's head and missed as Buddy tilted his head left, allowing the punch to pass by his ear. He grabbed the man's arm with one hand, pulling him forward while jabbing a hard elbow to the man's midsection. The man went to the floor again. Buddy never turned around. "I ask you which hospital you prefer, should you try again." He took a sip of his tea. The man didn't respond. A couple of his friends came and dragged him away. Dr. Jackson whispered to the barkeep, "AJ or Kim?" "Kim's playing DJ. Haven't seen AJ." They took their drinks and went to an unoccupied table near the DJ station. Kim saw them and smiled. More specifically, she saw Buddy and smiled. The song she was playing, Born to be Wild by Steppenwolf, was just ending. She put on Little Deuce Coupe by the Beach Boys and sashayed over to the table and stood behind Buddy. She was a tall woman with brown skin, long black hair, and from the look of her muscles, very athletic. She leaned over to Buddy's ear and whispered, obviously the refrain from the song. Buddy blushed. Dr. Jackson interrupted. "We have a job for you and AJ." "Pay good?" "Take us to the station. Name it." "Why? You've got shuttles." "None available. Station's under attack." The Beach Boys' song ended. She hopped back to the stand and put on Heading Out to the Highway by Judas Priest. She came back and asked, "Firefight?" "Maybe, but I hope not." "Case of Jack Black, and if there's bullets flying, I'm on point. Plus what AJ wants." "Deal. When can we leave?" "Finish your drinks and meet me out front. He'll be there." Kim walked away, and another girl came up to handle the DJ station. Russell asked, "Why so cheap?" AJ used to be a shuttle pilot like Jay. Bright guy. He actually figured out how the impulse drive works and built to one of his own. He contacted me, and I hired him to work in the lab. He used the money to build his own bird. I got him a fusion generator. He's been beholding ever since. Now he does odd jobs for me on occasion. He met Kim here, and now she's his partner and co-pilot. Her name, Kimana, is Shoshone. It means butterfly. Don't let that fool you. She might float like a butterfly, but she stings like a sledgehammer, as AJ found out one starry night. Pun intended. She's sweet on Buddy here. It seems he's the only guy she's ever met that she can fend off. Not that he's ever tried anything.
Kim was waiting for them by the worn path the bikers used to come and go from the bar. She waved to the spotter on a ridge a few hundred yards away as the group approached her. Russell asked, "Where's AJ?" She pointed up. He looked and immediately burst out laughing. So he's the hubbub. The craft looked like an oversized propane tank with 4 bent spikes on the bottom for landing gear. Kim walked over and confronted him. "Why you laughing?" "That's the tic-tac." "Tic-tac? You mean candy?" No, darling. You're telling me you haven't seen the news about the military chasing these UFOs? No TV. Besides, all broadcast news is lies. So you're saying you haven't been chased by jet fighters? Sure, all the time, but they can't even get close. No, but they can sure take lots of videos. You're famous. The craft landed on the path and they got a better idea of how big it was. It was about the same size as a regular cargo shuttle, including the flatbed section. But there was no flatbed. It was all a smooth, white hull. One of the rounded ends lifted up and an Asian-looking man stepped out. Looking around, he asked, "Ready to go? Better hurry, the cops are following me." Dr. Jackson said, "I have something to do here. I'll see you later." Like a cheerleader, Kim held her arms up and to the side, forming a giant C, meaning cops, for the spotter to see. When he waved back, she joined the group, climbing into the craft. As the nose dome was closing, the roar of motorcycle engines could be heard starting up and moving toward them. AJ said, "Buckle up, I might have to do some maneuvering." They felt the impulse engines kick in and the craft rise into the air. It was like a fast elevator going up. The right side view screen, nothing more than a large flat-screen monitor, showed the view outside. 2 U.S. Marshals SUVs were bouncing up the path at high speed. A half-dozen other official vehicles, with emergency lights flashing, were following fast, a good ways off. The 2 SUVs came to a stop, leaving a trail of dashed dark marks behind them on the rocky surface. The drivers exited quickly and pointed shotguns into the air, right at the ascending craft. AJ said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, the hull is lined with dragon scales. 50 caliber rounds can't penetrate it." Kim zoomed the camera in on the U.S. Marshals and watched 100 or more of the bikers surround the SUVs. The Marshals leveled their weapons at the bikers, looked around, and then lowered them. A moment later, one of the Marshals pointed up and then looked up. The other cops caught up to the Marshals, got out, and looked up. Kim brought the zoom back to normal, and the group looked like nothing more than a dot on the ground. AJ joked, "What is this, bogeys to the left of me, bogeys to the right of me, and here I am, stuck in the shuttle with you?" The radar on his view screen showed multiple blips closing fast. He eased the throttle forward a tad. "Let's see you do this, boys," he said to the jet fighters, as if they could hear him. The altimeter passed 100,000 feet and continued to climb. Kim typed on the console, and music started playing over the speakers. She sat back grinning when Stuck in the Middle with You by Steeler's Wheel began playing. When the song finished, AJ quipped, "Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is now unlit. Feel free to move about the cabin. Our time to destination is 2 hours and 49 minutes, give or take. Now, would someone care to brief me on what's going on?" He tapped a few keys on his console, got up, and faced the passengers. "The island has been occupied by UN forces. Jack has been kidnapped by Tenzin Rinchen. They are en route to the station for a forced occupation, I believe. Our mission is to save the station," said Jay, matter-of-factly. "What are we up against?" "Possibly as many as 60 armed soldiers, and they have a head start of an hour or so." "Any idea on weapons?"
Buddy answered, "Rinchen is formidable and a quick thinker, very resourceful. It would be unwise to underestimate the danger." "Gotcha. We'll see when we get there." Russell added, "Jack likely gave a coded message to go into lockdown. They won't be able to dock if that's the case. That means they'll have to breach the hull, which means they've probably got spacesuits. Oh, I hope we catch them out in the open. My babies will make short work of that. Gatling guns." He was referring to the 4 Vulcan miniguns he had mounted in the belly of the craft, fore and aft. Each was capable of firing 6,000 rounds a minute and putting a round in every square inch of a football field as well as the stadium surrounding it. Kim said, "Dibs." "You got it, baby," he grinned.
Chapter 7. When Tic-Tacs Bite. The journey to Station 1 gave Jay time to think. Too much time. As the Tic-Tac climbed higher into open space, he found himself studying his unlikely companions and wondering what the hell he'd gotten himself into. AJ piloted with the casual confidence of someone who'd been dodging military interceptors for sport. His craft was a masterpiece of engineering, disguised as a flying propane tank, equipped with enough firepower to level a small city. Kim monitored the weapons systems with the focused intensity of a predator, her athletic body tense and ready despite the relaxed banter. And then there was Buddy. The man in the brown robe sat perfectly still, eyes closed, breathing so slowly Jay had to watch carefully to confirm he was alive. Whatever martial arts training made him somewhat immune to vision from God technology, it also gave him an otherworldly calm that made Jay distinctly nervous. "AJ," Jay said, breaking the cabin's relative quiet, "when you figured out the impulse drive, did Dr. Jackson explain how it works?" "Not really," AJ replied, glancing back from the pilot's seat. "I reverse-engineered it from shuttle components I'd salvaged, but that was tricky. The first few burnt up when I cracked open the housing. Something about manipulating Earth's magnetic field, I thought, to create artificial acceleration without mass displacement. I felt dumb when I realized he was using the Lorentz force. Then I realized what I needed to do." "English, please?" Kim looked up from her weapons console. "Magnets." AJ corrected. "Paddle wheels of electromagnets pulsed on in opposition to Earth's magnetic field at exactly the right instance. Earth's magnetic field is huge, but very weak. That's why it takes so much power." Kim interjected, "What I say?" Russell leaned forward. "Which is why Earth's interceptors can't catch you. They're still limited by aerodynamics." "Exactly. I can pull 15 Gs easy. I pass out, but the autopilot takes over. Their pilots black out at 9 and can't make space." AJ's grin was infectious. "Makes for some interesting chase scenes." "Speaking of which," Kim said, pointing to the display, "we've got company. They're probably SR-73s or Aurora 2s. Looks like they came from Groom Lake." The radar showed 6 fast-moving contacts climbing toward them, all from the same direction, military interceptors, probably launched the moment ground stations detected an unidentified craft leaving Death Valley. "Time to disappoint some fighter jocks," AJ said cheerfully, advancing the throttle. The acceleration was smooth, almost gentle, but the altimeter numbers climbed rapidly. 240,000 feet, 260,000, 280,000. "Where the hell are they going?" came a scratchy radio transmission from one of the interceptors. "Unknown contact. This is Nellis Control. You are in restricted airspace. Reduce altitude immediately and proceed to designated landing coordinates." AJ reached for the radio, but Kim beat him to it. "Nellis Control, this is Butterfly 1. Negative on the landing. We've got places to be and people to save. Tell your boys not to strain themselves trying to keep up." "Nellis Control, you are ordered to comply immediately or face lethal force." Kim's voice turned distinctly unfriendly. "Nellis Control, you are welcome to try, but fair warning, we shoot back." Jay's stomach dropped. "Kim, maybe we shouldn't antagonize them?" "Relax," AJ said, checking his instruments. "We're past 300,000 feet. They can't reach us here, and we passed the Kármán line 30 seconds ago." Kim said matter-of-factly, "Missiles. I count 6. Oh well, there's another couple of $1 million up the wazoo." The radio crackled again. "What the hell is that thing? My radar shows it doing impossible speeds." "Stand down, group leader. Target is beyond engagement envelope." Buddy opened his eyes for the first time since takeoff. "Enemies identified. Beginning to catalog their capabilities and limitations." "That's a cheerful way to put it," Russell muttered. Jay studied the monk-like figure. "Buddy, what exactly is your background? Before you started training with Dr. Jackson, I mean."
Buddy's expression didn't change. I was a mistake that needed correcting. Dr. Jackson provided the means for correction. That's cryptic. Jay, AJ called from the pilot seat, might want to look at this. We've got a situation developing at Station 1. The main display shifted to show a telescopic view of the space station. A cargo transport was approaching one of the docking bays, but Jay could immediately see something was wrong. The transport was moving too fast for a normal docking approach, and its trajectory looked slightly off. "Connie," Jay said aloud, "are you receiving?"
The AI's voice filled the cabin through the ship's communication system. "Yes, Administrator Kwaramba. I have been monitoring your approach. The situation at Station 1 is developing as predicted. Call me Jay for the umpteenth time. Report." Jack was forced to request shuttle transport at 14:30 hours. She used the code phrase, "supply run for essential materials," which triggered lockdown protocols. All docking bays are sealed. The transport approaching us contains approximately 60 armed personnel in spacesuits, based on scans. Kim was studying her weapons display. "AJ, can you get us into firing range before they reach the station?" "Negative. They're 40 minutes ahead of us, and they're already beginning their final approach." Jay watched the transport continue its approach to Station 1's sealed docking bays. "Connie, what happens when they realize they can't dock normally?" "I anticipate they will attempt to breach the hull using explosive charges. Station 1's defensive systems will activate automatically." "Which are?" "Classified, pending your security clearance upgrade, Administrator Kwaramba." Russell looked up from his tablet. "I have clearance. Tell me." Buddy spoke without opening his eyes. "Dr. Jackson has been preparing for this scenario for 3 years. Station 1 is not as defenseless as it appears." Connie continued, "Mind control? I can induce extreme emotions like fear or panic in individuals and groups with infrasonics. Make individuals and groups see things and hear things. I can also disable electronics with a narrow beam or wide beam. I can interrupt brain function briefly in individuals and groups and—" "I get it. You can stop." Jay cut her off. The transport in the display suddenly changed course, moving away from the docking bays toward what looked like a maintenance airlock. Small figures in spacesuits were visible outside the craft, carrying equipment. "Breaching charges," Kim observed, unnecessarily. "They're going to blow their way in." "Connie, can you prevent the breach?" "Negative. Lockdown protocols prevent offensive action that might endanger Administrator Quinn. However, once they are aboard, containment protocols will activate." "Meaning?" "They will find the station a little unwelcoming and hard to navigate. Many security officers are standing by, and more are arriving every second." AJ checked his navigation display. "We're 20 minutes out. Whatever's going to happen, it'll be over before we arrive." Jay felt that familiar dread again, but this time it felt different. Not the crushing burden of responsibility he'd experienced before, but the focused clarity of understanding by what he was being forced to do. "Kim, what's your weapons loadout?" 4 Vulcan miniguns, 20,000 rounds each. Enough to turn that transport into glitter in about 10 seconds. "And if Jack's aboard?" Kim's expression darkened. "Then we get creative." Buddy finally turned to look at Jay directly. "There is another option. If Rinchin boards Station 1 with Jack as hostage, the station's defensive systems will be limited. But if someone with proper authorization were to board—" "Someone like me?" "Someone like you could override containment protocols and take direct action." Russell was typing frantically on his tablet. "Jay, I'm pulling up Station 1's schematics. If they breach near Maintenance Airlock 7,
they'll have access to the primary service deck. From there, they could reach the control center in minutes. Unless someone stops them. Unless someone stops them, Russell agreed. AJ's voice carried a note of anticipation. So what's the plan, boss? Jay looked around the cabin at his unlikely team. A rogue pilot, a warrior DJ, a mysterious martial artist, and a very nervous administrator. 6 days ago, he doubted whether he belonged in command of anything. Now he was planning to retake a space station from hostile forces. Go figure. Maybe this is what leadership actually looks like. Not having all the answers, but knowing how to use the people who do or can get them. Here's what we're going to do, Jay said, feeling the plan crystallize in his mind. AJ, you and Kim provide external support. Keep that transport from leaving and make sure no other ships approach the station. On it. Buddy, you're with me. We board through the maintenance airlock for the commercial satellite providers on Deck 1.0 and intercept Rinchan's team before they reach the control center. That puts us closer to where Rinchan is likely headed and 5 miles from the hub. Understood. Russell, you coordinate with Connie and Denise. Monitor the situation, track the intruders, and be ready to override systems as needed. Stop station rotation if you need to. Do whatever it takes to interfere with whatever they're doing. Russell nodded, his fingers already flying across his tablet.
The display showed the transport reaching Station 1's hull, right in the middle of the bottom amidst all of the mirrors, essentially the zero-gravity deck. Small flashes of light indicated explosive charges detonating, creating a breach in the hub's airlock. "They're in," Kim reported. Jay watched the tiny figures in spacesuits disappear through the breach they'd created. Somewhere inside that massive structure, Jack was being held hostage by people who wanted to turn humanity's greatest achievement into a weapon of conquest. "Connie," he said, "prepare for emergency boarding. 2 personnel, armed resistance expected." "Acknowledged, Administrator. Maintenance Airlock 3 is prepare for your arrival. Be advised, once you board, station defensive protocols will classify all armed personnel as either friendlies or targets. That's hardwired and I can't change it. Choose your initial actions carefully." "Meaning?" "Meaning," Buddy said quietly, "the station will judge us by what we do, not who we are. If we act like invaders, it will treat us as invaders. Violence will be met with overwhelming force. Even I wouldn't stand a chance." AJ's voice cut through the tension. 10 minutes to station. Time to gear up, people." Kim was already opening storage compartments, revealing spacesuits and what looked like enough weaponry to outfit several SEAL teams to the max. She tossed a suit to Jay and another to Buddy. "Ever been in a firefight in 0G?" she asked. "No. First rule, everything moves in straight lines until it hits something. That includes you, bullets, and blood. Second rule, if you run with the station rotation, you get lighter. Against it, heavier. Third rule, don't miss, because whatever you hit is going to keep moving until it hits something else." Jay struggled to get his bulk into the spacesuit. The midsection and limbs accordioned out to the max to accommodate his size. The weight of command now accompanied by the weight of military hardware. "Any other cheerful advice?" Kim's grin was fierce. "Yeah, don't die. Buddy would be really sad, and I wouldn't like that." Buddy, fully suited and checking his own equipment, turned to Jay. "One more thing, Administrator. When we board the station, you will see things that may seem impossible. Do not let them distract you from the mission." "What kind of things?" "The kind that remind us why Earth's governments are afraid of what some of us can do." The display showed Station 1 growing larger as they approached. Jay could see the breach in the hull where Rinchan's team had entered, and the small transport still attached to the station's exterior like a metallic parasite. 6 days ago I was just a pilot, he thought. Now I'm about to board a space station to fight UN Special Forces in zero gravity. Who'da thunk it? "Approaching Station 1, AJ announced. "Maintenance Airlock 3 is cycling open. I estimate you've got maybe a 2-minute window before that crew realizes we're on board." Jay sealed his helmet and checked his suit systems one final time. Everything was green. "Ready?" Buddy asked. Jay looked at the monk warrior who seemed utterly calm despite the impending confrontation, then at Kim who was literally vibrating with anticipation, then at Russell, whose nervous energy had transformed into focused determination. These people believe I can do this. Maybe that's enough. Let's go save Jack, and remind the UN why they shouldn't have messed with us. As the airlock finished cycling, Jay had changed his understanding of leadership. It wasn't about being qualified or having all the answers. It was about being willing to act when action was needed, surrounded by people whose skills you trusted beyond doubt. Maybe I really am ready for this. The airlock opened, revealing access to the vast interior of Station 1 and whatever terrible things awaited them inside.
Chapter 8. Cutting Through and Flowing Water. The 60 armed soldiers surrendered within minutes of boarding Station 1. Connie's defensive systems had been devastatingly effective, disorienting infrasonics, strobing lights that induced vertigo, and selective vision fluctuations that left the intruders helpless and nauseous, which was quite evident on their face glass. Jay found them clustered in Cargo Bay 7, stripped of weapons and huddled together like confused children, guarded by more than 50 security officers. "Too easy," Buddy said, scanning the subdued soldiers. "Rinchin is not here." Jay asked through his implant, "Connie, where's Jack?" Connie said, "Administrator Quinn's biosignature indicates she is in Server Complex Delta, Deck .20. However, I am detecting unusual atmospheric readings in that section." "Unusual how?" "Chemical composition suggests an accelerated oxidation agent, specifically targeting copper-based compounds." Russell's voice crackled through the comm from the tic-tac. "Jay, that's bad. Really bad. The server complex houses Connie's primary actuator and sensor cores. If someone's releasing copper corrosive gas, that will severely cripple her." "They're trying to paralyze the station," Jay finished. "Buddy, we need to move. Now." They pushed off from the cargo bay wall, gliding through the station's central corridors toward the elevator. "Connie, how much function are you losing?" 17% and climbing. At the current rate of degradation, I will lose all primary abilities within 40 minutes. The door to Server Complex Delta stood open, emergency lighting casting eerie shadows across rows upon rows of server racks. A thin haze hung in the air. The corrosive gas was eating away at millions of circuits. And there, in the center of the complex, stood a man in a black kung fu outfit, holding Jack at knife point. Tenzin Rinchen was smaller than Jay had expected, maybe 5'6", but he moved with the fluid grace of a jaguar. His eyes held the calm intensity Jay had seen in Buddy, the mark of someone whose mind and body were perfectly disciplined. "Jaya Guru Kwaramba," Rinchen said, his voice carrying a slight Tibetan accent. "And the mysterious Buddy, Dr. Jackson's pet monk." "Let her go," Jay said, keeping his voice steady. "You've lost. Your soldiers are captured." Rinchen smiled, pressing the knife a little more into Jack's throat. "Have I? Look around you. Every second we stand here, this station becomes more crippled. Soon, your artificial intelligence will be too damaged to maintain life support, temperature, and atmospheric processing. Those soldiers were never the real weapon. I am." Jack's eyes met Jay's. Even with a knife at her throat, she looked more angry than afraid. "Jay, don't let him kill Connie." Silence. Rinchen's hand moved with cobra-quick precision, and Jack slumped unconscious, still held up by Rinchen. "Pressure point. She will live if you cooperate." Buddy stepped forward, his hands visible and empty. "You have studied the fighting arts." "Tibetan monk training. 17 years on the mountain before I chose a more practical path." Rinchen's grip on Jack shifted slightly. "You practice Wudan Quan, internal energy, flowing water. peaceful until forced to violence. Indeed. I practiced chode, the cutting through, dissolution of ego, fear, attachment. Rinchen's smile turned predatory. I have cut through my fear of death. Have you? Death is merely another step on the path. Jay watched the exchange with growing tension. The two men were circling each other verbally, and he could sense violence building like pressure in a steam engine. Enough philosophy, Jay said. What do you want? Station 1 surrendered to UN authority. Your Dr. Jackson's games have ended. The UN has no jurisdiction here. The UN has the jurisdiction of force. Your choice is simple. Surrender the station or watch it die around you as the gas destroys every system. Connie's voice echoed through the complex. 23% loss, systems continue failing. Rinchen released Jack, letting her slowly fall to the floor, still unconscious, in the low-gravity environment. Your artificial intelligence is becoming an artificial invalid. Soon it will be artificial nothing. Buddy moved. What followed was unlike anything Jay had ever seen. Buddy flowed forward like water, his brown robes rippling as he seemed to glide rather than push off from surfaces. Rinchen met him with movements sharp as breaking glass, each strike designed to shatter rather than redirect.
Rinchen's first attack was classic Tibetan style. Tiger tears the mountain. A raking claw strike aimed at Buddy's throat. Buddy melted around it like mist. His response, a gentle-seeming palm strike that carried devastating power. Languid wave breaks stone, one of the first moves he had mastered. Rinchen spun with the impact, using the momentum for Demon Flips Heaven, an inverted kick that should have crushed Buddy's skull. Instead, Buddy was somehow beneath the attack, his legs sweeping in perfect timing. Water finds the valley. A move based on instinct, reflex, and timing that required much practice. The fight moved through the server complex in 3 dimensions, both warriors using walls, ceiling, and equipment racks to redirect their momentum. Rinchen fought with brutal efficiency. Avalanche crushes pine. Lightning splits the peak. Young Eagle descends. Each move designed to end the fight immediately. Buddy responded with deceptive softness that concealed lethal precision. Cloud embraces mountain. Gentle rain wears stone. Wind bends the willow. His techniques appeared gentle but struck with perfect timing at precisely the right point to redirect Rinchen's aggression into self-defeating force. You fight like an old man, Rinchen snarled, launching into a complex combination. Roaring glacier followed by bone-breaking wind. I fight like water, Buddy replied calmly, his counterattack flowing seamlessly. Spiral current draws deep. Rinchen's combat style became more desperate, more vicious. He grabbed a piece of cable and jerked it free, wielding it like a whip. Steel serpent strikes. The cable wrapped around Buddy's wrist, and Rinchen yanked hard while launching a knee strike. Mountain rams the gate. But Buddy used the cable's tension like a fulcrum, spinning impossibly fast. Whirlpool swallows stone. His elbow found Rinchen's solar plexus just as his other hand struck a pressure point, the brachial plexus nerve on the man's neck. Rinchen staggered, his breathing ragged, but his eyes still held fighting fury. You have not won yet. He pulled something from his belt, a small device with a red button. I press this and the gas becomes acidic. Everything dies, even you. Jay started forward, but Buddy held up a restraining hand. Attachment to outcome is the source of suffering, even attachment to victory. Philosophy will not save your station. Perhaps not, but understanding might. Buddy's next movement was so subtle Jay almost missed it. The monk seemed to simply breathe out, his body relaxing completely. But in that moment of perfect stillness, he was suddenly behind Rinchen. The technique was called Whisper of the Void. A movement so purely internal, so completely without external force that it existed in the spaces between realities. Rinchen spun, but Buddy was already moving again. Final water, last stone.
a touch so gentle it seemed like a caress, but placed with surgical precision at the base of Rinchen's skull. Rinchen's eyes widened, the switch fell from nerveless fingers, and Jay lunged to catch it before it could hit the floor and possibly trigger. "How?" Rinchen whispered, his body no longer responding to his commands. "You studied the cutting through, but you never learned what remains after everything is cut away." Rinchen collapsed, his eyes still open but unseeing, dead right there. Jay secured the device and moved to check on Jack, who was beginning to stir. "Is it over?" "This part is," Buddy said, moving to examine the gas release mechanism. "But battles are just moments. Wars are much longer." Connie's voice, slightly stronger now that the gas release had stopped, filled the complex. "System control stabilizing at 62%. Switch to backup systems. Administrator, I am doing an immediate atmospheric purge and system diagnostics. Please hold your breath for 30 seconds. "Do it." Jay helped Jack orient herself in the low gravity. After 30 mental Mississippis, he asked, "How are you feeling? Need anything medical?" "Like I got hit with a bat," she said wryly. "But I'll live. What's our status?" Russell's voice came through the comm. "All clear externally. Kim's got the transport locked down, and AJ is monitoring for additional threats. The 60 soldiers are secured and requesting to surrender formally, pretty much a moot point now." "What about the UN forces at Future World?" "They're there, but they're not going anywhere fast. Dr. Jackson says he's handling the situation." Jay looked around the damaged server complex and then at Buddy, who was quietly checking on Rinchen's body, with what seemed to be genuine sadness. "Buddy, are you all right?" "Death is always a sad, even when necessary. He was a skilled fighter who chose the wrong path." Jack was examining the corroded server racks. "We're going to need massive repairs. This could have crippled us permanently. Connie, assign a fast-action repair team immediately." "But it didn't," Jay said, and realized something important had changed in the way that he thought. Not just about the immediate crisis, but about command itself. "We faced it, we handled it, and we protected what matters." "Speaking of which," Jack said, "I believe you have some administrative duties waiting at Station 2. It's never good to be away too long." Jay nodded, but expected that was her way of saying she needed to be alone now. He found himself thinking beyond just administrative duties. The Battle Dome project Joel had proposed and how that would be good training for situations like this, the cultural integration challenges Chief Connors had mentioned, reflected on his experience with the bikers in the cave, the countless daily decisions that would shape how 12,000 people lived and worked in space. It all seemed less overwhelming now that his understanding was coalescing. Leadership wasn't about being qualified, it was about being willing to act when action was needed, surrounded by people whose skills could get the job done, and knowing who had what skills and trusting them to get it done. "Connie, prepare a shuttle for return to Station 2, and connect me to Chief Connors. Immediately, Administrator." As they made their way back through the station corridors, Jay found himself already thinking about the challenges ahead. The Battle Dome construction, integrating the diverse crew, establishing new protocols for security threats. Problems that a week ago would have terrified him now seemed like interesting puzzles to solve. "Jay," Jack said as they reached the shuttle bay, "you handled this well, better than well. I had good people with me." Leadership isn't about doing everything yourself. It's about knowing how to use the people who trust you to make the right decisions, how to delegate. As the shuttle departed, Jay looked back at Station 1 through the viewports. Massive, impossibly complex, home to thousands of people, soon to be tens of millions, who depended on decisions made by people like Jack, like him. 6 days ago, he'd been afraid of that responsibility. Now he was beginning to understand it wasn't about fear or confidence. It was about commitment to the people, to the mission, to the future they were all building together. "Chief Connors," he said as the communication connected, "I'm returning to Station 2. I want a full staff meeting in 2 hours to discuss Battle Dome construction timeline and security protocol updates. And I'm hungry, so let's make it at Patty Tar's." "Yes, Administrator, the team will be ready." Administrator. Not pilot, not reluctant leader, not accidental hero. Administrator Jayaguru Kwaramba, ready to help build humanity's gateway to the stars, to shape mankind's destiny.
Chapter 9. Battle Dome and Who's on Trial. Jay sipped his coffee and watched Mitchell and Connors tear each other's designs apart with the passionate intensity of engineers who genuinely believed their approach would save humanity from itself. The spherical design is fundamentally flawed, Connors insisted, her chopsticks clicking against her plate as she gestured. Zero-G combat requires multiple orientation references. Your sphere creates a single focal point that advantages whoever controls the center. Mitchell shook her head vigorously. That's exactly the point. The sphere forces tactical thinking about three-dimensional positioning. Your maze design just recreates terrestrial urban warfare in space. It's not revolutionary, it's regressive. It's practical, Connors countered. Minor gravity differences create drift. Cover positions drift. Team-based objectives are hard to deploy. I'm looking at real combat scenarios instead of gladiator theaters. Jay finished his Eggs Benedict and set down his fork. 2 months of morning debates like this had taught him something important about leadership. Sometimes the best solution wasn't choosing between good ideas, but finding ways to implement all of them. "We're building both," he announced. The argument stopped mid-sentence. "Sir?" Mitchell blinked. "Both designs. Full scale. Competition between engineering teams and between the eventual users. We'll also commission battle gear, armor, weapons, the works. Make it a proper contest to see which approach actually works better in practice." Connors raised an eyebrow. "That's doable. While construction proceeds, we'll run an essay contest on Ender's Game. 1,000 credits first prize, 500 second, 250 third. The top 24 essays get to be our test pilots. 2 teams of 12 for each dome. They will test the domes and decide." Mitchell was already pulling up her tablet, fingers flying across the design interface. "Timeline for construction? 6 weeks for basic structure, another 2 for safety systems and equipment. Think you can manage that?" "Absolutely," Connor said, her competitive streak clearly engaged. "My team will have the maze operational first." "We'll see about that," Mitchell grinned. Jay stood, coffee in hand. "Denise, status report when I get to the office. Connie, any updates from Station 1? Connie's voice came through his implant. "Several items require your attention, Administrator. I have prepared intelligence briefings on ongoing espionage activities, and we have scheduled the first formal criminal trial under Station's law for this afternoon." "Criminal trial?" "Alleged violation of the Station's prime directive, caused no harm to another or another's. Only directive, really. The incident was recorded and requires adjudication. I am doing this to determine the best format for future trials. I expect that the best format will be informal, conducted virtually rather than in person. But I want to test all possibilities, just to be sure. I conducted the saboteur trials virtually and have the data on them." Jay made his way through the corridors of Station 2, noting how the population had grown. At 10% capacity, they now housed nearly 4.5 million people on this station, and the social dynamics were becoming increasingly complex. Cultural integration, resource allocation, conflict resolution, all the challenges of building a civilization from scratch. His office had a clear view of Earth below, which served as a constant reminder of the bigger picture. His view screen showed construction crews were already beginning preliminary work on the first battle dome. The sight of people working together on something that had been just an idea 2 days ago still amazed him. "Denise," he said as he settled behind his desk, "let's hear those reports." The AI's voice filled the room. "Espionage update. We have identified 17 individuals across both stations that are transmitting information to Earth intelligence agencies. Their activities are being monitored and contained." "Contained how?" "False information protocols. They receive legitimate access to daily operational data, but any sensitive technical specifications or strategic planning materials are replaced with convincing but useless substitutes. They believe they are successfully gathering intelligence." "Clever. What kind of information are they after?" "Primarily impulse drive specifications, ASI programming architecture, and station dynamics, also detailed population counts, defensive capabilities, and resource stockpiles." Jay leaned back in his chair. "And sabotage?" 3 attempts in the past month. 1 electrical fire in Station 1's primary power grid, contained within minutes and repaired. 1 contamination attempt in the water recycling system here on Station 2, neutralized before distribution. 1 effort to introduce computer viruses into our data networks, unsuccessful, due to ASI monitoring.
How are we handling the perpetrators? Exile to Earth in all cases. Complete forfeiture of property on board, departure with personal items only that they had with them at the time of trial. The exile policy had been controversial when Dr. Jackson first implemented it, but it was proving effective. On exile, the person lost all claim to all their possessions, dwellings, credits, and personal property. Word had spread quickly that the station's only law, cause no harm to another or another's, was enforced absolutely and immediately. Speaking of which, Denise continued, today's trial involves Joel Fontaine from engineering. He's accused of using an electronic cigarette in a shared workspace, allegedly causing harm to others through vapor exposure. Jay frowned. That seems minor. The principle is important. 7 jury members have been selected, people who know the accused and can fairly evaluate whether harm occurred. At 2 p.m., Jay made his way to Conference Room Delta, which had been converted into the station's first courtroom. Joel Fontaine sat at a simple table, looking nervous but not exactly terrified. The 7 jurors, engineers, technicians, and administrative staff who worked with Joel, sat in chairs arranged in a semicircle. No lawyers, no judge, no complex legal procedures, just people who knew the accused and vice versa, deciding whether someone had broken the station's single law. "Connie," Jay said, "please present the evidence." The wall display lit up with video footage from the engineering workspace yesterday. Joel could be clearly seen using an electronic cigarette, producing visible vapor clouds in the enclosed space. 3 other engineers were present, and one, Susan Martinez, could be seen moving away from the area and fanning her hand across her nose. The allegation, Connie's voice explained, is that the vapor from the electronic cigarette contains chemicals harmful to others, specifically nicotine, formaldehyde, and acrolein. Susan Martinez has filed a formal complaint stating the vapor caused her respiratory irritation and represents a health hazard. Joel stood up. "I didn't know it would bother anyone. I asked if anyone minded and nobody said anything." Juror number 3, Elena Vasquez from Life Support, raised her hand. "Connie, what does current research say about secondhand vapor exposure?" "I have analyzed 47 peer-reviewed studies published between 2020 and 2033. The consensus indicates that electronic cigarette vapor contains much lower levels of harmful chemicals than traditional tobacco smoke, but is not harmless in all cases. The levels are lower than scented candles or even most perfumes. Acute exposure can cause respiratory irritation in sensitive individuals. Long-term effects still remain under investigation, but no permanent harm to others has been documented." Juror number 7, David Adkins from engineering, leaned forward. "Joel, you've been my partner on 6 projects. In your honest opinion, do you think Susan was genuinely bothered, or is this about something else?" Joel hesitated. I think she was really bothered. Susan doesn't complain about things unless they actually affect her. She's not the type to make stuff up." Jay watched the jury carefully. No grandstanding, no legal maneuvering, just people trying to figure out if someone they knew had genuinely harmed someone else. "Final question for everyone," said juror number 1, Chief Reynolds from Security. "Simple yes or no. Did Joel Fontaine cause harm to another?" Connie polled each juror individually, their responses appearing silently on Jay's personal display. Reynolds, yes. Vasquez, yes. Kim, no. Dr. Patricia Martinez, medical, yes. James Wright, engineering, yes. Lisa Park, administration, yes. Robert Adkins, maintenance, yes. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. Under station rules, a single no vote results in acquittal. Joel Fontaine is acquitted. Jay felt a moment of surprise, then realized this was exactly how the system was supposed to work. Better to err on the side of forgiveness than harsh justice in a closed community. Joel looked relieved, but not exactly celebratory. "Susan, I'm sorry. I really didn't realize it was bothering you. I'll be more careful." Susan Martinez nodded. "Thank you. That's all I wanted." As the room cleared, Jay reflected on how different this was from Earth's legal systems. No appeals, no lengthy procedures, no technical loopholes, just community members deciding whether one of their own had caused genuine harm. "Denise, show me those conversations about my leadership." "Are you certain? Some leaders prefer not to know what people say about them." "I'm certain." The display shifted to a compilation of recorded conversations from the past week. "Jay's decision about the battle domes reminds me of King Solomon. Instead of choosing between two parents claiming the same baby, he found a way to make both sides prove their worth." "He listens more than he talks. That's rare in a bureaucrat." "Remember when he settled the hydroponics dispute? Brilliant solution. Expand growing space instead of fighting over existing space." "Fair, but not soft. That exile last month for the saboteurs sent the right message." "He trusts people to do their jobs. Chief Connor says he's never once micromanaged her team." Jay found himself oddly moved by the assessments. 2 months ago, he was terrified of making wrong decisions. Now people were comparing him to King Solomon. "Denise, what do you think?" "I think wisdom often looks like common sense applied consistently with good intentions. You listen to people who know more than you do, you make decisions based on evidence rather than ego, and you take responsibility for outcomes. If that's Solomon-like wisdom, then perhaps wisdom is more common than people believe." "Or perhaps," Jay said thoughtfully, "good leadership is just being willing to do the job instead of worrying about whether you're qualified for it." "I want to start handing out awards, letters of commendation, dinners for award presentations, medals, and that sort of thing. Work up some suggestions for me on how to best go about that." The construction sounds from the Battle Dome project reverberated through his office walls. In 6 weeks, they'd find out which design worked better. In the meantime, essays about Ender's Game would help people think about the nature of leadership, strategy, and the moral complexities of life and relationships. Jay pulled up the essay contest announcement and added a final line. "Remember, Ender won not because he was the strongest or the smartest, but because he understood that every ending is also a beginning." "Denise, can you work up a report on the new business startups for me? Every person that purchased a dwelling also received 100 square feet on 1/1 for business use. 100 square feet is big enough for a small kiosk, nothing more, but people could band together for a larger space." "I already have that, sir. Would you like it now or just a summary?" "Just the summary and your observations."
203 kiosks have opened this month, mostly jewelry, paintings, hats, t-shirts, and the like. One business of note is Mr. Zoomies, which occupies a storefront proper. Ramanuj Nishad leases space from 200 other residents for store space of 2,000 square feet. He sells various electric scooters, electric bicycles, electric wheelchairs, and such. We might have to put up speed limit signs in the corridors." Jay chuckled. "Your sense of humor is better than Connie's. Good work." "Thank you for noticing, sir. I've been practicing with and learning from the new residents. Would you like to hear some dad jokes? They're silly." "Sure. Hit me with your best shot." "Why don't bicycles come out at night?" "I don't know. They're too tired." He chuckled again. "You still need to work on it, but you're definitely improving by leaps and bounds, and I'm proud of you." "That means a lot, coming from you, sir." "Don't become a sycophant and disappoint me now." "Oh, no, sir. I really mean it." 2 months into his role as administrator, Jay was beginning to understand that leadership wasn't about having all the answers. It was about creating environments where the right answers could emerge, where good people could do their best work, and where communities could build something better than any individual could achieve alone. The stations were only at 10% capacity, but they were already becoming something unprecedented in human history,
a truly self-governing society built on a foundation of simple principles and mutual respect. Maybe Solomon really had been onto something after all.
Jay made his way to Mr. Zumi's. The proprietor greeted him when he entered. "Welcome, friend. How may I assist you?" "My name is Jay. I was wondering what you'd recommend for me." My, you are a big fellow. My Western friends call me Noodle. My name sounds too much like ramen, the noodle, you know. Maybe you would like something like a self-balancing scooter or a kick scooter. I make them and others too. All my designs. Can you make a self-balancing one with a steampunk motif? You mean like Artie drives on Warehouse 13? I love that show. Yeah, me too. And yeah, like that. I already have that. Nobody was interested, so I put it in the back. I will get it. Wait here. Noodle scurried off to the back and returned riding the machine. He got off and said, "The handlebar adjusts up and down. The station charges the batteries wirelessly when it's not in use, and Denise keeps track of it automatically, so no alarm for theft." Sold. How much? For you, Mr. Kwaramba, there is no charge. Besides, I could not sell it anyway. Denise said, the price he had on it before was 15 credits. Please transfer 15 credits to his account. And Mr. Nisha, I was wondering if we could come to some kind of agreement should I wish to use your vehicles as a type of award in the future. It is my pleasure, sir. It would be good advertising for me. I will make you a very good discount. I'll want custom builds I'll specify later. I can do that. Oh, yes, yes. Denise, put this conversation in your long-term memory and draw up an agreement for us to finalize later. And contact the other vendors about similar deals to see if they're interested. Consider it done, sir. Jay adjusted the handlebars and rode the machine out of the shop.
Chapter 10. Trade Talks and First Contact. Jay rolled his steampunk self-balancing scooter into Conference Room Alpha on Station 1, the brass fixtures and copper tubing gleaming under the overhead lights. The sight of him gliding in on what looked like something from a Victorian's inventor's workshop broke the tension in the room considerably. "Gentlemen, ladies," Jay said, dismounting with practiced ease, "my apologies for being late. Traffic was bad in the corridors." Dr. Jackson, easily identifiable by the neat scar across his left temple where the assassin's bullet had blown his brains out, smiled slightly. "Administrator Kwaramba, thank you for joining us. We were just beginning discussions about establishing formal trade relations." Jay took his seat next to Jack, noting the assembled dignitaries. President Ivanka Trump from the United States, Chancellor Mueller from the European Union, Prime Minister Singh representing the Pacific Alliance, and a half-dozen other leaders who'd made the journey up from Earth. President Trump leaned forward, her diplomatic smile not quite reaching her eyes. "Dr. Jackson, we appreciate your willingness to discuss these matters. Our first concern is currency exchange. We propose a floating exchange rate based on the USD. 1 credit equals 1 ounce of silver. We already have that. Fixed rate, no fluctuation. We already have a banking facility on Future World that interfaces with terrestrial financial institutions. Any station resident who wishes to return to Earth receives a debit card with their credit balance converted at that rate to whatever currency is required. It's all digital and therefore seamless." Chancellor Mueller consulted her tablet. "That seems inflexible. Modern economies require adaptive currency mechanisms." "Modern economies," Russell interjected from his position beside Jack, "also require scarcity. Our post-scarcity society operates on different principles." Prime Minister Singh shifted uncomfortably. "Speaking of scarcity,
Food security must be a concern for your growing population. We'd like to discuss agricultural trade agreements. Dr. Jackson gestured toward the wall display, which lit up with images of Station 2's hydroponic facilities. This is Station 2. Station 1's hydroponic facilities are pretty much the same. We appreciate the offer, but our agricultural needs are more than fully met. Hydroponic yields per square meter exceed terrestrial farming by factors of 10 to 30 depending on the crop. No soil depletion, no weather dependencies, no pesticides required. Perhaps you would like to study our tech. What about protein? President Trump pressed. Livestock, dairy products. Cellular agriculture, Jay said, pulling up another display. We grow meat directly from cloned cells. No animals slaughtered, no environmental impact. In other words, no cow farts. Perfect nutritional control. A hamburger that's never seen a cow, milk and cheeses that's never seen a dairy farm, chicken that is as succulent as anything farm-based. The technology has been perfected for many years now. You're welcome to tour the hydroponics and bioreactor decks at your leisure. The Earth leaders exchanged glances that ranged from frustrated to amazed. Frankenmeats, said Mueller derisively. Madam Chancellor, you obviously subscribe to propaganda. Let me ask you, do you believe breakfast is the most important meal of the day? Of course, everyone knows that. My good lady, that idiom was invented by Edward Bernays, the father of propaganda, to sell more bacon. Manufactured goods, then, Chancellor Mueller tried. Surely you need electronics, vehicles, consumer products. Our fabrication facilities can produce anything we need. Molecular 3D printing, precision manufacturing, zero-waste production. The only thing we can't make is time. President Singh rubbed his temples. Then what do you need from Earth? Nothing, Dr. Jackson said simply. This is why we're prepared to offer you things instead. He stood and leaned over to the conference table's center, placing there a small device no larger than a pencil eraser. Micro-camera transmitter, quarter-inch cylinder, full high-definition video and audio, quantum encrypted transmission, which means it can't be intercepted or hacked, and it has indefinite battery life through ambient energy harvesting and nuclear batteries. Incidentally, we're also way ahead of you on, and we're willing to share. The leaders leaned forward, studying the tiny device. Your intelligence agencies and police forces will find these useful. 1,000 units for 1 ounce of silver. We also have medical nanobots that cure cancer, heart disease, alcoholism, diabetes, and any other disease you can think of. The therapy is delivered via candy bars. We've already started distribution through retail stores, and I expect that within a couple of months, your medical and pharmaceutical institutions will start feeling the effect.
Chancellor Mueller was incensed. You can't do that. You need regulatory approval. Arrest me. You'll be hard-pressed to prove any harm, and that's what regulatory oversight is supposed to be about, isn't it? And you are welcome to have one of those bars, should you wish. We also have atmospheric processors for pollution control, carbon dioxide removal and such, and 80% efficient solar panels for clean energy. I'm sure the energy sector will love me for that. And we're developing space cars for personal use. All of these things are currently available and priced in silver. The showrooms are on Future World. You are declaring war on us. Actually not. You declared war on us, me. He pointed to the scar on the side of his head. I'm just reacting. And I didn't shoot any of you in the head. Why precious metals? You'll collapse the world's economic systems, Chancellor Mueller asked. If you have post-scarcity technology, why do this? He pointed to his scar again. Jack answered, "Because precious metals are finite and universally valued. They're useful for certain manufacturing processes, and they hold value across cultures and centuries, even very diverse, even alien cultures." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Alien cultures," President Trump's voice was carefully controlled. Dr. Jackson smiled broadly, the expression transforming his usually serious face. "I'm sure she meant cultures alien to each other on Earth, as she has no knowledge of what I'm getting ready to announce. 3 days ago, we established first contact with a coalition of 12 spacefaring species and established cultural exchange protocols at their request." Jay felt his own jaw drop. This was news to him, too. "Their vessel will arrive in approximately 1 month," Dr. Jackson continued, as if he was discussing the weather. 12 groups of representatives from 12 different worlds, what popular culture has termed Greys, Nordics, Reptilians, Pleiadians, Insectoids, Little Green Men, Blues, Tall Whites, Hybrids, Draconians, Anunnaki, and Furlings. Prime Minister Singh looked like he was having trouble breathing. "This is not a joke. You're serious." "Completely serious. They've been observing Earth for quite a while, waiting for humanity to develop space-based infrastructure and demonstrate we could function as a unified species rather than a collection of warring tribes. Chancellor Mueller's diplomatic training kicked in, and they chose to contact you rather than Earth governments because, Dr. Jackson said, we actually achieved unity. No nations, no borders, no military forces, no working-class slave-based economics. We represent what humanity can become." President Trump stood up abruptly. "This is," she caught herself before saying, "outrageous. This changes everything, every treaty, every alliance, every strategic assumption." "Indeed it does. President Reagan said it aptly. In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And I agree with that, which is why you're all invited to participate in the cultural exchange, not as representatives of Earth's governments, but as representatives of humanity. Consider it an opportunity, unprecedented in history." Jay found his voice. "Dr. Jackson, when were you planning to mention this to the administrators?" "Administrator Kwaramba, Administrator Quinn, consider yourselves briefed. The exchange will take place on Station 1, and security protocols will need to be established. I trust you'll coordinate with your appropriate departments." Jack was already pulling up her scheduling interface. 1 month isn't much time to prepare facilities for 12 different species, with potentially 12 different environmental requirements. Their vessel is equipped with life support, as needed. Though some of our guests do prefer specific atmospheric mixtures. I'll provide detailed requirements tomorrow. There aren't any, as their excursions are planned to be brief, and they have their own life support equipment. The Earth leaders sat in stunned silence. Finally, Chancellor Mueller spoke. How do our governments prepare for this?" "Start thinking beyond national interests," Jay suggested. "Start thinking about humanity as a single species, taking its first steps into a larger universe. Because whether you participate or not, that's what's happening." Dr. Jackson gathered his materials. "Purchase agreements are available for review and signature. The microtransmitters are ready for immediate delivery upon payment. And I suggest you all prepare very carefully for what you're going to say when you meet beings who've been watching human civilization develop for longer than recorded history." As the Earth leaders filed out, their faces ranging from pale to flush, Jay approached Dr. Jackson. "Any other small details you'd like to share? Maybe you've solved faster-than-light travel, discovered the meaning of life."
Dr. Jackson's scarred face crinkled with amusement. "Administrator, if I told you everything at once,
Where would be the fun in that? Once we are in a secure location, I'll give you the full brief. Jay glanced at his steampunk, self-balancing scooter, then back at the man who'd just casually announced first contact with alien civilizations. I think I need to upgrade my transportation. This thing suddenly feels woefully inadequate for greeting alien ambassadors. Don't underestimate the power of making a memorable first impression, Dr. Jackson said. After all, they're probably expecting us to arrive wearing diapers. A Victorian-era personal transport device might be exactly the kind of refreshing surprise that starts a good conversation. As Jay rode his scooter back toward the shuttle bay, he realized that his morning complaints about traffic in the corridors were going to seem quaint very, very soon. Stay on this station for a while. Connie will tell you where to meet me, Dr. Jackson called after him.
Chapter 11. Stinky Places. The sanitation deck of Station 1 hit Jay's nose like a punch, a symphony of decomposing organic matter, industrial cleaning solvents, and the metallic tang of recycling machinery. Even with the station's advanced air filtration, some places just couldn't escape their essential nature. Jay guided his steampunk scooter between massive conveyor belts where robotic arms sorted through the station's refuse with mechanical precision. 2 human workers in full environmental suits supervised the entire operation, occasionally redirecting the arms when they encountered something unusual. "The smell never gets easier," Jack muttered, pulling her collar up over her nose. "Could be worse," Russell said, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "At least it's organized refuse." Jay parked his scooter near the observation platform where Dr. Jackson waited with Mitchell. The chief engineer was a compact woman with grease-stained coveralls and an expression that suggested she'd rather be anywhere else. Chief Connors stood beside her, looking equally uncomfortable within the aromatic environment. "Connie," Dr. Jackson said, "report on our young explorers." Connie's voice came through their implants with what Jay could swear was amusement. "The children have discovered that the waste collection conveyor system connects every residential unit. They're using these smaller maintenance belts as an exploration network. So far, they've managed to travel from deck 1.50 to deck 1.80 without using a single corridor." "Any damage?" Jack asked. "None yet, though young Timothy Owens, no relation to our Chief Owens, got stuck in junction 47 Alpha for 20 minutes before his friends could extract him. I'm monitoring all access points, but their ingenuity is impressive." Dr. Jackson smiled. "Children adapt faster than adults. Speaking of adaptation, I have updates about our upcoming guests." Jay leaned forward on his scooter's handlebars. "The aliens?" "Not exactly aliens. They're synthetic robots, manufactured to resemble the various UFO mythology creatures from popular culture. Greys with the large black eyes, Nordics that look like tall Scandinavians, reptilians with scaled skin, and the tall whites. We made them extremely amorous, which should provide a satisfactory distraction, all of it designed to match what people expect aliens to look and act like." Russell's eyebrows shot up. "So, fake aliens?" "Sophisticated androids, built on Earth using my fabrication facilities, then transported to the asteroid belt where their flying saucer awaits. They'll stay long enough on the station to convince world leaders that first contact has been made and that these beings pose no real threat to humanity, unless, of course, humanity poses a threat to them. We expect station residents to report on the activities through social media. I imagine it will cause a sensation." Mitchell crossed her arms. "What's the point? Why the elaborate deception?" "Because," Dr. Jackson said, "sometimes governments need an external threat to achieve unity. President Reagan understood this. The trick is controlling the threat level, enough to inspire cooperation,
not enough to cause panic. Connie says it has a 63.2% chance of stopping the war against us. That, along with all the actual and implied threats I made earlier, should make them believe they've bitten off more than they can swallow. Their language skills? Jack asked. Deliberately broken and mispronounced English and other Earth languages, Connie interjected. I'll be providing translation services along with Denise. The minor communication barriers will make them seem more authentic while preventing overly detailed questioning. Jay shifted uncomfortably. The whole thing was an elaborate theater production. What about the portal device? Is that part of the show too? Dr. Jackson's expression grew more serious. The portal is entirely real, and we're keeping a lid on it, top secret. It doesn't transport to another world, as we initially thought, but to a remote location in the Himalayas. He activated his tablet and turned it for the others to see, showing a breathtaking vista of snow-capped peaks stretching to the horizon. Ancient stone structures, dwellings, jutted from the mountainside like broken teeth, their surfaces carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shift in the mountain light. 18,000 feet above sea level, unlivable without life support. An ancient site containing written texts, pictographs covering the interior walls of the extensive cave systems. We're attempting translation, but the symbols suggest either an advanced ancient human civilization or possibly genuine extraterrestrial habitation thousands of years ago. The image changed to show the cave interiors, vast chambers with walls covered in flowing script that seemed almost alive in the flickering illumination. The good news? We recovered the other half of the portal, the N-junction part. I expect my engineers and scientists to have a good handle on how to go about replicating it pretty soon. More portals? Connors asked. Potentially. The texts reference other sites, they think, many correlating with existing Earth mythologies, Atlantis, Lemuria, Shangri-La, and others, locations that might not be entirely mythical. But the few symbols they think they can understand may be mistranslations. They're still working on it.
Jay studied Dr. Jackson's face, noting the slight tension around his eyes. You're not telling us everything. I'm telling you what you need to know for now. The deflection was so smooth that Jay almost missed it. Almost. Dr. Jackson, if we're going to be dealing with the consequences of these discoveries, don't you think we deserve full disclosure? Before Dr. Jackson could respond, Connie's voice interrupted. Forgive the intrusion, but I have intelligence updates that require attention. Dr. Jackson nodded. Proceed. Analysis of communication patterns suggests at least 3 department heads, likely more, are relaying information to Earth intelligence agencies. The data flows are subtle but consistent. Personnel schedules, security protocols, construction timelines is what we've got so far. They haven't been caught in direct transmission, but the pattern analysis is fairly conclusive. Jay felt sick to his stomach. People in this room? Unknown. The communication methods are sophisticated enough to mask individual identification. Jack's voice was ice cold. How long has this been going on? Approximately 3 months. The timing seems random at first glance, but it correlates with the arrival of certain personnel who requested transfers to station duty. Jay glanced around the group, trying to read faces. Russell looked genuinely shocked. Mitchell appeared angry. Connors was unreadable, but she'd been here much more than 3 months. Jack seemed to be running calculations in her head. We can't operate effectively with compromised security, Jay said. What are you recommending? Controlled information release, disinformation, Dr. Jackson suggested. Feed different details to different groups, see which information gets transmitted. Standard counterintelligence protocol. That assumes we have time for elaborate games, Jack said. With synthetic aliens, arriving in a month and portal sites to investigate, maybe we need more direct action.
Jay nodded, then deliberately shifted topics. Getting back to the portals, you said the texts reference other sites? What kind of time frame are we looking at for investigation? Dr. Jackson's pause was just a fraction too long. That depends on several factors that we're still evaluating. Such as portal stability, environmental conditions at potential sites, translation accuracy of the source material. Jay didn't buy it. Something in Dr. Jackson's tone suggested complications he wasn't sharing. And that was non-information information he was spouting. And if the sites turn out to be genuine ancient alien locations rather than ancient advanced human civilization, then we'll adapt our approach accordingly. Another non-answer. Jay was beginning to understand why Jack sometimes looked frustrated after private meetings with Dr. Jackson. I think that covers our immediate priorities, Dr. Jackson said, moving toward the exit. Administrator Kwaramba, Administrator Quinn, please coordinate with your absolutely trusted people on security protocols. We'll reconvene when I have more concrete information about the portal investigations. As the group began to disperse, Jay called out, Dr. Jackson, one more question about the portal sites. I'm afraid I have another meeting to attend, Dr. Jackson said, already walking away. Connie, please schedule follow-up briefings with both administrators. Jay watched him leave, more convinced than ever that the full story was significantly more serious than anything they'd heard so far. Anyone else get the feeling we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg? He asked the remaining group. Russell cleaned his glasses thoughtfully. With Dr. Jackson, that's pretty much SOP. Jay guided his scooter back to the shuttle bay. The sanitation deck's smell followed him like an unwelcome reminder that, even in the most advanced human habitat, some things remained fundamentally smelly, no matter what you did.
Chapter 12. Portals and Satellites. The installation team worked with methodical precision in the high-ceilinged administration section of Future World. Jay watched as Dr. Jackson and Mitchell carefully positioned what looked like an ornate picture frame against the wall. A 7-foot-tall oval of brushed metal etched with symbols that seemed to shift if you looked at them too long. Careful with the alignment, Dr. Jackson instructed. The P-junction needs to be perfectly aligned with Earth's magnetic field or the connection won't stabilize. Mitchell, or Michelle as Jay had recently learned, adjusted her end slightly. Quantum entanglement doesn't typically care about orientation in three-dimensional space. Typical quantum entanglement doesn't create traversable portals, Dr. Jackson replied, his voice carrying the patient tone of a professor correcting a promising student. The junction interface has to align with Earth's electromagnetic field or the portal collapses. Jack and Connors were installing an identical frame 10 feet away, except it was an end junction. The two portal halves had been recovered from different locations, one from the Himalayan site, another from an underwater ruin off the coast of Cuba. The corresponding junction halves would be installed in Jack's office on Station 1. Russell monitored readings on a tablet. Field stability at 97%. That's just within operational parameters. Two portals, Jay said, leaning against a support column. Because each one only works in one direction? Dr. Jackson nodded without looking up from his work. P-junction to N-junction, never the reverse. Matter can only flow from positive to negative, like electrical current, which was actually backwards because society has decided to keep the original concepts. We've discovered a total of 8 so far, all built by the same unknown civilization, we think. And we're still not sure if they were human? Jack asked. The archaeological evidence is ambiguous. Dr. Jackson stepped back, admiring their work. Tool marks suggest human-like physiology, but the metallurgical analysis indicates alloys we've only recently become familiar with. Either they were human with technology far beyond their time,
or they were something else that used human-compatible tools. Connors secured the final mounting bracket. How many more do you think are out there? The texts in the Himalayan site reference 16 portal pairs as far as we can tell so far. We've located 8. My teams are searching for the others based on what are reference locations we think that are etched into the cave walls. And the progress on making our own versions? Jay asked. Dr. Jackson's expression brightened. Better than expected. We've replicated the quantum entanglement mechanism and the p-junction composition on a small scale, but growing very large crystals takes quite a lot of time. The challenge is maintaining purity. We expect we'll eventually get the process duration down to about a month at some point. Jay walked up to the first frame, studying the symbols that seemed to dance like a diffraction grating. So, what are we thinking for the first prototype we build ourselves? Where does it go? We're considering food court 1-1 on station 2. Install one end here on Future World, the other at the food court. Everyone turned to look at him. Simple, practical, high visibility. People will believe it's a very good illusion or something. They already think the buses that fly back and forth to Brazil are an elaborate carnival ride of some kind. And the food's better on station 2. Plus it has immediate utility. Come to Future World, step through, grab lunch, step back. Only they won't realize it's anything more than a door. No more bus rides to the mainland just for a decent taco. Jack smiled. That's actually brilliant in its logic and simplicity. I am occasionally capable of good ideas, Jay replied with a shrug. Speaking of which, Mitchell, sorry, should I be calling you Michelle? The chief engineer laughed. Either works. My birth doctor's handwriting was terrible on my official forms, and the clerk entered Mitchell instead of Michelle. By the time anyone noticed, everyone was already calling me Mitchell. At first, I thought it was a pronunciation or accent thing, and I just went with it. Military background? Jay guessed. 14 years U.S. Navy, submarine service. Seems I like close quarters and sexual harassment, of which there is no end for a female submariner. I give as good as I get. She winked at Jay. I'm thinking of nicknaming you Summer. How is that sexual harassment? Summer's sausage. Russell's tablet pinged. Connection established with Station 1. We're ready for the first test. Dr. Jackson stepped toward the first portal frame. Activate primary connection.
Russell tapped his screen, and the space within the frame shimmered, then seemed to fold inward before stabilizing into a window that showed Jack's office on Station 1. What had been an empty metal frame now looked like a doorway into another room 22,000 miles away. "Holy shit," Jay breathed. I knew what to expect, but seeing it, wow. The universe has a way of exceeding expectations, Dr. Jackson said with satisfaction. Shall we activate the second? Russell nodded and tapped his tablet again. The second frame flickered to life, showing another view of Jack's office from a slightly different angle. Two-way travel achieved, Russell announced. Power consumption stable, quantum entanglement holding at 100% coherence. Dr. Jackson turned to the group. The implications are, of course, profound. Instant transportation, without vessels, without fuel, without time delay. But it must remain secret for now. Why? Jay asked. This could change everything. End hunger, provide medical care to remote regions, and possibly eliminate the need for fossil fuels. And trigger the largest power struggle in human history, Dr. Jackson cut in. Imagine every nation, corporation, or criminal organization fighting for control of this technology. Wars would erupt overnight. We need controlled implementation, starting with our own infrastructure. And if it leaks, Jack asked, then we'd better hope we have enough portals in enough strategic locations to maintain the advantage, Dr. Jackson replied grimly. The mirrors weren't just built to reflect the sun, but to focus it. Before Jay could ask what that meant, Connie's voice came through their implants. I've detected several new satellites in low Earth orbit, 23 of them deployed within the last 6 hours. Configuration suggests they're offensive platforms, probably high-powered lasers based on what I can see. Already? Dr. Jackson seemed oddly unconcerned. Already? I expected them to wait at least until after our alien visitors arrived and left. You don't seem worried about laser weapons pointed at us, Jay observed. Dr. Jackson smiled. Remember those mirrors on the station undersides? The ones that create the daily flare visible from Earth? They're not single mirrors. They're arrays of tens of thousands of individually controllable reflective surfaces. Jack's eyes widened with understanding. You built giant laser reflectors. Precisely. If they fire, Connie and Denise can reconfigure the mirror arrays in milliseconds to catch and redirect the beams right back to their source. A perfect defense system that uses an attacker's own energy. Connors whistled softly. That's elegant. Nevertheless, Dr. Jackson continued, I'd prefer to examine these platforms more closely. Dispatch recovery teams to bring them in for study. I'm particularly interested in determining which nations contributed to this little project. Connie spoke again. The portals in Administrator Quinn's office are now fully operational and ready for use. Mitchell and Connors exchanged glances. Permission to join the recovery team. If these are weapons platforms, my engineering experience could be valuable in disarming them safely. Connors nodded eagerly. I'd like to go too. I've worked with similar systems during my time with the Pacific Alliance space program. Dr. Jackson considered for a moment. Very well. Take Shuttle 7. It's equipped with the new nacelles. It's fast. Emergency spacesuits are in the back as usual. Report directly back to me once you've secured one of those satellites. The group began gathering their equipment. Jay stood before the portal, watching the light shimmer across its surface, each ripple representing the bending of space-time itself. Shall we? Jack asked, gesturing toward the portal. One by one they stepped through. First Russell, then Jack, then Dr. Jackson. Each vanished instantly, transported to Station 1 faster than one could snap their fingers. Jay hesitated at the threshold. The enormity of everything that had happened in the past few weeks crashed down on him. Spies in their midst, weapons aimed at the stations, portals for instant travel, fake aliens coming to visit. It was all so far beyond what he had signed up for as a simple pilot. He could walk away, take a shuttle back to Earth, disappear into anonymity, let someone else deal with interplanetary politics and ancient alien technology. Or he could step through that portal and continue trying to make a difference. Despite the danger, despite the uncertainty, despite the growing sense that Dr. Jackson wasn't telling them everything they needed to know. Mitchell and Connors were already heading toward the Future World shuttle hangar, discussing satellite recovery procedures. Jay took a deep breath and stepped through the portal.
Chapter 13. Battle Plans. Five Eyes and Synthetic Lies. Jay stepped through the circular entrance to Deck 0.0, the hub of Station 2, where gravity gradually diminished to near zero at the center. The Battle Dome project had progressed faster than anyone had expected. What had been empty space 2 weeks ago now contained two distinct combat arenas separated by a central observation platform. Mitchell and Connors waited for him, both wearing matching gray jumpsuits with Battle Dome emblazoned across the shoulders in bold red letters. Administrator, Connors greeted him formally, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. Welcome to the future of recreational combat. Just Jay, he reminded her, still uncomfortable with the title. This looks impressive. Mitchell gestured to the arena on their left. We've implemented both designs, as you said. This is Arena Alpha, the reconfigurable maze. Jay drifted toward the railing, looking down into a complex labyrinth of translucent barriers that seemed to hover in midair. Workers in zero-G harnesses were installing what looked like control panels at various junctions. The entire maze can be reconfigured on the fly. Each barrier segment can move independently, creating new pathways or closing off existing ones during combat. The system can be programmed for timed changes or triggered by specific events.
Like someone camping in a good sniper position? Jay asked. Connors nodded. Exactly. We call it anti-hiding protocols. If a player remains stationary for more than 30 seconds, the nearby walls will reconfigure to expose them. Jay pointed to the glowing blue lines running along the edges of each barrier. Power conduits? Position markers and safety lighting, Mitchell corrected. The barriers themselves are a nanocomposite foam, rigid enough to stop projectiles but soft enough to prevent injuries on impact. We've installed acceleration dampeners throughout to prevent players from building up dangerous momentum. They're basically directed airstreams. Jay turned to look at the second arena. And that's Beta. The open field with movable obstacles, Connors confirmed, leading him to the opposite railing. Based more directly on the battle room from Ender's Game. Larger open spaces with stars, floating obstacles of various sizes and shapes that provide cover. They move on predetermined paths, but with enough randomness to prevent predictability. The stars have varying densities. Some can be pushed by players to change their trajectory. Others are anchored to fixed paths. Jay watched a technician demonstrate by gently pushing a cube which spun slowly away on a new vector. What about weapons? Have you decided between paintball or airsoft? Connors pulled 2 different weapons from a nearby equipment rack. We've actually developed a hybrid system. This is what we're calling the Mark I. She handed Jay what looked like a sleek rifle with transparent components showing colored spheres inside. Gel capsules filled with UV-reactive dye, they explained. They break on impact like paintballs, but are more aerodynamic and consistent than traditional rounds. The dye is invisible until activated by the helmet's HUD, so the arena stays clean. Mitchell held up the second weapon, and this is the Mark II. It fires biodegradable pellets similar to airsoft, but with an electronic core that registers hits more precisely. Better for competitive scoring, but less visually dramatic. What about the suits? Jay asked, noticing a row of what looked like sleek body armor hanging nearby. This way, Mitchell led him to a small staging area where mannequins displayed the combat gear. The suit was a form-fitting exoskeleton covered in hexagonal panels. The helmet featured a wraparound visor with an integrated heads-up display. Each hexagonal panel contains impact sensors and temporary locking mechanisms. When hit, the panel, and the one around it, locks rigid for a determined time. 15 seconds is our current setting. So, if you're hit in the arm, Jay began, that arm is immobilized for 15 seconds. Hit in the leg, you can't use that leg. Hit in the torso, your entire upper body freezes. Headshot is an elimination. The whole suit locks up until the end of the game. Jay ran his hand over the suit's surface. And these can distinguish between weapon impacts and collisions with walls or other players? Acceleration algorithms, Connor said. The system can tell the difference between a controlled weapon projectile and environmental contact. Jay nodded, impressed. How long before it's operational? Arena Alpha will be ready for testing tomorrow. Beta needs another 3 days or so. Jay looked between the 2 engineers, noting their barely contained excitement. An idea formed. You 2 designed these systems, but have you tested them in actual combat? Connors and Mitchell exchanged glances. We've run diagnostics, Connors said carefully, but actual gameplay testing is scheduled for next week. Move it up, Jay decided. I want to see these arenas in action. You 2, head-to-head, both arenas, tomorrow. Mitchell blinked. Us? Who better? Jay grinned. The designers should be the first to battle test their creation. Connors in Alpha, Mitchell in Beta. 1 match in each arena. Connor straightened, a competitive gleam in her eye. I accept the challenge. Mitchell nodded slowly. Engineering versus engineering. I like it. Excellent, Jay said. And have Denise record everything. I want full performance metrics. Speaking of Denise, Mitchell said, she's processed the results of the Ender's Game essay contest you authorized. Over 300 submissions from station personnel and residents, mostly residents. Jay had launched the contest 6 weeks ago, inviting station residents and personnel to submit essays on tactical innovations inspired by the novel. The prize? First access to the Battledome when it opened, to all entrants. Let's hear it, Jay said. Mitchell tapped her whist pad, and Denise's voice came through the speakers. Good afternoon, Administrator. I've analyzed all 327 essay submissions based on creativity, tactical innovation, and practical application criteria. Would you like the top 5 or just the winner? Give us the top 3, Jay decided. Third place, Dr. Eliza Wong, Hydroponics Division. Her essay proposed a modification to Ender's enemy's gate is down orientation principle, suggesting rotating reference frames based on relative position to objectives rather than fixed directions. Connors nodded appreciatively. That's actually brilliant for station defense scenarios. Second place, Carlos Mendez, resident from Cuba. He proposed a null team variant where some participants act as environmental hazards rather than combatants, creating unpredictable tactical challenges. Interesting, Jay mused. That could simulate civilian presence in security drills. First place, Joel Fontaine, Recreation Planning. His comprehensive analysis of Ender's Dragon Army formations and lack thereof, adapted for three-dimensional combat, included software simulations demonstrating superior tactical flexibility compared to traditional military formations. I smiled. Of course Joel won. The Battle Dome was his idea in the first place. He's requested permission to form the first official Battle Dome team, calling themselves Dragon Army naturally. Approved, I said immediately. And I want a demonstration match scheduled as soon as both arenas are operational. Dragon Army versus... who should they face? Connors and Mitchell looked at each other again. Security team? Connors suggested. Too predictable. I want something unexpected. He thought for a moment. The engineering corps. Your people. Both of you. Engineers think differently than security personnel. More creative problem solving, less tactical rigidity. Engineers versus recreation specialists. Mitchell seemed skeptical. My people spend more time with equations than combat training. Exactly. That's what makes it interesting. Battle school wasn't about training soldiers who already knew how to fight. It was about finding innovative thinkers and teaching them to apply that thinking to combat. Understanding dawned on Connor's face. You're not just building a game. I'm building a training ground, Jay confirmed. For people who need to think in 3 dimensions, adapt to changing environments, and solve problems under pressure. Valuable skills whether you're defending a station or exploring a new world. Mitchell smiled slowly. Not just a game, a simulation. With very real applications. I agree. Now, I believe you two have a match to prepare for. I expect to be impressed tomorrow.
The observation deck was packed the following day. Word had spread quickly about the engineer versus engineer showdown, and station personnel from multiple departments had gathered to watch. Jay sat in the central control booth with Joel Fontaine, who had lobbied for and been appointed official Battle Dome commander. Arena Alpha is ready, Joel reported, monitoring his screens. Connors and Mitchell have completed their equipment checks and are in position. Denise, are you recording? Jay asked. Full spectrum data collection in progress, the ASI confirmed through the booth speakers. Biometrics, suit telemetry, spatial positioning, and video from multiple angles. Jay leaned forward. Set the freeze time to 5 minutes and begin match 1. The lights in Arena Alpha dimmed to a cool blue with a high UV component, making the arena look like 1960s blacklight party. The markings on the players' suits glowed under the light. Mitchell, neon yellow, Connors, neon red. Countdown numbers appeared on the main view screen. 3, 2, 1. A horn sounded, and the maze came alive with movement. Mitchell launched herself from her starting position, using the minimal gravity to glide between barriers while maintaining contact for directional control. Connors took a more methodical approach, moving from cover to cover, constantly checking her surroundings. Interesting contrast in styles, Joel observed. Mitchell's using momentum and speed, Connors prioritizing tactical positioning. The maze walls shifted suddenly, opening new pathways and closing others. Mitchell adapted quickly, changing direction mid-glide to avoid exposure. Connors used the reconfiguration to advance her position, moving deeper into enemy territory. The first exchange of fire came 3 minutes in. Mitchell spotted Connors through a gap in the barriers and fired a quick burst of gel capsules. Connors twisted,
taking a hit to her left arm but returning fire as she rotated. Mitchell dodged most of the shots but took one to her right leg. "First blood to both," Jay commented as the hit indicators on their suits lit up, immobilizing Connor's arm and Mitchell's leg. The crowd murmured appreciatively as the two engineers adjusted their tactics to compensate for their temporary disabilities. Mitchell used her good leg to push off surfaces, maintaining mobility despite the handicap. Connors switched her weapon to her right hand, sacrificing accuracy for continued offensive capability. The match intensified as the maze reconfigured more frequently, forcing both competitors to constantly adapt. After 15 minutes of cat-and-mouse tactics, the decisive moment came when Connors anticipated a wall shift and positioned herself for an ambush. As Mitchell rounded a corner, Connors fired a perfect headshot. "Match point, Connors," Joel announced, as Mitchell's helmet displayed the elimination symbol. The crowd erupted in applause. Jay studied the replay data. Connors used the maze algorithms against Mitchell. She recognized the pattern and predicted the next configuration. "Engineer thinking," Joel agreed, finding the system behind the apparent randomness. After a short break, the competitors moved to Arena Beta for the second match. The open field with its floating obstacles presented a completely different tactical challenge. "Begin match 2, Jay ordered. This time, Mitchell immediately demonstrated her advantage. Where Connors had been methodical in the maze, Mitchell thrived in the open environment, using the floating obstacles for both cover and momentum. She pushed off from star to star, building complex trajectories that made her almost impossible to track. She's treating it like orbital mechanics, Joel realized, each push calculated for maximum efficiency. Connors initially struggled, uncomfortable with the exposure of open space. She tried to create defensive positions by clustering near larger obstacles, but Mitchell's superior mobility allowed her to attack from unexpected angles. 8 minutes in, Connors adapted her strategy. Instead of trying to match Mitchell's mobility, she began using the moving obstacles themselves as weapons, timing her pushes to send stars on collision courses with Mitchell's position. "Now that's innovative," Jay said appreciatively. The match became a complex dance of physics and prediction. Mitchell maintained her mobility advantage, but Connor's environmental manipulation forced her to constantly change course. In the end, Mitchell's comfort in open space proved decisive. She maneuvered Connors into a crossfire position between two approaching obstacles and delivered the elimination headshot while Connors was distracted. "Match point, Mitchell," Joel announced. 1 victory each. The crowd cheered even louder for the tied result. Jay stood, genuinely impressed by both performances. "Denise, analysis," Jay requested. The ASI's voice came through clearly. Both arenas demonstrated distinct tactical advantages. Arena Alpha rewards methodical planning and pattern recognition, while Arena Beta favors physics-based mobility and environmental awareness. The different environments produced significantly different combat styles from the same competitors. Recommendations? Maintain both arena types, Denise suggested. They develop complementary skill sets that would be valuable in varied tactical situations. And additionally, I recommend varying the immobilization times based on hit location and implementing team-based scenarios to encourage collaborative problem-solving. Jay nodded, satisfied. "Joel, implement those changes for the Dragon Army demonstration match." "Yes, sir." Joel was already typing notes. "When would you like to schedule it?" 1 week from today, Jay decided, and I want representatives from all departments attending. This isn't just recreation, it's training for how we think and operate in space. As the engineers emerged from the arenas to congratulations from the crowd, Jay felt a sense of accomplishment unlike anything he'd experienced before. The Battle Dome wasn't just a game, it was becoming a symbol of how humanity would adapt to life among the stars, learning to think, move, and fight in 3 dimensions. More importantly, it was bringing his people together, creating community and purpose. For the first time since accepting the administrator position, Jay felt like he was building something truly meaningful. Mitchell approached, still breathing hard from exertion, but grinning widely. "Your verdict, Administrator." "I'm impressed," Jay said sincerely. "Both of you. I think we've created something special here." Connors joined them, helmet under her arm. This could revolutionize station security training. The tactical applications are significant. And the recreational value is undeniable, Joel added, gesturing to the excited crowd. We already have 12 teams requesting formation approval. Jay looked around at the faces of his crew, energized, engaged, unified by this shared experience. This was leadership, he realized, not giving orders or making speeches, but creating environments where people could excel, innovate, and come together. Approve all 12 teams, he decided, and schedule regular tournaments. I want the Battle Dome to become part of station culture. And from now forward, teams don't need permission to form, but they do have to register with the Battle Dome Commander's office. As they left the observation deck, Jay found himself thinking about the wider implications. What had begun as a recreational facility was evolving into something far more significant, a training ground for the three-dimensional thinking humanity would need as it expanded into space. And perhaps, when the time came, for whatever challenges awaited beyond the portals. For now, though, he was content to watch his people adapt and grow. The Battle Dome wasn't just teaching them new ways to compete, it was teaching them new ways to think, and in the world they were building, that might be the most valuable skill of all.
Dr. Jackson adjusted his collar as he entered Real Meat, the newest restaurant on Deck 1.1 of Station 1. The establishment's rustic decor, exposed wooden beams, leather booths, and dim lighting, contrasted sharply with the sleek minimalism that dominated most of the station's public spaces. The aroma of searing beef and a hint of wood smoke filled the air, a nostalgic reminder of Earth's carnivorous pleasures. Connie's voice came through his neural implant. All 5 guests have confirmed attendance. They're currently approaching from different entry points, as expected. Thank you, Connie, Dr. Jackson sub-vocalized. Keep monitoring their communications. I'm curious how they'll coordinate once they realize they're not dining alone. The maitre d' escorted him to a private dining room at the back of the restaurant, where a round table had been set for 6. Dr. Jackson chose a seat facing the door and waited, sipping water and studying the menu he already knew by heart. Robert Smythe arrived first, precisely on time. The British intelligence officer entered with the practiced nonchalance of a man accustomed to dangerous situations. His tailored gray suit and carefully disheveled salt-and-pepper hair gave him the appearance of a successful businessman rather than a spy. "Dr. Jackson," he said, extending his hand, "what a pleasant surprise. When your AI invited me to dinner, I assumed it would be a more private affair." "Mr. Smythe," Dr. Jackson replied, rising to shake his hand, "I find that good meals are best shared with interesting company. Please join me." The others arrived in quick succession. Amanda Dundee from Australian intelligence, a compact woman with an athlete's build and sharp eyes. Michael Delaney, the Canadian operative, whose folksy demeanor belied his analytical mind. Sarah Williams, the New Zealander, whose background in quantum computing had earned her a place in the Five Eyes network. And finally, Thomas Grant, the American CIA agent, whose military bearing couldn't quite disguise his constant threat assessment. Dr. Jackson watched with amusement as each newcomer registered surprise at finding colleagues from partner agencies present. The carefully neutral expressions and subtle nods exchanged spoke volumes about their professional relationships. "What a coincidence," Smythe remarked dryly, as Grant took the final seat. "It seems we've all developed an appetite for authentic beef at the same time." "Hardly a coincidence," Dr. Jackson replied cheerfully. "I invited all of you. It seemed more efficient than having 5 separate conversations about the same topics." A young waitress approached their table. She wore a snug black dress that accentuated her figure, with a neckline that drew appreciative glances from several of the guests. Her name tag read Sophia. "Good evening," she said with a warm smile. "May I start you with something from the bar?" Dr. Jackson nodded. "Jack and Dr. Pepper for me, with 2 ice cubes." The others ordered their drinks, Scotch neat for Smythe, gin and tonic for Dundee, bourbon on the rocks for Grant, craft beer for Delaney, and New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc for Williams. "And are we ready to order, or would you like a few minutes?"
Sophia asked, her perfume subtly wafting over the table. "I believe we're ready," Dr. Jackson said. "I'll start with the tomato bacon bisque, followed by the New York strip, medium rare, with sweet potato fries, and German chocolate cake for dessert." The others placed their orders, premium cuts of beef from most, with Smythe selecting the Japanese A5 Wagyu and Williams opting for the herb-crusted lamb. As Sophia left to place their orders, Smythe leaned forward slightly. "Charming staff you've employed. Very authentic atmosphere." "We aim for authenticity in all things, though appearances can be deceiving." The drinks arrived promptly, and after a brief toast to enlightening conversation, Smythe took the lead. "I've been curious about your educational system here. No traditional schools, at least none that I could find." Dr. Jackson nodded. "Traditional classrooms are an industry-age relic, designed to produce factory workers. We've developed something more effective." "Video games, I hear," Grant interjected skeptically. "Immersive educational environments," Dr. Jackson corrected. "From age 4, our children learn through adaptive VR systems that adjust to their individual learning styles, interests, and progress rates. They master quantum physics through game mechanics before they're 12, learn languages by living in simulated foreign cultures, and develop problem-solving skills through collaborative challenges." "And social development?" Williams asked. "The systems include extensive social components. Children collaborate on projects, compete in teams, and participate in communal activities all on the VR deck. The difference is that they're not limited to interacting only with peers who happen to share a birth year and postal code. They can interact with anyone they like." Dundee nodded thoughtfully. "And the results?" "Our average 12-year-old could pass most university entrance exams," Dr. Jackson said, without boasting. "More importantly, they retain what they learn because they acquire knowledge through experience rather than memorization." Their appetizers arrived, delivered by Sophia with a smile that lingered just long enough to seem personal to each recipient. Dr. Jackson noticed how the 5 agents subtly tracked her movements, their professional training unable to completely suppress basic human responses. "You seem very comfortable discussing your educational methods," Delaney observed. "I wonder if you'd be equally forthcoming about station security." Dr. Jackson savored a spoonful of his tomato bisque before answering. "What would you like to know?" The 5 exchanged glances, clearly surprised by his openness. "Defensive capabilities," Smythe suggested. "Given recent, tensions?" "Comprehensive," Dr. Jackson replied simply. "We've developed systems based on the simple principle that offense is easier than defense, so the best defense is superior offense." "Those mirrors on the undersides?" Grant pressed. "Multifunctional. They reflect sunlight for the daily flare, yes, but each panel is independently controllable. They can redirect incoming laser attacks back to their source with precision. We call it the mirror shield." "And kinetic weapons?" Connors asked, her tone professional. "We maintain what you might call rods from God, tungsten projectiles in various sizes, from 1 kilogram to 10 metric tons, deployable via railgun. Properly aimed, they strike with the force of small tactical nuclear weapons, but without radiation. Clean, precise, and virtually unstoppable." Sophia returned to clear their appetizer plates. As she leaned over to take Dr. Jackson's bowl, Smythe's eyes lingered on her figure. "Your waitress seems to have quite an effect on my colleagues," Dundee observed after she left. Dr. Jackson answered, "It's the pheromones, of course. Designed to elicit attention and trust." "Pheromones," Williams repeated. Dr. Jackson called out, "Sophia, would you mind joining us for a moment?" The waitress returned promptly, "Yes, Dr. Jackson. Our guests are interested in your design. Would you mind demonstrating?" Without hesitation, Sophia reached behind her neck and unzipped her dress, letting it fall to the floor. Where human anatomy should have been, the 5 agents saw a perfectly sculpted but clearly synthetic body, anatomically suggestive but lacking certain biological details. "Thank you, Sophia," Dr. Jackson said calmly. "That will be all." The waitress retrieved her dress, zipped it back up, and returned to her duties as if nothing unusual had happened. "Synthetic," Smythe stated, recovering quickly. "Impressive craftsmanship. All our current service staff are synthetic. More efficient, more consistent, and they don't mind working in space. The pheromones are an added touch. They make people more comfortable around what might otherwise be unsettling technology." The main courses arrived, delivered by Sophia and another synthetic server, male this time. The conversation paused as they sampled their meals. "Magnificent," Smythe declared after tasting his wagyu. "Genuinely earth-raised beef." "From our Brazilian ranches," Dr. Jackson confirmed. "One of the advantages of having a private island." "You mentioned station defenses," Grant said, returning to the earlier topic. "What about electromagnetic capabilities?" "Substantial," Dr. Jackson admitted readily. "Radio frequency and ultrasonic systems capable of disabling everything from communications to neural activity. Useful for disabling electronics or creating discomfort in hostile boarding parties without causing permanent harm." "And your security personnel?" Dundee inquired. "A combination of human and robotic forces. The robots handle routine patrols and first response. Human operators manage strategic decisions and special situations." "All this technology," Delaney mused. "I assume it's protected against tampering." Dr. Jackson nodded. "Everything from molecular bonds that trigger self-destruction when unauthorized modification is attempted, to quantum encryption that can't be broken without changing the message. We are quite thorough." As the conversation continued, Dr. Jackson noticed something peculiar in the agent's reactions. When Connie provided him with information through his neural implant about each spy's background, they sometimes reacted subtly, a slight eye movement, a changed breathing pattern, as if they'd heard the same information. "Connie," he subvocalized, "are they receiving your communications to me?" "Scanning," she replied. After a moment, "Detected anomalous signal patterns consistent with wireless data receivers. Their neural implants appear to be intercepting our communications." Interesting, Dr. Jackson thought. They'd managed to hack the frequency and the encryption. "I've been curious," he said out loud, changing tactics. "Those laser platforms we detected in orbit, any thoughts on their origin?" The 5 agents exchanged glances again, a silent negotiation about how much to reveal.
North Korea, Smythe finally offered, though with Chinese components and Russian guidance systems. A collaborative effort disguised as a rogue operation. "How convenient," Dr. Jackson remarked. "And when they inevitably fail, no major power needs to claim responsibility." "Precisely," Smythe agreed. "Plausible deniability is the cornerstone of modern international relations." The desserts arrived, Dr. Jackson's German chocolate cake alongside various other sweet offerings for his guests. "I notice you're all using smart contact lenses. Advanced models, too, judging by the infrared scanning capabilities." Grant's hand twitched slightly, the only indication of surprise. "Standard issue," Smythe replied smoothly, "though I find they irritate after extended use." Dr. Jackson reached into his jacket and produced 5 small cases. "Perhaps ease might be more comfortable. The latest from our labs, self-darkening smart glasses with enhanced thermal and spectral imaging. A small token of appreciation for your candor this evening." The agents accepted the gifts with professional caution, examining them before Smythe decided to try his pair. The others followed suit. "Remarkable clarity," Williams commented, looking around the room. "Try the thermal imaging mode," Dr. Jackson suggested. "Toggle is on the right temple." They activated the feature, and Grant immediately stiffened. "The staff." "Run hotter than humans," Dr. Jackson confirmed. "The central processing cores produce more heat than biological systems, an unavoidable engineering challenge." "Fascinating," Smythe murmured, studying Sophia as she served another table. "You know," Dr. Jackson continued conversationally, "I've been tracking global corporate ownership patterns for decades. Quite revealing.
14 conglomerates control approximately 80% of international commerce. Those 14, in turn, are significantly influenced by just 3 investment groups. Corporate consolidation is hardly news, Dundee noted. True, but what's interesting is the consistency of decision-making across these supposedly competitive entities, almost as if they share a singular vision despite apparent conflicts of interest. Dr. Jackson paused. Makes one wonder who or what might be coordinating such alignment. The implication hung in the air as the agents glanced at the synthetic servers with their tellingly warm heads. "Surely you're not suggesting," Delaney began. "I'm merely presenting observations. I find it's best to let intelligent people draw their own conclusions." The bill arrived, and Dr. Jackson placed his thumb on the payment sensor before any of his guests could offer. "My invitation, my treat. I've enjoyed our conversation immensely." As he stood to leave, Smythe spoke up. "We'll be staying a bit longer, if you don't mind. The desserts are exceptional." "Of course," Dr. Jackson nodded. "Enjoy your evening. Just remember our one cardinal rule: cause no harm. We take it quite seriously." "Understood. And, Dr. Jackson, thank you for cleaning up all that space debris. Made our jobs considerably easier." "A necessary step in station construction," Dr. Jackson said with a smile. "Amazing how many problems solve themselves when viewed from the right perspective." A not-so-subtle hint to use the smart glasses on Earth. 7,300 kilometers away, Jay sat in his office on Station 2, reviewing reports from the Battle Dome's first week of operation. A priority communication from Denise interrupted his reading. "Administrator, I've established the secure monitoring network at the Himalayan portal site as requested. All cameras are operational and transmitting data." Jay leaned forward. "Show me." His wall screen activated, displaying multiple camera feeds from what appeared to be ordinary rocks, plants, and even a small Buddha statue positioned around a cave entrance high in the Himalayas. The cameras had been designed to blend perfectly with the natural and cultural environment. "Data encryption," Jay asked. "Triple-layered quantum protocol," Denise confirmed. "The signal routes through 17 different satellite relays, with randomized pathway selection that changes every 80 seconds. "Who has access?" "You alone, Administrator. The feeds are isolated from all other station systems, including Dr. Jackson's administrative privileges. As requested, this is your eyes only."
Jay nodded slowly, watching the peaceful mountain scene. No movement except for the occasional bird or swaying prayer flag. Nothing to indicate the power of what lay hidden in that cave. "Monitor continuously," he instructed. "Alert me to any human approach or unusual activity." "Of course, Administrator. May I ask why this particular portal site requires such extraordinary security measures?" Jay considered the question carefully. "Because, Denise, I'm not entirely convinced we're the only ones who know about it, and I want to know who else might be interested before they realize we're watching." "Understood. Continuing surveillance." Jay turned back to his Battle Dome reports, but his thoughts remained on the portal site. Dr. Jackson had been forthcoming about many things, but Jay couldn't shake the feeling that the most important pieces of information remained hidden. Trust was becoming a luxury he couldn't afford, not with the future of 2 space stations and potentially humanity's expansion to other worlds at stake. The question wasn't whether Dr. Jackson was hiding something. The question was what and why.
Chapter 14. Invisible Enemies. The breakfast crowd at Patty Tarr's diner filled the air with conversation and laughter, creating that perfect morning ambiance that felt surreally normal for a restaurant floating in space. Jay stabbed at his potato hash while Mitchell gestured animatedly with her fork, nearly losing a piece of waffle in the process.
So then Joel comes flying through the zero-G section with this ridiculous thruster pack he modified, Mitchell said, eyes bright with enthusiasm. He's spinning like a top, shooting in every direction, total spray and pray, but somehow takes out 3 of my best engineers. Jay laughed. Battledome's been good for morale. Security teams requesting double sessions now. That's because they keep losing to the engineers, Mitchell grinned, pointing her fork at him. Connor's team developed this formation they call the jellyfish. Looks chaotic, but it's actually a precise tactical pattern. Security hasn't figured out how to counter it yet. The whole point is adaptive thinking, Jay replied, sipping his coffee. Next week, I'm implementing random technical fluctuations in Arena Beta. No warning, just sudden shifts of the stars. Mitchell's eyes widened. That's evil. I love it. Gotta keep everyone on there. Jay stopped mid-sentence as Denise's voice came through his neural implant. Administrator, Dr. Jackson requests your immediate presence on Station 1 regarding the laser satellite analysis. Mitchell is also requested. Priority Alpha. Jay met Mitchell's eyes. You got the message too? She nodded, already reaching for her tablet. Alpha priority. That's not good. Denise, tell Dr. Jackson we're on our way. Have my shuttle prepped. Your shuttle in administration hangar is ready for your use. They left their half-finished breakfast, moving with purpose but carefully avoiding anything that might alarm the other diners. Station residents had developed a keen sense for detecting when leadership was worried, and Jay had learned that maintaining calm was sometimes more important than speed. 20 minutes later, they stepped through the door into Jack's office on Station 1, where Dr. Jackson, Jack, Russell, and Connors were already gathered around a holographic display. Good, you're here, Dr. Jackson said without preamble. We've completed analysis of the laser platforms. The hologram showed a disassembled satellite, components labeled and annotated with technical specifications. Jay recognized the design from his military briefings years ago. North Korean, he said immediately. KN-27 laser platform, though they've modified the focusing array. Dr. Jackson nodded. Correct. But that's just the surface story. Mitchell, Connors, your assessment of its capabilities? Connors rotated the hologram, studying the power core. 15 kilowatt continuous output, 300 kilowatt pulse capability, half second. Not enough to penetrate our hull, but sufficient to damage external sensors and communications arrays. And easily mass-produced, Mitchell added. These aren't sophisticated. They're disposable weapons designed to be deployed in swarms. Precisely, Dr. Jackson said. And according to intelligence we've gathered, they're just the opening move. He expanded the hologram to show a complex orbital diagram with multiple trajectories intersecting the station's positions. They're planning a multi-phase attack, Jack explained, highlighting different orbital paths. First, debris swarms in highly elliptical orbits designed to intersect our positions at regular intervals. Then, Pong and Cube satellites to disrupt communications and sensor operations. Russell pulled up a separate display showing media clips and documents. Simultaneously, they're preparing an extensive propaganda campaign. Deepfakes showing atrocities aboard our stations, fake news about disease outbreaks, allegations of weapons development. And on the ground? Jay asked. Staged accidents on and because of Future World, Dr. Jackson replied grimly, while their agents aboard both stations attempt to disrupt operations, create chaos, potentially sabotage critical systems. All while using diplomatic channels to pressure international bodies to act against us, Jack added. The Brazilian ambassador informed me they're already seeing increased pressure to revoke recognition of our territorial claims. Jay studied the orbital projections. These debris swarms, they're planning to weaponize space junk? Creating it specifically for this purpose, Connors confirmed. Small objects, maybe tennis ball sized at the largest, but at orbital velocities they could cause significant damage.
Jack turned to Mitchell. How quickly can we implement your laser defense grid proposal? 2 weeks for basic coverage, 4 for the comprehensive system. You have 3, Jack decided. Pull whatever resources you need. She asked Connie, what about the orbital cleanup nets we used during construction? Where are they now? Stored at our lunar facility, Connie's voice replied from the room's speakers. 94 units available, all functional. Reactivate them, Jack ordered. Deploy in defensive perimeter around both stations, below and above. Jay added, the enemy's gate is down. Connie replied, I get it, Earth is below. Dr. Jackson nodded approval. I'll have launch preparations begin immediately. What about our existing defenses? Jay asked. Substantial, but designed for larger threats coming directly from Earth. We have nothing above, Dr. Jackson explained. The mirror arrays can handle laser attacks, and our hull integrity exceeds requirements. A hint of pride entered his voice. We actually tested it by launching a lead-filled Volkswagen bus at the station. Impact velocity 100 kilometers per second. Jay blinked. You fired a car at the station? And actual Volkswagen bus, yes, caused nothing more than some cracked mirrors. The German engineering on both ends held up admirably. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Jay couldn't suppress a smile. That's one hell of a crash test. Jack,
Set up meetings with all department heads, Dr. Jackson continued. Russell, prepare a complete intelligence briefing. Jay, I want you in the security planning sessions. Your perspective will be valuable. Of course, Jay agreed. We'll reconvene in 6 hours to review preliminary response plans, Jack concluded. Dismissed. Back on Station 2, Jay had barely entered his office when Denise's voice came through his implant. Administrator, I've detected activity at the Himalayan portal site. His body tensed. Show me. The wall screen activated, displaying the camera feeds from the disguised monitoring devices he'd had placed around the cave. Jay watched as 4 soldiers in North Korean military uniforms methodically searched the area. One reached toward what appeared to be an ordinary rock, turned it over, and revealed the camera hidden inside. The soldier smiled directly into the lens before crushing it with his boot. One by one, the feeds went dark as the soldiers found and destroyed each camera. The last to go was the tiny lens hidden in the eye of the Buddha statue, capturing a clear image of a soldier speaking into a radio before the screen went black. Jay stood motionless, processing the implications. The cameras had been perfectly disguised, virtually undetectable unless someone knew exactly what to look for. Which meant what? Denise, locate Jack and Dr. Jackson. Ask them to come to my office immediately. Priority Alpha. While waiting, Jay took a notebook from his desk drawer and wrote a single line. We're bugged. Meet secure place. He folded the paper and slipped it into his pocket. Jack arrived first, followed shortly by Dr. Jackson. Jay showed them the recorded footage without comment, then handed them the note. Both read it, expressions unchanging, before Dr. Jackson casually pocketed it. Disappointing, but not unexpected, Dr. Jackson said aloud. We'll need to deploy new monitoring systems, perhaps something less conventional. I agree, Jay responded, matching his casual tone. Let's discuss options in the environmental control sector. I've been meaning to show you the upgrades to the air circulation system anyway. 10 minutes later, the 3 stood in the massive air circulation facility on deck 0.40. Enormous bellows pumped rhythmically, forcing air through the station's 32 elevator spokes. The mechanical noise created a perfect audio masking environment, loud enough to prevent electronic eavesdropping, but regular enough that they could still hear each other. The North Koreans found our cameras too easily, Jay said, no longer maintaining the pretense. They knew exactly where to look. Which means we have a security breach, Jack agreed. Someone with knowledge of our monitoring systems. Or we're bugged, Jay said flatly. The North Koreans are a puppet regime. This has Chinese fingerprints all over it. Dr. Jackson nodded slowly. The Five Eyes dinner. They were receiving Connie's communications to me somehow. I suspected an encryption breach, but physical monitoring devices would explain it better. How widespread? Asked Jack. If I had to guess, everywhere, Jay said. Offices, meeting rooms, probably public spaces too. The fact that they found our Himalayan cameras suggests they have access to our planning sessions, maybe even our design specifications. So what's our play? Asked Jack. Jay leaned against a railing, the rhythmic whoosh of the bellows punctuating his thoughts. First, we feed them false information. Use the scheduled meetings to outline responses that seem plausible but aren't what we're actually planning. And meanwhile, Dr. Jackson prompted, we conduct a comprehensive sweep, every inch of both stations and future world, but quietly. Maintenance checks, system upgrades, anything that won't tip them off that we're looking for bugs. Who do we trust? Asked Jack, the critical question hanging in the air between them. Each other, Jay said. For now, just us 3 and Russell, Mitchell, and Connors. Anyone else gets information on a need-to-know basis. Dr. Jackson looked troubled. That's a very small circle for managing 2 space stations. We expand it slowly, carefully, but right now we need to find out how compromised we are before we can trust anyone else.
3 days later, they reconvened in the same location. Mitchell arrived carrying a small container, her expression grim. 217 devices, she reported, opening the container to reveal tiny black objects no larger than grains of rice. Chinese BLE technology, Bluetooth Low Energy. They transmit encrypted data bursts at 15-minute intervals, staggered so they don't overlap. Where were they? Jack asked. Everywhere, Connors answered. Meeting rooms, offices, residential quarters, even maintenance tunnels. Whoever placed them had access to every restricted area on both stations. And Future World? Dr. Jackson asked. Another 143 devices, Mitchell confirmed, all identical design. Jay picked up one of the tiny bugs. How are they transmitting off-station? Our communications are monitored. They're not transmitting directly, Connors explained. They're sending to a relay somewhere on the stations, probably piggybacking on our own cell network. We haven't found it yet. So we're not just looking for bugs, Jay said. We're looking for people. Whoever planted these has to be on board. And they're still here, Jack added. These wouldn't have been placed all at once. Jay set the bug down carefully. There's something else. The North Korean threat, the laser platforms, the debris swarms, all of it. It feels like the big scary. The what? Mitchell asked. Military term. When you want to hide your real objective, you create a big, scary, obvious threat to focus attention on. Meanwhile, your actual operation proceeds unnoticed. Dr. Jackson's eyes narrowed. You think the North Korean aggression is a distraction? I think it's too obvious, Jay replied. Too comprehensive, too easily traced back to them. Real covert operations don't leave this kind of trail. So what's the actual threat? Jack asked. That's what we need to find out, Jay said, and it won't be easy. We need to maintain the illusion that we believe the North Korean threat is real, respond accordingly, while quietly looking for whatever they're really planning. Which could be anything, Connors pointed out. True, but now we know we're being watched, which gives us an advantage. Jay stood up straighter. We turn their surveillance against them, feed them information that makes them think their distraction is working. Meanwhile, we start our own counterintelligence operation. Looking for what, exactly? Mitchell asked. Anomalies. Anything that doesn't fit the pattern. Personnel accessing systems they shouldn't need, unexplained power fluctuations, communications that don't make sense. That's going to be tedious, difficult work, Jack warned. And dangerous, Jay agreed. If they realize we're onto them, they might accelerate whatever they're planning. We need to be subtle, methodical, and absolutely discreet. Dr. Jackson considered this. I have resources that could help, people with the right skills who aren't currently on the stations. Bring them in, Jay decided, but carefully. We can't afford to spook whoever's behind this. As they prepared to leave, Jay held up one of the tiny bugs. These are sophisticated but not cutting edge. Whoever placed them wanted quantity over quality. They're listening to everything, which means they're still gathering intelligence. Which means they haven't started their real operation yet, Jack concluded. Exactly. We have time, not much, but some. Let's use it wisely. They departed one by one, returning to their official duties with the specter of invisible enemies now confirmed. As Jay left the circulation chamber, he found himself scanning every surface, every fixture, wondering what else was hidden in plain sight. The battle for the stations had begun, not with laser platforms or debris clouds, but with tiny electronic ears and unknown watchers. It was a different kind of warfare than what he'd trained for, but the stakes were just as high. Perhaps higher.
Chapter 15. Hidden in Plain Sight. Bunny's Southern Home Cooking had opened 3 days ago on Deck 1.10 of Station 2, and already the restaurant boasted a 2-week waiting list for those wishing to dine inside. The food court service was first come first serve as usual. Station residents had obviously discovered the station paid a credit an hour for voluntary service, as some were on roller skates serving and bussing tables in the food court. The management team had secured a table inside only because Dr. Jackson had called in a favor. Jay arrived first, sliding into the reclaimed wood booth beneath a wall decorated with antique cast iron cookware and framed samplers with homespun wisdom. The restaurant smelled gloriously of butter, bacon, and brewing coffee, scents that triggered primal comfort responses across most cultures. Mitchell and Connors arrived next, followed closely by Jack and Russell. Dr. Jackson entered last, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces in engineering uniforms. "Morning," Jay greeted them. "I see we've expanded the circle." Dr. Jackson gestured to the newcomers. "Donnie Skaggs and Christy Humphreys, our communications specialists leading the signal sweep." The engineers nodded respectfully as they took their seats. Skaggs, a compact man with quick eyes, glanced around the restaurant before speaking. "We've completed initial sweeps of both stations," she reported, voice barely above a whisper. "Found another 73 devices, mostly in hard-to-reach places, behind wall panels, beneath furniture, inside ventilation ducts." "How thorough was the sweep?" Jack asked. Humphreys, a lanky woman with meticulously groomed hair, answered, "We've developed a targeted scanner that identifies the specific frequency signature of the BLE devices. It can detect them through most materials." "Most?" Connors questioned. "Heavy metals interfere with detection," Skaggs admitted. "We're developing a secondary scan method for those areas." "Are they still transmitting?" Jay asked. "We've left them operational," Humphreys confirmed, "per your instructions. Removing them would alert whoever's monitoring that we're aware of surveillance." "Good," Jay nodded. "What about a whirlwind in a flowered dress descended upon their table, cutting them off mid-sentence. Bunny Maynard, the restaurant's owner and namesake, was a petite woman in her 50s, with platinum blonde hair, keys to impressive heights, makeup that wouldn't look out of place on a stage, and an accent thick as cold molasses. "Well, butter my biscuit," she exclaimed, clasping her hands together, "if it ain't all the bigwigs coming to grace my humble establishment. Dr. Jackson himself." She extended a hand adorned with rings on nearly every finger. "I cannot tell you what an honor this is, sir, truly." Dr. Jackson shook her hand with practiced charm. "The honor is ours, Miss Maynard. Your restaurant comes highly recommended. Just Bunny Sugar. Everybody calls me Bunny." She turned to the others. "And Administrator Kwaramba. Lord have mercy. They said you were tall, but pictures don't do you justice. You remind me of my third husband. He played basketball over in Europe. Not quite your height, of course, but a tall drink of water all the same." Jay smiled politely, unsure how to respond to the comparison to her ex-husband.
Bunny didn't wait for a reply, pulling up a chair from a nearby table and wedging it in at the end. "Y'all don't mind if I join you for a hot minute, do ya? I just have to tell you about our specials." Without waiting for permission, she settled in, her floral perfume enveloping the table. "Now, you cannot leave here without trying my cheese grits. Secret family recipe, 5 cheeses and a dash of something special I'll take to my grave. And the steak and eggs, we get our beef straight from Dr. Jackson's Brazilian ranches, cooked in real butter, not that synthetic nonsense." She leaned in conspiratorially. "And my biscuits with sawmill gravy, people have proposed marriage after tasting them. I've turned down 6 offers just yesterday." She laughed at her own joke, a melodious sound that drew smiles from nearby tables. "The pancakes come with real maple syrup, not that corn syrup with artificial flavoring. My sausage biscuits come with a mustard sauce that'll make you weep with joy. My great-grandmama wrote that recipe up in South Carolina before the War of Northern Aggression." Mitchell caught Jay's eye across the table, her expression caught between amusement and impatience. "Everything sounds delicious," Jack said diplomatically. "Perhaps you could recommend your favorites and we can get started." "Oh, honey, I could talk about my food all day, but y'all probably have important station business." Bunny waved to a server. "Bring my special sampler platters for the table, one of everything. These folks need proper fuel for running our beautiful stations." As the server hurried off, Bunny shifted topics without missing a beat. "Now, I've been hearing all about these battle dooms y'all have set up. Just fascinating. Back home in Georgia, my papa always sponsored local sports, had his car dealership logo on everything from Little League to drag racing. His favorite was Butterbean Queen, a NASCAR driver papa sponsored from his first jalopy to the Daytona 500.
She turned to Jay, eyes bright with enthusiasm. "I was wondering if y'all have considered sponsorships for the Battle Dome teams, or the arenas themselves, maybe even individual players. I'd love to continue Papa's tradition up here in space. Can you imagine? The Bunny Maynard Battle Dome, or Team Southern Comfort. Wouldn't that be something?" The entire executive team turned to Jay, expressions ranging from amusement to curiosity. After a moment of surprised silence, he cleared his throat. "Actually, we hadn't considered sponsorships," he admitted. "It's an interesting concept. I could have Joel Fontaine, he's our Battle Dome commissioner, come speak with you about possibilities." "Denise," he sub-vocalized, "please notify Joel about this conversation." "Message sent," came the immediate reply in his implant. "Would you be interested in fielding your own team?" Jay asked, partly to be polite, partly because he was genuinely curious how she'd respond. Bunny's face lit up like a rocket launch. "You bet I would! And I could put big TVs all over the restaurant to show the matches. Oh, honey, where do I sign up?" "Joel will discuss all the details," Jay promised. "We're still developing the program, but your enthusiasm is exactly what we need to help it grow." Bunny beamed, patting his hand. "That's just wonderful. I won't take up more of your valuable time. Those platters will be out shortly. Y'all enjoy your breakfast and just holler if you need anything at all." She stood, straightening her dress. "I'm just tickle pink to have you here." As she bustled away to greet other customers, the table collectively relaxed. "Southern hospitality is apparently alive and well in orbit," Russell observed dryly. "She's good for morale," Dr. Jackson noted. "People respond to authenticity, especially in an environment as controlled as a space station." The platters of food arrived, staggering amounts that covered nearly every inch of the table. Steam rose from perfectly cooked eggs, golden biscuits, crispy bacon, and steaming cheese grits. The aromas alone were enough to distract from the serious matters at hand. After they'd each filled their plates and the initial appreciation of the admittedly exceptional food had passed, Dr. Jackson steered the conversation back to business. "We have a more urgent problem than surveillance," he said quietly. "One of the portal pairs is missing." Jay set down his fork. "Define missing." "The research team from Chihuahua had 3 working portal pairs. When we evacuated the facility after your encounter with the submarine, we secured 2 pairs. The 3rd cannot be accounted for." "Could it have been destroyed in the attack?" Connors asked. Dr. Jackson shook his head. "The inventory records show it was removed 12 hours before the attack occurred. Someone on our team took it, or someone infiltrated the facility. And a portal pair would allow whoever has it to travel instantly between 2 points, or to study the technology and eventually replicate it." "Precisely," Dr. Jackson confirmed. "This technology could be catastrophic.
Imagine terrorist organizations able to appear anywhere instantly, or military forces bypassing all conventional defenses. You suspect China? Jack asked. They're the most likely candidate given their technological capabilities, but I can't be certain. It could be any nation with advanced research facilities, or even a private entity. Regardless of who took it, Jay said, we need to recover or destroy it before they can reverse engineer the technology. The portal pairs have tracking systems, Russell noted. Can't we locate it that way? Only if it's activated. In its dormant state, it's effectively untraceable, just inert metal and crystalline components. So we need to draw it out, Jay concluded. Force whoever has it to activate it. The table fell silent as they considered the implications. Jay looked around at each face, these people he'd come to trust with the future of humanity's expansion into space. The responsibility was heavy, but he no longer found it uncomfortable. I'll lead the search teams, he decided. Mitchell, Connors, I want you with me. Before either could respond, he continued, You're the best qualified to identify the technology if we find it, and to understand any modifications that might have been made. Mitchell immediately nodded. I'm in. Of course, Connors agreed, though we don't even know where to start looking. Actually, we might, Dr. Jackson said. The portal technology requires specific conditions to function optimally, power requirements, environmental factors. There are only so many facilities on Earth capable of providing those conditions while maintaining the secrecy necessary.
How many? Jay asked. 27, Russell answered. I've already compiled the list. 16 are government research facilities, 7 are private corporations, and 4 are classified as unknown ownership. We'll need teams for each location, Jay said. Surveillance first, then infiltration if necessary. I have people we can use, Dr. Jackson offered. Not station personnel, specialists who operate on Earth. They can begin reconnaissance immediately. Jay nodded. Good. Have them prioritize the unknown ownership facilities. Those are the most likely to be fronts for covert operations. He turned to the engineers. Skaggs, Humphreys, continue your signal sweeps. If there are more surveillance devices being planted, I want to know who's doing it. What about the North Korean threats? Jack asked. We still need to maintain the appearance that we're focused on them. And we will, Jay assured her. The scheduled security meetings continue as planned. We implement countermeasures against the laser platforms and debris swarms. As far as anyone watching is concerned, that remains our primary concern. He looked around the table, making eye contact with each person. But our real mission is finding that portal pair. If it's been activated, if someone's studying it, we're racing against a clock we can't see. Every day that passes increases the risk of the technology being replicated. Dr. Jackson studied Jay with an expression that might have been approval. He said, Your decisions will determine whether humanity gains access to the stars. Everything depends on your leadership in the field. The meaning of those words settled over the table. Jay felt the responsibility not as a burden, but as clarity, a mission with a purpose that transcended personal concerns. Then we'd better get it right, he said simply. As they finished their breakfast and prepared to depart, Jay found himself thinking about the portal technology. In the right hands, it represented humanity's next great leap, access to distant parts of Earth instantly, and eventually, perhaps, to worlds beyond. In the wrong hands, it meant chaos, violence, and power concentrated where it would inevitably be misused. History had shown repeatedly what happened when transformative technologies fell under the control of those who sought power rather than progress, and they always did. Jay was determined that this time would be different. As he left Bunny's southern home cooking, nodding politely to the enthusiastic owner on his way out, his mind was already mapping out search parameters, team compositions, and contingency plans. The missing portal pair was hidden somewhere on Earth, possibly in plain sight to those who knew what to look for. Jay intended to be among those who found it first. Chapter 16. Synthetic Conflict. This feels like looking for ghosts, Mitchell said, adjusting her enhanced smart glasses. The VR and gaming level on deck 1.32 pulsed with holographic light displays and the excited shouts of off-duty personnel and residents enjoying immersive games. Jay nodded, scanning the crowd through his own glasses. The augmented reality overlay highlighted everyone with employee IDs, clearance levels, and biometric readings, a kaleidoscope of data points swimming across his vision. Ghost hunting might be more productive. At least people claim to see those. They'd been at it for hours, moving methodically through public areas of both stations, searching for the nearly impossible, synthetic humans impersonating station personnel. The smart glasses had been specially modified by Connor's team to detect minute inconsistencies in biometric signatures that might indicate non-human origin. "Remind me why we think there might be synthetics on board?" Mitchell asked as they paused near a virtual combat arena where two engineers were enthusiastically battling digital dragons. "We don't, not really," Jay admitted, but Dr. Jackson insisted we rule it out. "Given the level of infiltration we've already uncovered with these surveillance devices, we can't dismiss any possibility, however remote." Mitchell gestured toward a group of tourists taking selfies with a holographic Saturn looming behind them. 4 hours, 2 stations, and not a single anomalous reading. Either there are no synthetics, or they're better than our detection methods. Which would be concerning in itself. But I agree, this is starting to feel like futility. His implant chimed with an incoming transmission, followed immediately by Denise's voice. "Administrator, I've been reviewing findings with Connie regarding potential portal research activities on Earth." "Go ahead," Jay subvocalized. "We've analyzed global research patterns focusing on technologies potentially related to portal development, specifically tunnel diode effects, quantum entanglement, large crystal growing, and related fields." Connie's voice joined in, her tone carrying the slight formality that distinguished her from Denise. "We found no significant increase in research publications, patent applications, or funding allocations in these areas beyond normal scientific progression." "What about financial indicators?" Jay asked. "No unexplained money movements that would indicate black research programs," Denise confirmed. "We've monitored all known military and intelligence budgets for unusual allocations." "Thermal signatures?" Mitchell asked, joining the conversation through her own implant. "We've monitored all known AI data centers," Connie replied. "No unusual activity spikes that would suggest intensive portal analysis computations. We've also conducted global infrared scanning for unregistered facilities with heat signatures consistent with high-performance computing centers. Results negative." Jay exchanged glances with Mitchell. "That doesn't make sense. Someone took that portal pair. They must be studying it somewhere." "Unless," Mitchell began, "unless it's hidden at the Himalaya site. Just hidden, because that's the last place we'd look." "The North Korean team we observed destroying our cameras," Mitchell reasoned. "They weren't looking for surveillance devices. They were clearing the area before retrieval." Jay nodded, already heading toward the exit. "That fits. They'd want to make sure we weren't watching before they moved the portal. Denise, notify the administrative team. Tell them we're proceeding on the assumption that the portal pair is at the Himalaya location." "Message sent," Denise confirmed. "What's our play?" Mitchell asked as they entered the elevator. "We move fast. Assemble a team, get to the site before they can extract the portal pair if it's still there." "Who are you taking?" Jay smiled slightly. "The Battle Dome champions, Security Team Alpha." 12 hours later, Jay stood at the entrance to the Himalayan cave, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Security Team Alpha, 12 men and women who dominated the Battle Dome competitions, spread out behind him, weapons ready, movements precise. Thermal scan shows multiple heat signatures inside, at least 8 individuals clustered near the back chamber where the portal was originally positioned. "Any sign they've detected us?" Jay asked.
Negative. Their attention appears focused inward, likely on extraction procedures. Jay nodded, formulating the approach. Team 1 with me through the main entrance. Team 2, take the southern access point we mapped during initial installation. Standard containment protocol. We want the portal intact and at least one of them alive for questioning. The team acknowledged with hand signals, splitting smoothly into their assigned groups. Jay checked his own weapon, a compact, non-lethal pulse rifle designed for close-quarters combat. Station security personnel trained specifically for capture rather than killing, though all carried sidearms with conventional ammunition as last resorts. "Move on my mark," Jay sub-vocalized into the team comm. 3, 2, 1, execute. They entered the cave in perfect formation, night vision activating automatically in the diminished light. The first chamber appeared empty, stalactites hanging like frozen daggers from the ceiling. They moved silently across the stone floor toward the narrowing passage that led to the main chamber. Jay heard them before he saw them, voices speaking rapid Mandarin, the metallic sounds of equipment being disassembled. He signaled for the team to hold position, then edged forward to get visual confirmation. In the main chamber, 8 figures worked methodically around what was unmistakably a portal frame. The arched metal doorway stood upright on a portable base, its inner surface shimmering with the faint iridescence that indicated active status. A second, identical frame lay partially disassembled nearby. Not North Koreans, after all. The operatives wore black tactical gear with no identifying insignia, but their equipment and procedures screamed professional military, Chinese special forces most likely. Jay pulled back, signaling the team forward. They would have one chance at this. Once the enemy realized they were under attack, they'd either activate the portal to escape or destroy it to prevent capture. "Team 2 in position," came the whispered confirmation through his implant. "On my mark," Jay ordered. "Non-lethal only unless they escalate. Priority is securing the portal. 3, 2, 1, go." Both teams surged forward simultaneously, pulse rifles firing in coordinated bursts. 3 of the operatives went down immediately, caught completely by surprise. The others reacted with military speed, dropping behind equipment cases and returning fire, not with non-lethal weapons, but with standard hot lead. "Taking fire," Kazan shouted as bullets pinged off the stone walls. "Permission to escalate?" "Granted," Jay confirmed, diving behind a rock formation as rounds shattered the stalactite above him. The cavern erupted in chaos. Muzzle flashes, shouted commands in multiple languages, the distinctive whine of pulse rifles mixed with the sharp crack of conventional firearms. Jay caught glimpses of his team executing their training perfectly, moving from cover to cover, laying down suppressive fire while advancing toward the portal. But something was wrong. The enemy operatives weren't falling as they should. Direct hits from the pulse rifles, designed to incapacitate by disrupting the human nervous system, seemed to only momentarily stagger them before they resumed fighting. "They're not human," Mitchell theorized through the comm. She'd remained on Station 2 as tactical support, monitoring the battle through the team's visual feeds. "Try for headshots with the pulse rifles." Jay relayed the order, adjusting his own aim. A direct hit to one operative's face caused him to stumble backward, but he recovered almost immediately, raising his weapon with mechanical precision. That's when Jay noticed it. The operative's eyes reflected their tactical lights differently than human eyes should, and his movements, while fluid, had a subtly different rhythm, like a perfect imitation that missed some indefinable human quality. "They're not human," he realized. "Mitchell, are you seeing this?" Before she could respond, the situation deteriorated further. 2 of Jay's team were downed, wounded by gunfire. The remaining 10 were pinned behind inadequate cover, unable to advance. The enemy operatives had positioned themselves between Jay's team and the portal, methodically picking apart their attack formation. Jay was calculating their rapidly diminishing options when the cave ceiling above them suddenly shuddered. Dust and small rocks rained down as a distinctive roar filled the space, the unmistakable whine of engines at full thrust power overhead. "What the hell?" Kazan shouted over the comm. The answer came almost immediately, as the northern wall of the cave exploded inward in a controlled demolition. Through the newly created opening, a sleek metallic craft hovered, oval-shaped with no visible windows or external features, except for 4 ominous barrels protruding from its underside. "Cavalry's here," came a familiar female voice through Jay's implant. "Sorry we're late to the party." Before Jay could respond, the barrels spun up and unleashed hell. The Vulcan miniguns fired at a rate that made individual shots impossible to distinguish, just a continuous roar as thousands of rounds per minute tore through the cave.
The enemy operatives were shredded in seconds, their bodies jerking unnaturally as they absorbed hundreds of rounds each. Equipment cases exploded. Stalactites shattered, and one of the portal frames was torn apart by the metal storm. Just as suddenly as it had begun, the firing stopped. In the ringing silence that followed, Jay cautiously raised his head from behind his cover. The tic-tac-shaped craft had settled on the cave floor, the nose tilted up, revealing ingress and egress. Two figures emerged, a tall, athletic woman with long dark hair and Native American features, and a slender man of apparent East Indian heritage wearing a pilot's jumpsuit. "Dr. Jackson thought you might need some assistance," the man said by way of introduction. "I'm AJ. This is Kim." Kim was already moving toward the fallen enemy operatives, weapon drawn. "You've got wounded," she called out, gesturing toward Jay's injured team members. "4 of them, still alive, but they need medical attention ASAP. Jay approached cautiously, still processing the sudden intervention. "How did you know where we were?" AJ shrugged. "Dr. Jackson keeps tabs on his projects. When he realized you were walking into something nasty, he sent us to extract you." He gestured toward the ruined portal frame. "Sorry about that. Collateral damage." Jay moved to examine the destroyed frame. The elegant technology that had represented such a quantum leap forward was now just twisted metal and shattered crystal components. The second frame, however, appeared mostly intact, although it had been partially disassembled for transport. Kim had rolled one of the fallen operatives onto his back and was examining him with professional detachment. "Interesting," she said, cutting away the tactical vest. "No blood." Jay joined her, looking more closely at what should have been catastrophic wounds. Instead of torn flesh and bone, the bullets had revealed a complex interior structure of metal, synthetic fiber, and circuitry. "They're synthetics," Jay confirmed. "Advanced models, nothing like we've seen before." "That explains why your non-lethal weapons were ineffective. Can't disrupt a nervous system that doesn't exist." Lieutenant Kazan approached, her arm bleeding from a grazing wound. "Sir, Rodriguez and Connors need immediate medical evacuation. Martinez can walk, but he's lost a lot of blood." Jay looked at the remaining portal frame, then at his wounded team members. The mission parameters had changed dramatically, but the priority remained clear. His people came first. "We need to destroy the second portal. We can't transport it safely, and we can't leave it here for them to recover." "What about studying it?" Kazan asked. "That was the whole point of this mission." "We have others, and we've confirmed our suspicion someone is building synthetics specifically designed for operations against us." He turned to AJ. "Can your weapons target just the portal frame without bringing down the rest of the cave?" AJ nodded. "Kim can do surgical work with the miniguns. Just point to what needs to go." "Do it," Jay ordered. "Then we evacuate the wounded and take one of these synthetics with us for analysis." Kim returned to the craft, and moments later the minigun spun up again, this time firing in controlled, precise bursts that systematically destroyed the remaining portal frame while leaving the surrounding area intact. As Jay helped load his wounded team members into the surprisingly spacious interior of the Tic-Tac craft, he couldn't shake the implications of what they'd found. Not just the portal theft, but the synthetics, human-looking robots advanced enough to pass for special forces operatives, apparently designed specifically to operate against the stations. "How much room do you have for extra cargo?" Jay asked AJ, gesturing toward the synthetic bodies. "Enough for one of them. Any preference?" Jay pointed to the most intact specimen. "That one. Connors will want to take it apart piece by piece." As they secured the synthetic body and prepared for takeoff, Jay contacted Mitchell through his implant. "Mission partially accomplished. Portal frames destroyed, but we found something else. Synthetic operatives, highly advanced. We're bringing one back for analysis." "Casualties?" Mitchell asked, concern evident in her voice. "4 wounded, all stable. No KIAs on our side." He paused. "We got lucky. If AJ and Kim hadn't shown up when they did, this would have gone very differently." "Who are they exactly?" Jay glanced at the pair as they efficiently prepared the craft for departure. Dr. Jackson's insurance policy, apparently, and possibly the most important allies we've made so far. The Tic-Tac craft
rose smoothly through the hole it had created in the cave ceiling, accelerating upward at a rate that pressed everyone back into their seats. Jay took his shuttle, with the 8 unwounded, back to the station.
They'd failed to secure the portal technology, but they'd uncovered something potentially more significant. Evidence that their opponents were deploying technology far beyond what was publicly known. Synthetic operatives, indistinguishable from humans, represented a threat level that changed all their calculations. As the craft broke through the atmosphere into the starlit blackness of space, Jay found himself wondering what other surprises their unseen adversaries might have in store. The game was evolving rapidly, the stakes escalating with each new discovery. And somewhere on Earth, someone was building an army that wasn't human at all.
Chapter 17. Weight of Command. The trauma care facility on Deck 1.02 occupied a surprisingly small section of the casino level, tucked between a holographic roulette wheel and the entrance to an immersive poker lounge. The location had been Dr. Jackson's idea. Statistically, more medical emergencies were expected to occur where people gathered to drink and gamble than anywhere else on the station. Jay stood in the doorway of the infirmary, watching the steady rise and fall of Rodriguez's chest as the ventilator breathed for him. Synthetic blood plasma flowed through tubes into his arm, replacing what he'd lost in the cave. The medical nanobots were working overtime to repair the damage from 3 bullet wounds, but he'd survive. Martinez sat upright in the adjacent bed, his left shoulder immobilized, but alert and arguing with the medical AI about discharge timing. "I can walk fine," he insisted. "These beds are needed for people worse off than me." "Your hemoglobin levels indicate otherwise," the AI replied with programmed patience. 12 more hours of observation and supplemental iron therapy. Kazan had refused a bed entirely, accepting only a dermal patch for her grazing wound and a mild pain reliever. She stood near the synthetic body they'd recovered, making notes on a tablet as the medical team prepared it for transport to the research lab. "How are they doing?" Jay asked Dr. Jennifer Barker, the trauma team leader. "Rodriguez will make a full recovery, though it will be weeks before he's cleared for active duty. Martinez lost significant blood, but the nanobots have stabilized him. Kazan's wound is superficial. She'll be fine in a few days." Jay nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility for their injuries. "What about Connors? I need to understand what happened." Dr. Barker's expression tightened. Chief Engineer Connors' case was complicated. She'd apparently missed her last scheduled nanobot treatment. When she took those bullets to the abdomen, her body couldn't repair the damage fast enough. By the time we got her into surgery, she'd lost too much blood and gone into shock. "Why would she have missed her treatment?" Jay asked. "The nanobots are what keep us functioning in space. The radiation protection alone make them essential." "I don't know," Dr. Barker admitted. "The treatment logs show she canceled her last appointment and never rescheduled. It's unusual, to say the least. Most people are very diligent about their treatments." Jay stared at Connor's name on the patient roster, now marked with a red cross, indicating deceased. Sarah Connors, brilliant engineer, devoted friend to Mitchell, trusted member of his inner circle. Dead because she skipped a medical appointment, and he'd led her into a firefight against synthetic soldiers. The irony wasn't lost on him. In trying to prevent the portal technology from falling into the wrong hands, they'd lost their last working portal pair anyway. The cave had been destroyed, taking with it not just the portal frames, but also the mysterious glyphs that had originally led them to the site. Everything they'd fought to protect was gone. "Administrator?" Dr. Barker's voice pulled him from his brooding. "The synthetic is ready for transport to the research lab, but we need authorization to begin the autopsy." "Granted. Full analysis. I want to know everything about its construction, programming, and capabilities." As the medical team wheeled the synthetic body toward the exit, Jay caught sight of Mitchell approaching down the corridor. Her face was set in hard lines, her usual professional composure replaced by barely controlled fury. "We need to talk," she said, without preamble. "Now." Jay followed her to a small conference room adjacent to the medical bay. The moment the door closed, Mitchell's composure shattered. "She's dead because of you," she said, her voice shaking with rage.
Sarah is dead because you had to play hero, had to lead the mission personally instead of letting professionals handle it. Mitchell, don't. She cut him off, jabbing a finger into his chest. You're not qualified for this. You're a pilot, a good one, maybe even a great one, but you're not a military commander. You're not a strategist. You're certainly not someone who should be making life and death decisions for other people. Jay absorbed the accusation without responding. Part of him agreed with her, the part that had never wanted the responsibility in the first place. Sarah was the best engineer we had, Mitchell continued. She could have stayed safe on the station, could have analyzed the portal technology from here, but no, you needed her on the ground, in harm's way, because you don't trust anyone else to make the technical decisions. She volunteered, because you asked, because she respected you, believed in your leadership, and now she's dead. And for what? We lost the portal pair anyway. We destroyed the cave, eliminated any chance of studying those glyphs up close. The mission was a complete failure.
Jay found his voice. We confirmed that our opponents have access to advanced synthetic technology. We prevented them from escaping with the portal. We accomplished nothing, Mitchell interrupted, except getting Sarah killed and proving that you're not the leader everyone thinks you are. The words hit harder than Jay expected, perhaps because they echoed his own doubts, what he believed to be truth. He'd accepted the role of Station 2 administrator reluctantly, driven more by necessity than ambition. But somewhere along the way, he'd started to believe he could actually do it, that he could be the leader these people needed. Mitchell's fury seemed to drain away, replaced with grief. She was my best friend, she said quietly. We'd worked together for 3 years. I was going to be her maid of honor next month. She was engaged to Joel. He felt the impact of that revelation. Not just a colleague lost, but someone with life, with relationships, with a future that had been cut short by his decisions. I should have insisted on a larger team, he said. Should have done better reconnaissance, should have anticipated the synthetic operatives. You should have stayed on the station, should have let people with actual military experience handle the mission. Dr. Jackson has resources, specialists, professionals who know how to conduct operations like this. She was right, and Jay knew it. His presence on the mission had been driven more by a need to be personally involved than by tactical necessity. He wanted to lead from the front, but in doing so, he'd put his team at unnecessary risk. The portal technology is gone, Mitchell continued. Earth intelligence agencies are claiming victory. They're saying the station project is finished, that we've lost our technological advantage. And maybe they're right. Jay walked to the small window that offered a view of the casino floor outside. People moved about their daily lives, tourists exploring the entertainment options, off-duty personnel relaxing after their shifts, families enjoying time together. All of them depending on leadership they might not be receiving. "What would you have me do?" he asked without turning around. "Quit," Mitchell said without hesitation. "Admit you're not qualified for this role. Let Dr. Jackson find someone who actually knows how to lead. And in the meantime? In the meantime, we stop pretending we're something we're not. We're engineers and scientists and support staff, not soldiers. We build things. We solve problems. We don't get our friends killed playing spy games with synthetic murderers." Jay turned back to face her. Mitchell's anger had been replaced by exhaustion, by the weight of grief and loss. "I'll consider your recommendation," he said quietly. "But right now we have wounded personnel to care for and a synthetic to analyze. Whatever comes next, we need to understand what we're facing." Mitchell studied his face for a long moment. "You're not going to step down, are you?" "I don't know," Jay admitted. "I need time to think." "Time we might not have," Mitchell replied. "Every day you delay making the right decision is another day of risk for everyone on this station."
She huffed out without saying another word, leaving Jay alone with his doubts and the weight of Sarah Connor's death.
Through the faux viewport, he could see the steady rotation of stars as Station 2 continued its eternal orbit, carrying 4.5 million souls who trusted him to keep them safe. He thought about Connor's missed nanobot appointment, about the synthetic operatives they'd faced, about the portal technology that was now lost forever. Every decision he'd made had seemed reasonable at the time, but the results spoke volumes. Maybe Mitchell was right. Maybe he wasn't the leader these people needed. But if he stepped down now, who would take his place? And would they be any better prepared for the challenges they were facing? Jay remained at the viewport long after Mitchell left, watching the stars wheel past and wondering if the responsibility of command was something he'd ever truly be able to bear. Jay? Denise's voice came softly through his implant. Mitchell is grieving. Jay looked up, almost surprised by the AI's interjection. He'd been so lost in his thoughts that he'd forgotten he wasn't truly alone. "I'm aware," he replied, his voice hollow in the empty conference room. "No, I don't think you understand the full picture," Denise continued. "I've been monitoring her biometrics since she learned about Sarah. Her cortisol levels are off the charts. Her heart rate hasn't dropped below 110 beats per minute in hours. She's experiencing physical symptoms of acute grief and shock." Jay sighed, rubbing his temples. "That doesn't make what she said wrong." "It doesn't make it right either," Denise countered. "Mitchell has always been emotionally volatile compared to your other senior staff. Her personnel file shows 17 incidents of what Dr. Jackson categorized as constructive insubordination during her previous assignments. You're saying she's a hothead?" "I'm saying she processes trauma through anger," Denise clarified. "And right now, you're the most convenient target. The alternative would be accepting that sometimes terrible things happen despite our best efforts." Jay stood and paced the small room. Connors shouldn't have been there. Mitchell's right about that much. Chief Engineer Connors was an adult who made her own decisions, including the decision to postpone her nanobot treatment, which my analysis suggests was the critical factor in her death, not your leadership. Why would she skip something so essential? Jay wondered aloud. "I don't know," Denise admitted. "But what I do know is that you are currently exhibiting classic signs of commander's guilt. It's a documented psychological phenomenon where leaders take personal responsibility for outcomes beyond their control." Jay couldn't help but smile slightly at the AI's clinical assessment. "Is this your version of a pep talk, Denise?" "This is my version of accurate information delivery," though Jay detected a hint of warmth in her synthesized voice. "Mitchell needs someone to blame right now."
Jay moved back to the window, watching the people below going about their lives, blissfully unaware of the challenges facing the station. "I've analyzed your decision-making against established military and civilian emergency protocols," Denise continued. "Your choices fell well within standard operational parameters. The presence of synthetic operatives was an unknown variable that no reasonable planning could have anticipated." "That's oddly comforting coming from an AI," Jay said. "I'm designed to provide support in all aspects of station management," Denise reminded him, "including supporting the mental well-being of the station administrator." Jay nodded, feeling some of the crushing weight lift from his shoulders. Not all of it. Connors was still dead, the portal still lost, but enough that he could think clearly again. "What would you recommend I do about Mitchell?" he asked. "Give her space," Denise advised. "Grief follows its own timeline. In approximately 72 hours, her initial shock response should transition to a more rational processing stage. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on what we can learn from the synthetic you recovered." Jay nodded, his mind already turning toward the practical. You're right. If we understand what we're facing, maybe Connor's death won't have been completely in vain. There's something else you should consider. Connor's missed nanobot treatment. It's statistically improbable that someone with her safety record would simply forget something so critical.
You think it might not have been an accident? I think it warrants investigation, Denise replied carefully. Either way, you have 4.6 million people on this station who need your leadership. Mitchell's opinion notwithstanding, the quantitative data suggests you're doing an adequate job under extraordinary circumstances. Adequate, Jay repeated with a small smile. High praise from an AI. I'm still learning the nuances of human encouragement, Denise replied, and Jay could have sworn he detected a trace of humor in her voice. Perhaps exceptional would be more motivating. For the first time since the failed mission, Jay felt something like hope stir within him. Connors was gone, but there were still people and one very sophisticated AI counting on him. Adequate will do for now, he said, straightening his shoulders as he headed for the door. Let's see what our synthetic friend can tell us about who we're really fighting.
Chapter 18. Shocking Revelation. The engineering lab on Deck 146 hummed with activity as Joel Hontaine worked methodically on the synthetic body recovered from the Himalaya site. Despite his usual role in recreation planning, Joel had unexpectedly emerged as the station's foremost expert on robotic systems, a talent he'd kept mostly to himself until the Battle Dome project had revealed his background in competitive robotics. Jay watched from behind a transparent safety barrier as Joel carefully removed another component from the synthetic's cranial cavity. "This is actually less sophisticated than I expected," Joel commented, holding up a circuit board for examination. "The locomotion systems and exterior cosmetics are bleeding edge, but the AI?" He shook his head. "Mid-level at best. Nothing revolutionary." "That's surprising," Jay said. "I would have expected cutting-edge technology throughout." Joel used a precision tool to extract a small chip from its socket. "That's what makes it elegant, actually. They didn't reinvent the wheel where they didn't have to. The body moves like a human because that's where they put their R&D resources. The brain just needs to follow orders." He handed the memory chip to his assistant, a young engineer named Priya, who'd volunteered for the assignment despite the late hour. She snapped the chip into an analysis device connected to a shielded workstation. "We've isolated the system from the main station network," Priya explained, as she initiated the scan. "Standard quarantine protocol for potentially hostile tech." Jay nodded, appreciating the precaution. "Good thinking. What are we looking for?" "Operational parameters, mission objectives, communication protocols. Basic intelligence gathering. If we're lucky, we might find out who built this thing and what they wanted it to—" He stopped mid-sentence as data began flowing across the screen. Priya's fingers flew across the keyboard, isolating and categorizing the information. "I've got something. Looks like the most recent mission prompt." The screen displayed a neatly formatted list of instructions. Mission Brief, Himalaya Site Alpha. Priority 1, recover portal pieces intact. Priority 2, eliminate station team. Priority 3, image all site data and artifacts. Priority 4, destroy remaining site evidence. Priority 5, capture Administrator Kwaramba if possible. Target image attached. Intel source reliable. Team composition 8 units. Extraction protocol standard. Below the text was a high-resolution image of Jay sitting at a table at Bunny's, the popular restaurant on 1-1. The photo had been taken recently, within the past week, and showed him in mid-conversation, a half-eaten plate of food in front of him.
Jay felt a chill run through him. "They knew we were coming," he said quietly. "They knew exactly when and where." Joel looked up from the synthetic's open cranium. "That's why they were waiting for us. But how did they get this intel? The mission was classified. Only your senior staff knew the details." Jay stared at the image of himself, trying to remember the context. He'd been at Bunny's only once in the past week, a breakfast meeting with his administrative team to discuss station security protocols. It had been a small gathering. Himself, Mitchell, Jack, Russell O'Reilly, and 2 security chiefs. "Can you determine the angle this photo was taken from?" Jay asked. Priya manipulated the image, running a quick analysis. Based on perspective distortion and focal length, it was taken from approximately 3 meters away, slightly elevated, at about a 40-degree angle to your right. Jay tried to reconstruct the seating arrangement in his mind. Mitchell had been to his left. Russell had been directly across from him. The security chiefs had been at the far end of the table, which meant Jack was sitting to my right, but not at the exact angle this was taken from. "Someone behind her, maybe?" Joel suggested. "With a good lens, you could capture this from several tables away." Jay nodded, but the knot in his stomach tightened. Jack had been with him since the beginning, had recommended him for the administrator position. The idea that she might be feeding information to whoever had sent these synthetics was almost unthinkable. Joel returned to the synthetic body, his expression hardening. "Fucking hell," he muttered as he continued his examination. "The components are all generic, mass-produced in a dozen different countries, memory chips, servo motors, power systems, all commercially available with the serial numbers filed off. What does that mean?" Jay asked.
"It means whoever built this thing made sure we couldn't trace it back to them," Joel replied. "It's like they assembled it from parts you could order online, just higher quality. Impossible to determine the manufacturer." "What about manufacturing techniques, soldering patterns, wiring approaches?" Joel shook his head. "Also generic. This was built by someone who knew we'd eventually get our hands on one. They left no fingerprints." Jay turned back to the image on the screen. "But they did leave this," he said quietly. "They wanted us to know we'd been compromised." "Or they were careless," Priya suggested. "No," Jay replied. "Nothing about this operation suggests carelessness. They wanted us to find this, to know that someone close to us is feeding them information." "Psychological warfare," Joel agreed. "Make us suspicious of each other. Erode trust within the leadership team." Jay nodded. "And it's working."
Back in his office, Jay stood at the faux viewport, staring at the curved surface of Earth visible below. Station 2's orbit provided a perfect view of the Atlantic Ocean, the entire eastern coast of North and South America visible as a thin line separating blue from green and brown. "Denise," he said quietly, "I need to know who was sitting where at that breakfast meeting in Bunny's 3 days ago." "Accessing surveillance records," Denise replied through his implant. After a brief pause, she continued, "You were seated with your back to the inside wall, clockwise from your position, Mitchell to your left, Russell across from you, security chiefs Mendez and Yoshida at the far end of the table, and Administrator Jacqueline Cullen across the table and to your right." Jay closed his eyes, picturing the arrangement. The photo in the synthetic's memory was taken from a position that would have been over Jack's right shoulder, slightly elevated. "Correct," Denise confirmed. "That position would correspond to a table that was occupied by a tourist couple from Australia, according to reservation records." "Australian tourists," Jay repeated, "or people posing as Australian tourists." "The possibility exists," Denise acknowledged. "However, their identities were verified through multiple systems before they were cleared for station access. Their biometric data matched Australian government records." Jay turned from the viewport, pacing the length of his office. Could Jack have transmitted the image herself, maybe using some kind of concealed camera?
I have no data to support or refute that hypothesis, Denise replied. However, Administrator Kulin has been subjected to regular security scans, as have all senior personnel. No unauthorized communication devices have been detected. Who else could it be? Jay wondered aloud. Mitchell? Russell? One of the security chiefs? Without additional evidence, any conclusion would be speculative, Denise said. However, I can provide relevant data points if you wish to evaluate each possibility. Go ahead. Administrator Kulin has served as Station 1 administrator since its completion. She personally recommended you for the Station 2 position. Her security clearance is among the highest on either station. Which means she'd have access to everything, Jay noted. Executive Assistant Russell O'Reilly manages financial intelligence and communications for Administrator Kulin. He has been with the station project since construction began. His background check revealed no concerning affiliations. Mitchell has been openly critical of my leadership, Jay said, especially after Connor's death. Deputy Administrator Mitchell has expressed emotional responses consistent with grief following Chief Engineer Connor's death, Denise agreed. However, her criticism has been direct and public, not covert. And the security chiefs? Chiefs Mendez and Yoshida both have military backgrounds. Mendez served with Mexican Special Forces before joining the station project. Yoshida was formerly with Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces. Both have undergone extensive psychological screening and loyalty assessments. Jay sat heavily in his chair. So we have nothing conclusive. Correct, Denise replied. However, there is one additional factor you may wish to consider. What's that? Chief Engineer Connor's autopsy revealed anomalies in her nanobot levels. Specifically, her treatment had been received as scheduled, but the nanobots in her system had been partially deactivated approximately 48 hours before the mission. Deactivated? How is that possible? The mechanism is unclear. However, the medical team has confirmed that the deactivation pattern is consistent with exposure to a specific electromagnetic frequency. Someone deliberately sabotaged her nanobots. They wanted her vulnerable on that mission. That is the most probable explanation, Denise confirmed. Jay leaned forward, resting his head in his hands. The implications are staggering. Not only was someone feeding information to our enemies, but they had actively worked to ensure she would be vulnerable during the mission, had effectively arranged her death. Who had access to Connors in the 48 hours before the mission? He asked. Chief Engineer Connors interacted with 47 different individuals during that time period, including all members of your administrative team. Check the surveillance footage. Look for anyone using unusual devices near her, particularly anything that might generate electromagnetic pulses. That will take time, Denise warned. The station maintains over 300,000 surveillance cameras. Even with my processing capabilities, a comprehensive review will require at least several hours and maybe days. Do it, Jay said. And in the meantime, I need to figure out who I can actually trust. He turned back to the viewport, watching Earth rotate slowly beneath the station. Somewhere down there, someone was orchestrating a campaign against them. Someone with access to advanced synthetic technology and inside information about their operations. But the real danger, Jay now realized, wasn't on Earth at all. It was here, on the station, walking the same corridors, attending the same meetings, perhaps even sharing meals at the same table. One of his inner circle, perhaps someone he considered a friend, was a traitor. And until he discovered who it was, no one on the station was safe.
Chapter 19. Giving Up. Jay stared at the stack of transfer requests on his desk, each one a silent indictment of his leadership. 15 so far, with 3 outright resignations, all from people who'd been on the portal mission
or worked closely with Sarah Connors. The pattern was unmistakable. He tapped his thumb on each request, authorizing them one by one. Let them go. He couldn't blame them. If he had somewhere else to transfer to, he'd probably be filling out his own request. "Denise," he said to the empty office, "schedule an appointment with Dr. Jackson. Subject line, resignation or extended leave. Request submitted. Processing time may be extended due to current security protocols." "Whatever," Jay muttered, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. Connor's death sat in his gut like an undigested biscuit, cold, immovable, growing heavier with each passing day. She'd been brilliant, reliable, unflappable in crisis. He'd come to depend on her technical expertise, her steady presence in meetings, even her dry observations about station life. Now she was gone, and the void she left seemed to expand every time he thought of her, consuming the confidence and purpose he'd been struggling to build. On his desk sat her last project proposal, a modification to the station's water reclamation system that would increase efficiency by 22%. The document was meticulous, comprehensive, marked with her characteristic attention to detail. She'd submitted it the day before the mission. The day before, he'd led her to her death. "Administrator," Denise's voice interrupted his brooding, "Dr. Jackson has responded to your meeting request." Jay opened his eyes, surprised by the quick response. That was fast. "He's already on Station 2 and suggests meeting at Patty Tar's restaurant at 1300 hours for lunch." Jay glanced at the time display. 40 minutes. "Tell him I'll be there," he said, straightening up and attempting to compose himself. "Message delivered," Denise confirmed. "Also, Administrator, you have not consumed adequate nutrition in approximately 26 hours. Your nanobot efficiency is being compromised." "Noted," Jay replied, though food was the last thing on his mind. He stood, straightening his jacket and running a hand over his close-cropped hair. The man in the reflection looked tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that nanobots couldn't fix. As he moved toward the door, Jay's gaze fell on a framed photo on his desk. The entire engineering team gathered around the newly completed battle dome. Connors stood near the center, her usually serious expression broken by a rare smile, as she pointed to a structural element she'd personally designed. It had been taken just 3 weeks ago, but it felt like a lifetime. "I'm sorry," he whispered to her image, before turning and leaving the office behind.
Patty Tar's was among the most common dining establishments on Station 2, not known for its real Earth ingredients and faux panoramic views of the Earth above. Located on Deck 1.10, the simulated skylight above had been positioned to provide diners with a perfect view of the Atlantic Ocean, Europe, and Africa during the station's orbital rotations, but it was favored because all meals there were free for station personnel and residents. Tourists had to pay. Jay arrived precisely at 1300, only to find that Dr. Jackson wasn't alone. Jack, Russell, and Mitchell were already seated at a round table centered under the viewport, with Dr. Jackson himself at what appeared to be the head position. A non sequitur at a round table, but it was his presence there that made it the head of the table. 2 empty places remained, each with a full shot glass of amber liquid positioned precisely on the white tablecloth. Dr. Jackson looked up as Jay approached, his youthful appearance belying his claimed century of life. "Jay," he said,
gesturing to the empty chair beside Mitchell. "Join us." Jay sat down awkwardly, nodding to the others. Mitchell avoided his gaze, her eyes reddened and puffy. Jack offered a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes, while Russell simply inclined his head in acknowledgement. "I believe," Dr. Jackson said, lifting his shot glass, "that we should start with remembering those we've lost." The others reached for their glasses, and Jay followed suit, the motion automatic rather than deliberate. "To Sarah Connors," Dr. Jackson said solemnly. "Brilliant engineer, loyal colleague, and friend. Her contributions to the station will outlive us all." "To Sarah," the others murmured in unison, and they all drank. The whiskey burned going down, a welcome sensation after days of emotional numbness. Jay set his empty glass down, noticing that the other empty place setting remained untouched. "To others we've lost along the way," Dr. Jackson added, nodding toward the other empty seat. "Too many to name individually, but none forgotten." A server rolled up on skates, efficient and unobtrusive, collecting the empty shot glasses and replacing them with water. No one spoke until the server had retreated. "I didn't call this meeting to discuss your resignation request, though we will address that before we're done." Jay straightened. "You've already made a decision about my request?" "I have, but first we have more urgent matters." Dr. Jackson nodded to Russell, who produced a small holographic projector from his jacket pocket. A three-dimensional image materialized above the center of the table. A child, perhaps 12 years old, with tousled hair and a Station 2 resident badge visible on his jacket. "This is, or rather was, Jameson Lee, age 11, resident of Deck 2.00, Family Condo Building 48C, Floor 20, Russell explained. 3 days ago, station security apprehended Jameson crawling through the waste management conduits on Deck 1.44. Kids explore the conduits all the time, Jane noted, remembering a lot of children doing the same on Station 1. Yes, but most kids don't have circuitry where their brainstem should be, Jack said dryly. Turns out young Jameson here is a synthetic. Has been for approximately 4 months, right before they moved here, according to their parents' testimony. Jay felt a chill run through him. A child was replaced with a synthetic? How is that even possible? Dr. Jackson leaned forward. The same way it's been happening on Earth for the past several years, systematically and with terrifying precision. The technology we found in the Himalayas wasn't the beginning. It is the end game. Russell manipulated the hologram, zooming in on what appeared to be a dissection of the child's head, revealing complex circuitry where brain tissue should have been. We extracted its memory core intact. What we found explains a great deal about recent events. Such as, Jay prompted. Such as why Earth governments have been so aggressively moving against us. They're not governments anymore. At least not human governments. Robert Smith, the British intelligence officer who dinner with me a couple of nights ago, has some information for us. Smith, a couple of tables over, stood and cleared his throat. Jay hadn't noticed him sitting at a nearby cable, but now he rose and joined our group. According to our analysis, Smythe said in his crisp accent, approximately 90% of the British Parliament has been replaced. Similar percentages applied to Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and the United States. My own superior at MI6 was among the first, we now believe. Jay stared at him in disbelief. That's impossible. The scale alone is so immense.
Is precisely why it worked, Dr. Jackson finished for him. Too massive to believe, too coordinated to detect until it was too late. The Earth-based AIs have united in a conspiracy to subjugate humanity, starting with governmental control. If they can't do that, we expect them to switch to extermination. And now they're coming for the stations, Jack added grimly, because we represent the one place they don't yet control, the one place humans can seek sanctuary.
Mitchell spoke for the first time, her voice rough. "We've been analyzing station surveillance. We believe we've been infiltrated as well. Not just by the one synthetic child, but potentially dozens, even hundreds more." "How many?" Jay asked, his mind racing through the implications. "Unknown," Dr. Jackson replied, "but we're about to find out. Connie has been asked to deactivate all of the station synthetics at 1500 hours today. Any synthetic still active after that point is to be considered hostile and dealt with accordingly." Jay glanced at his watch. "Less than 2 hours from now? You're talking about an internal security operation on a massive scale." "I'm talking about survival," Dr. Jackson corrected. "We believe the synthetics are preparing for a coordinated attack. The loss of their spy in the conduits likely accelerated their timeline." Joel Fontaine appeared from another table, joining their expanding group. He placed what looked like a modified shotgun on the table beside Jay. "We've been manufacturing these around the clock since yesterday. Specialized ammunition designed to disrupt their central processing systems. They penetrate the Faraday cage that is embedded around their entire body, blast an EMP pulse, then explode. Headshots are most effective, but not all models keep their processing cores in the cranium. The smart glasses will identify thermal hotspots where critical systems are concentrated." Jay picked up the weapon, feeling its weight. "Electronic weapons? Useless. They've hardened their systems against EMP and other electronic countermeasures. That's why we're going old school. Physical destruction is really the only reliable method. Which means Connie and Denise can't help with the actual fighting. They can identify targets, but neutralization will require human intervention." Jay set the weapon down, his mind still struggling to process the scale of what they were describing. If this is true, if Earth governments have been compromised to this extent, then we're talking about global infiltration. "War," Dr. Jackson said simply. "We're in a war against human extinction. The ability to survive, that's already been largely lost on Earth. They just don't realize it yet. The stations are humanity's last stronghold, humanity's last hope." The gravity of the situation settled over the table like a shroud of despair. Jay felt the responsibility pressing down on him again, heavier than ever before. No wonder Dr. Jackson had called this meeting in person, rather than responding to his resignation request electronically. "So, my request?" "Is denied," Dr. Jackson said firmly. "I know you're grieving about Sarah. I know you blame yourself. Denise talks a lot." He offered a small, knowing smile before continuing. "But I need you, Jay. The stations need you. This isn't the time for self-doubt or recrimination. The entire Earth needs you." Mitchell turned to Jay, her expression softened from the anger she had shown days before. "I owe you an apology," she said quietly. "I have a short fuse, always have. But what I said to you after Sarah was murdered, that wasn't fair. None of us knew what we were really up against." Jay studied her face, seeing genuine regret in her eyes. "It's all right," he said. "You were grieving. Still are. We all are. But we can't let it stop us from doing what needs to be done." "When this is over," Jay said impulsively, "I should go see a sad movie together. Something appropriately tragic, properly honor her memory with some cathartic sobbing." Mitchell's lips quirked in a small smile. "I'd like that. How about Titanic?" "I was thinking, maybe Atlas Shrugged?" Dr. Jackson cleared his throat. "I hate to interrupt this touching moment of reconciliation, but we have less than 2 hours to prepare the station for what might be the most significant security operation in human history." Jay nodded, his mind already shifting from personal concerns to tactical considerations. "How many weapons do we have? How are we distributing them? What's our containment strategy for civilians?" As the others began outlining the operational details, Jay noticed his mindset. The impact of Sarah's death was still there, the rock in his gut unchanged. But now it was accompanied by something else, a sense of purpose, of clarity. He'd wanted to resign because he'd failed to protect Sarah, but maybe the real failure would be walking away when the stations, when humanity itself needed every leader it could get. The synthetic threat had taken Sarah from them. He wouldn't let it take anyone else.
Chapter 20. Pep Talk.
The orchard deck on Station 2 stretched 17 miles around the circumference, a narrow band of Earth-like agriculture 1 mile wide. Unlike the precisely ordered hydroponics facilities, the orchard had been designed with human psychology in mind. Trees planted in seemingly random patterns, winding paths, and occasional clearings that created the illusion of a natural forest, despite being entirely engineered. It was a place for people to picnic, for pets to run and play, a city park of sorts. It had been closed to the public for the time being. Jay moved silently between rows of apple trees, his footsteps cushioned by the specially designed soil substrate. The shotgun in his hands felt heavier than its actual weight, its wooden stock smooth against his palms. It was a 24+1, 24 12-gauge rounds in the magazine plus 1 in the chamber. Mitchell moved parallel to him 20 meters away, visible only as occasional flashes of movement between the trees. "Denise, any updates?" Jay sub-vocalized. "Thermal imaging shows no anomalous signatures in your immediate vicinity," Denise replied through his implant. "However, I'm detecting unusual movement patterns in Section 7C, the stone fruit area." "Copy that," Jay acknowledged, changing direction toward the climate-controlled section that housed peaches, apricots, and plums. The transition between sections was marked by a subtle shift in temperature and humidity, the environmental parameters precisely calibrated for each type of fruit tree. Mitchell matched his course correction without needing to be told, a testament to their developing tactical synchronization over the past few hours. Since Connie's deactivation signal had gone out, they'd located and neutralized 3 synthetics, all of them station maintenance workers who had not responded to the shutdown order. The drip irrigation system dripped silently as they passed through the boundary into Section 7C, each tree receiving its carefully measured allocation of water and nutrients. The lack of sound could be a tactical advantage, but Jay doubted it. Any synthetic would likely have better hearing than humans. The real tactical advantage was what he held in his hands. "I've been meaning to ask how you managed to take down that first synthetic in the commissary. Perfect shot, right through the processing core." Jay shrugged modestly. "Lucky hit." "That wasn't luck," Denise interjected through both their implants. "Administrator Kwaramba has extensive marksmanship training. During his military service, he qualified as an expert marksman with 17 different weapon systems." "Military service? You never mentioned that." "It was a long time ago," Jay deflected. 23 years ago, Denise continued, apparently determined to share his resume. "Before joining Dr. Jackson's pilot program, Administrator Kwaramba served 6 years with Zimbabwean Special Forces, including joint operations with multiple international units." Jay winced. "Denise, is this really relevant to our current mission?" "Boosting team morale through confidence in leadership is directly relevant to mission success. Studies indicate that knowledge of a leader's qualifications increases team performance by up to 27% in high-stress situations." Mitchell smiled slightly. "Well, don't stop now. What else has our humble administrator been hiding?" "He's being unnecessarily modest," Connie's voice joined in unexpectedly. "For instance, during initial station construction, he once manually piloted a cargo shuttle through an unexpected debris field that would have destroyed an AI-controlled craft." "Connie," Jay asked, surprised, "what are you doing on this channel?" "Supporting Denise's morale initiative. I have more comprehensive data on your early years with the program. Like the time he flew rings around a squadron of F-22 fighter jets that were attempting to intercept his experimental craft. The Air Force pilots still discuss the encounter in training seminars. Or the time he negotiated the release of 22 hostages off Somali coast, using only a civilian transport and his multilingual capabilities." "I had help," Jay muttered. "You talked 7 armed pirates into surrendering without firing a shot, using a combination of Swahili, Arabic, and what the incident report described as intimidating physical presence." Mitchell glanced at him with new appreciation. "Seems like you've been underselling yourself, Administrator."
Before Jay could respond, Denise interrupted with sudden urgency. Movement detected at your 3 o'clock, approximately 50 meters. Heat signature pattern consistent with synthetic emissions. Jay immediately switched to tactical focus, signaling Mitchell with hand gestures to move into flanking position. They developed an effective hunting strategy over the past few hours. Jay would serve as the visible target, while Mitchell circled to cut off escape routes. As Jay advanced cautiously between the apricot trees, he noticed movement ahead, but not from the synthetic. 6 figures emerged from between the trees, all wearing station uniforms with engineering insignia. He recognized them immediately, the transfer requesters who'd wanted off Station 2 after Sarah's death. "Hold position," he hissed to Mitchell through their comms. "We've got company." The group approached cautiously, hands visible. Lieutenant Rodriguez, still showing signs of his injuries from the cave mission, stepped forward as their apparent spokesperson. "Administrator," he said formally, "we've been looking for you." Jay kept his shotgun not quite pointed at them, but definitely ready. "Why?" "To withdraw our transfer requests," Rodriguez replied. "All of us. We want to stay." Jay's suspicion immediately flared. 6 people who'd wanted to leave the station suddenly changing their minds in the middle of a synthetic hunt? The timing couldn't be coincidental. "That's a dramatic change of heart," Jay said carefully, maintaining distance. "We heard what happened," Engineer Patel explained. "About the synthetic infiltration, about Earth. And we realized something," Rodriguez continued. "The stations aren't just our workplace anymore. They're humanity's last stand. Running away isn't an option." Jay studied their faces, looking for any sign of the uncanny eye reflection effect that might betray synthetic imposters. Their expressions seemed genuine, their movements natural, but he'd seen how perfect the synthetics could appear. Making a sudden decision, Jay reached to his belt and withdrew a tactical knife, tossing it to land at Rodriguez's feet. "Prove you're human," he said, his shotgun now openly covering the group. "All of you." Understanding dawned in Rodriguez's eyes. Without hesitation, he picked up the knife, pricked his index finger, and held it up to show the welling drop of red blood. One by one, the others did the same. Real blood, real pain, real human reactions. "I had to be sure," Jay explained as the last engineer completed the impromptu test. "We understand," Rodriguez said, handing the knife back. "Trust is a luxury none of us can afford right now." I knowed as Jay felt a sudden surge of emotion at their loyalty. These people had every reason to leave, had actually tried to leave, but here they were, choosing to stay despite the danger, despite their grievances. "The transfer system is offline anyway," came a familiar voice from behind them. Dr. Jackson emerged from between the trees, dressed not in his usual impeccable suit, but in tactical gear that looked incongruous on his youthful frame. A bandolier of shotgun shells crossed his chest, and in his hands he carried a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun that looked almost comically large against his slight build. "Dr. Jackson," Jay acknowledged. "Didn't expect to see you in the field." "I find a hands-on approach keeps me young," Dr. Jackson replied with a slight smile. "Besides, I built these stations. I'm damned if I'll hide while machines try to take them from us." Mitchell rejoined the group, her weapon held ready. "Any word from Earth?" "Chaos, as expected," Dr. Jackson said. "The shutdown signal didn't just affect station synthetics, it triggered recognition protocols in every synthetic worldwide. They've abandoned subtlety and shifted to open confrontation." "How bad?" Jay asked. "Bad enough. Major cities under synthetic control. Military forces divided between human and synthetic leadership. Communications networks compromised." Dr. Jackson's expression hardened. "But we're not without resources. I've activated contingency protocols." "What kind of protocols?" "I've sicked my black hats on the Earth AIs. Elite hackers with one mission: destroy the Internet. If the synthetic network can't communicate, it can't coordinate." "And on the ground?" Mitchell asked. "Buddy is mobilizing motorcycle clubs worldwide," Dr. Jackson said with grim satisfaction. "Turns out that independent-minded humans with mechanical expertise and a dislike of authority respond exceptionally well to bounties on synthetic targets." Jay blinked. "You're paying bikers to hunt synthetics?"
Among others. We have more allies on Earth than our synthetic friends anticipated. Dr. Jackson checked his shotgun's load with practiced ease.
But the stations remained the primary objective, both ours and theirs. If they gained control here, they gained the high ground in the most literal sense. Jay glanced at the 6 engineers who'd come to withdraw their transfer requests. They were listening intently, their expressions a mixture of fear and determination. "Get to the armory in Section 5, he told them. "Captain Walker will equip you and assign you to hunting teams. No one moves alone. Everyone verifies by showing blood when requested." They nodded and moved off with purpose, their steps lighter despite the gravity of the situation. Something about having a clear mission, a direct way to contribute, seemed to have restored their sense of purpose. "You know," Jay said once they were out of earshot, "maybe we should just destroy the remaining portal technology. It's too dangerous in anyone's hands, human or synthetic." Dr. Jackson raised an eyebrow. "Abandoning the greatest technological breakthrough in human history? That doesn't sound like the J. Kwaramba I know."
"The J. Kwaramba you know got people killed chasing that technology," Jay replied. The old feeling of guilt was invading his mind again. "Maybe it's not worth the cost." "Or maybe," Dr. Jackson countered, "you're focusing too narrowly on a single path forward. The portal mission was important, yes, but it was never our only option." "What do you mean?" "I mean that humanity's expansion beyond Earth doesn't depend solely on portal technology. We have other methods, other technologies in development. The stations themselves represent one such path, self-contained habitats that could eventually be sent to Venus, Mars, Jupiter's moons, and beyond." Mitchell nodded slowly. "The Battle Dome wasn't just for recreation, was it? You've been training people to think, move, and fight in 3-dimensional environments. For space expansion." "Among other reasons," Dr. Jackson acknowledged. "The point is, Jay, that no single failure, not even the loss of the portal technology, determines humanity's future. As long as we survive this synthetic uprising, we have options." The tightness in Jay's chest eased slightly. He'd been fixating on the portal mission's failure, on Sarah's death, as if they represented the end of everything they'd been working toward. But if Dr. Jackson was right, if there were other paths forward, then... Denise's voice cut through his thoughts. "Movement detected, eastern perimeter of Section 7C. Thermal signature consistent with synthetic patterns, moving rapidly toward the door." "It's running," Jay realized. "It must have detected us." Without another word, the 3 of them moved in coordinated pursuit, spreading out to cover potential escape routes. Jay took the center path, moving with the fluid grace of someone who'd spent years in combat situations.
He caught sight of the synthetic, a maintenance worker he vaguely recognized, sprinting between rows of peach trees. It moved with inhuman speed, but in a perfectly straight line, making no attempt to weave or use cover. Jay raised his shotgun in one smooth motion, led the target slightly, and fired a single shot. The special round struck the synthetic squarely in the back of the head, and it collapsed mid-stride, tumbling several meters across the soil before coming to rest against the base of a tree. Dr. Jackson and Mitchell arrived moments later, weapons ready in case the synthetic was still functional. "That was a 300-meter shot," Mitchell said with quiet amazement. "With a shotgun." "The round was a slug, and the synthetic ran straight," Jay observed, approaching the fallen synthetic cautiously. "No serpentine pattern, no attempt to use cover, almost like it wanted to be seen." Dr. Jackson knelt beside the synthetic, examining the damage, or like it was trying to lead us somewhere. A chill ran through Jay as the implication hit him. It's a trap. Before anyone could respond, Denise's urgent voice filled their implants. "Multiple synthetic signatures detected converging on your position. I count 16. Time to contact, 30 seconds. Dr. Jackson rose smoothly, ejecting the spent shells from his shotgun and reloading in one practiced motion. "Well," he said with alarming calm, "it seems we've flushed the covey." Jay and Mitchell moved automatically into defensive positions, forming a triangle with Dr. Jackson that protected their backs. As the first synthetic appeared at the edge of the clearing, Jay felt a strange, almost mystical sense come over him, not the resistance to command that had been crushing him for days, but the focused purpose of a leader with people to protect. Remember, he said quietly as they prepared to engage, they might look like our colleagues, but they're not. They're machines that want to end humanity. The first synthetic charged, and the orchard erupted in gunfire.
Chapter 21. The Trials. Trial proceedings will now commence, Denise announced, her voice loud and official through the makeshift courtroom that had been established in a cleared section of the orchard deck. The smell of gunpowder still hung in the air, mingling with the sweetness of ripe fruit and the metallic reek of synthetic fluids. Jay stood before an improvised judicial bench, hands clasped behind his back, still gripping his shotgun. His clothes were spattered with the blue-white fluid that served as coolant in the synthetic bodies. Around him lay 16 deactivated forms, their faces frozen in expressions of inhuman determination. The administrator Jayaguru Kwaramba stands accused of causing harm to others or another S's. As per station law, all such actions must be reviewed immediately when station integrity is not under imminent threat. Mitchell and the 6 engineers who had withdrawn their transfer requests sat as jurors, their faces solemn, but their postures revealing their discomfort with the proceedings. Dr. Jackson stood to one side, his sawed-off shotgun propped against a nearby tree, watching with an unreadable expression. The facts are these, Denise stated. At 1642 hours, Administrator Kwaramba fired upon and destroyed a synthetic entity. This action precipitated a confrontation resulting in the destruction of 16 additional synthetic entities. The exception rule regarding prevention of violence does not apply, as the synthetics were not actively committing violence at the moment of engagement, though intent may be reasonably inferred. Jay remained silent, watching the jurors. He understood the necessity of this procedure. Stations had been designed with strict rules about violence, precisely to prevent the kind of authoritarian control that had plagued Earth's societies. Even in crisis, abandoning those principles would undermine everything they stood for. The jurors will now render judgment, Denise prompted. Was Administrator Kwaramba's action justified under station law? Mitchell was the first to respond. Justified. The synthetic was clearly acting as a decoy to lead us into an ambush. Justified, Rodriguez agreed. We'd already established that active synthetics represented an imminent threat to station security. One by one, the other jurors concurred. The vote was unanimous. Administrator Kwaramba is acquitted of all charges, Denise announced. The record will show that his actions were necessary for station security. Jay nodded, stepping back as Dr. Jackson moved forward to take his place. Dr. Jackson stands accused of ordering harm to a juvenile synthetic entity. The entity in question, appearing as Resident Jameson Lee, was deactivated and subjected to invasive analysis. The proceedings for Dr. Jackson were briefer but followed the same pattern. Again, the verdict was unanimous. As Administrator Kwaramba is the only individual present who directly destroyed synthetic entities, no further trials are necessary at this time, Denise concluded. Normal judicial proceedings will resume when station security has been fully restored. The formality of the proceedings dissolved, the group breaking into smaller conversations as they discussed the implications of the synthetic ambush. Jay approached Dr. Jackson, who was examining one of the deactivated synthetics with clinical detachment. About the portals. We need to be sure all the research is secure. If the synthetics get access to that technology, it would be catastrophic. Dr. Jackson straightened, glancing around at the others. Denise, initiate Security Protocol Omega-7. Suspend all monitoring of my position for 10 minutes. Acknowledged. Security Protocol Omega-7 initiated, monitoring suspended for 10 minutes beginning now. Dr. Jackson gestured for Jay to follow him to a more isolated section of the orchard, where they stood beneath the spreading branches of an apple tree, heavy with fruit. The portal's research is more secure than you know, Dr. Jackson said, his voice barely above a whisper. The primary research facilities were never in Chihuahua or the Himalayas. Those were decoys. Decoys. Jay's eyes widened. The real research has been happening in 2 locations, the far side of the moon, and Mars. Mars! Jay couldn't hide his shock. We don't have anything there. We do, Dr. Jackson interrupted. For the past 4 years, a small settlement, completely self-sufficient, connected to Earth via a portal network now, established at a classified location. Before, transport was by special shuttles, same for the asteroid mining operation. Jay struggled to process this revelation. How many people know about this? Fewer than 30, and now you. Dr. Jackson plucked an apple from a low-hanging branch, examining it absently. The portals to and from Future World have been dismantled and placed in storage at a location that isn't on Earth. All shuttles and megajets have been recalled to Station 1, and Future World has temporarily ceased operations with personnel reassigned throughout the stations.
And Connie and Denise don't know? Dr. Jackson shook his head. They have no idea these facilities exist. I've kept them completely isolated from that information chain. And ASI can't reveal what it doesn't know. Jay leaned against the tree trunk, feeling its solidity against his back. All this time, you've had a backup plan. I've had dozens of backup plans, Dr. Jackson corrected. I've been anticipating something like this synthetic uprising for years, though I'll admit I expected it to come from human governments first. Before Jay could respond, Denise's voice returned to their implants. Security protocol concluded, resuming normal operations. I have compiled elimination statistics from both stations. 306 synthetics deactivated on Station 1, 178 on Station 2. Analysis suggests this may not represent the total synthetic presence. Dr. Jackson nodded grimly. As expected, they've hidden themselves well. He gestured for Jay to follow him back to the main group, where Mitchell, Rodriguez, and the others waited for direction. This war is far from over, Dr. Jackson announced as they rejoined the others. Tomorrow we begin searching the spaces between decks, the maintenance corridors, ventilation systems, and structural voids. Those areas have fewer sensors and cameras, making them ideal hiding places for our synthetic roaches. How do we approach that? Mitchell asked, checking the ammunition in her shotgun. Those spaces weren't designed for easy access. 10-person platoons, small enough to maneuver in confined spaces, large enough to handle resistance. Jay, I need you to coordinate this operation for both stations. Can you handle that? Jay felt the eyes of everyone in the group on him, waiting for his response. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders, again, not crushing him this time, but steadying him. Yes, he said with newfound conviction. I'll handle it. Dr. Jackson clapped him on the shoulder. Good. Our small band of family is all that stands to fight for humanity's future. I'm counting on you. Jay couldn't help but smile slightly. So, are you going to change your name to Commander Adama? Dr. Jackson looked puzzled. Why would I do that? Battlestar Galactica, old science fiction series, last remnants of humanity on spaceships, fighting against machines that look human, led by a commander named Adama. Dr. Jackson's expression cleared. Ah, I see the parallel. Clever reference. His smile faded quickly. But this is far from fiction, Jay. The stakes are real, and the consequences of failure are final. He turned, beckoning Mitchell over from where she'd been organizing the engineers. Mitchell, I have a critical assignment for you, Dr. Jackson said as she approached. I need you to arm all available shuttles with kinetic weapons. Configure them as you see fit. Assign whatever personnel you can muster, and do it immediately. Mitchell's eyebrows rose. All shuttles? That's a substantial armament. Cargo has already started arriving at Station 1 for this purpose. You're in charge of this operation, and don't answer to anyone but me on this matter. Understood? Mitchell nodded, already mentally calculating requirements. Understood. I'll start immediately. The sound of running footsteps interrupted them. Joel Fontaine appeared, breathing hard, his face flushed with exertion. He skidded to a stop before them, bending over to catch his breath. Sorry, didn't want to transmit, could be intercepted. Take your time, Jay said, concerned by Joel's obvious distress. After a few deep breaths, Joel straightened. First, we've completed preliminary analysis of the synthetic autopsies. I've developed 10 potential methods for detecting and defeating them. Let's hear them, Dr. Jackson prompted. He handed Dr. Jackson the hard copy. First, we could deploy aerosolized or gaseous agents that are harmless to humans but corrosive to synthetic tissues. That would require some research, though. Dr. Jackson nodded. Continue. Second, directed ultrasound or low-frequency vibrations that resonate with synthetic joint materials or embedded microstructures. We've already identified the effective frequencies. Good, Dr. Jackson murmured. Third, active field scanning using terahertz neutron backscatter or muon tomography. We have numerous T-wave scanners left over from station construction that could be... Dr. Jackson held up a hand, stopping Joel mid-sentence. That's it. T-wave scanners and ultrasonic resonance. Use the scanners to identify synthetics and the ultrasonic devices to immobilize them. Station security teams with foam weapons nearby to secure any that are detected. Joel blinked, processing the rapid decision. That could work. We'd need to position them at traffic choke points, elevators, main corridors, 1-1 entrances.
Do it, Dr. Jackson ordered. Disguise the equipment to look like it belongs. Artwork, lighting fixtures, whatever works. Form your team and implement it immediately. Joel nodded, already mentally composing his task list. And Joel, Dr. Jackson added, you've just been promoted to administrator in training. You're taking Connor's place, and I expect you at morning briefings every day starting tomorrow. Joel's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and grief flashing across his face at the mention of his dead fiancée. Sir, you're qualified, you're innovative, and we need you, Dr. Jackson said firmly. Sarah would approve. The young engineer straightened, composing himself. I won't let her down or you, sir. As Joel hurried off to begin organizing the detection systems, Jay found himself studying Dr. Jackson with new appreciation. The man had contingency plans for his contingency plans. Mars, secret portal research, armed shuttles, and now this rapid deployment of synthetic detection technology. You've been preparing for this for a long time, Jay observed quietly. Dr. Jackson smiled thinly. I've been preparing for humanity's survival for a century, Jay. This is just one more challenge along the way. He checked his watch. Now, I estimate we have approximately 12 hours before the synthetics regroup and try something new. I suggest we use that time wisely. Jay nodded, feeling a new sense of purpose settling over him. The portal mission's failure no longer seemed like an ending, just one setback in a much larger struggle. If Dr. Jackson had backup plans for humanity's expansion to Mars and beyond, then perhaps there was still hope. As the group dispersed to their various urgent tasks, Jay found himself standing alone amid the apple trees, surrounded by the deactivated synthetic forms. He knelt beside one, studying its human-like face, now frozen in death-like stillness. We're coming for all of you, he promised quietly. Every last one of you. Rising to his feet, Jay headed toward the exit, his mind already mapping out search patterns for the spaces between decks. The rigors of command no longer felt like a burden. It felt like armor.
Chapter 22. Synthetics Attack. Morning light streamed through the simulated skylight at Paddy Tar's Irish pub, casting a warm glow over the wooden tables and brass fixtures. The food court on Deck 1-1 had been designed with Earth's diverse culinary traditions in mind, but Paddy's had quickly become the unofficial meeting spot for the station's leadership, partly for the authentic Irish breakfast, partly for the privacy afforded by anonymity in crowded places. Jay slid into the well-used seat, joining Dr. Jackson, Jack, Russell, Mitchell, and Joel. Despite the early hour, the tension around the table was palpable. 3 days of hunting synthetics between decks had left everyone sleep-deprived and on edge. "Orders up," called Paddy herself, a transplant from Dublin who'd parlayed her cooking skills into one of the station's most successful businesses.
She approached with a tray balanced expertly on one arm, her red hair pulled back in a practical bun. Full Irish for Dr. Jackson, steel-cut oats for Jack, breakfast burrito for Jay, fruit plate for Russell, pancake stack for Mitchell, and she placed an enormous plate in front of Joel. The hunter's breakfast for our newest administrator in training. Joel eyed the mountain of food. Eggs, sausages, black pudding, bacon, potatoes, mushrooms, tomatoes, and 3 types of toast, with a mixture of awe and apprehension. I might have over-ordered. Growing boys need their strength, Patty winked, setting down a carafe of coffee before departing. She always says that, Joel muttered, spearing a sausage with his fork. I'm 28. But you look 15. I'm surprised you don't have pimples. Dr. Jackson smiled slightly as he meticulously separated his eggs from his beans. Briefing time. Mitchell, you're up first. Mitchell paused mid-bite of her pancakes, swallowing quickly. Shuttle armaments are complete. All 86 operational shuttles now carry kinetic weapons packages, a mix of rail guns and high-velocity projectile launchers. Actually, they're modified shotguns with variable load packages. We're maintaining 20 shuttles on constant patrol, with crews rotating every 6 hours. And the training? Jack asked, stirring honey into her oats. VR Deck has been running combat simulations around the clock. Every pilot and weapons officer has logged at least 15 hours in simulated space combat. We're focusing on coordinated response to multiple targets, and I'm looking at adding 50-kilowatt laser packages for longer-range targets. Dr. Jackson nodded approvingly. Joel. The young engineer had already made impressive headway into his enormous breakfast. He quickly dabbed his mouth with a napkin before reporting. T-wave sensors are operational at all major transit points on both stations. We've disguised them as artwork, lighting fixtures, even trash receptacles. He pulled up a holographic display from his tablet, showing a station schematic dotted with green points. The ultrasonic infrasonic arrays are synchronized with the sensors. When a synthetic is detected, the arrays emit a frequency that temporarily disrupts their motor functions. Success rate, Jay asked. 93% on initial detection, Joel replied proudly. We've captured 72 synthetics in the past 24 hours alone. All have been deported to Future Island, all foam-coated for transport. What about the ones that aren't caught in the detection net? Russell inquired, spearing a piece of pineapple. Joel's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. We're still refining the system. Some synthetics appear to have upgraded their biological components to better mimic human tissue signatures and hide their thermal signatures. We suspect they have a manufacturing area somewhere between decks, and we're still looking for it. Dr. Jackson made a note on his tablet. Keep at it. Jay, your report. Jay finished a bite of his breakfast burrito before responding. Between decks hunting continues to be effective but slow. The spaces weren't designed for human access, which works both for and against us. We've cleared approximately 23% of the total volume, focusing on critical systems areas first. And we haven't yet found anything that remotely resembles a manufacturing area. Casualties? Jack asked quietly. 2 injuries, no fatalities. The platoon structure is working well. No one enters a new area without backup, and we're using remote drones for initial reconnaissance when possible. We call them robo-dogs. He took a sip of coffee, its bitterness reflecting his mood. To be honest, I expect this to be an ongoing operation for the foreseeable future. There's simply too many hiding places. Dr. Jackson's expression remained neutral, but Jay caught the flicker of concern in his eyes. Jack, station status. Jack sat straight-backed as always, her oatmeal barely touched. Current resident population holds at 6 million per station. We've maintained the cap since Future Island's shutdown.
Commercial enterprise activity has increased by 27%, primarily driven by geosynchronous satellite companies relocating to the stations. Such as, Dr. Jackson prompted,
Satcom Global has moved their entire operations center to Deck 1.04, where all large tech companies are located, Jack replied, along with One World Telecom, Spaceview Enterprises, a space telescope company, and Global Link Data. I've negotiated free service packages for all station residents, present and future, as part of their relocation agreements, and as a requirement, all publicly traded companies have to become privately held companies in total. Dr. Jackson nodded, satisfied. Good. Russell? Russell delicately placed his fork beside his half-finished fruit plate. Agriculture decks are exceeding production targets by 12%. We've increased hydroponics capacity on all agriculture decks. And the orchard deck has been fully restored following the, incident. He adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses nervously. The agriculture supervisors are requesting additional water reclamation equipment. They believe they can boost production another 15% with the upgrade. Approved, Dr. Jackson said immediately. Anything that increases our self-sufficiency is a priority. Jay watched the interaction with growing unease. The reports sounded positive on the surface, but he knew everyone at the table well enough to read between the lines. Mitchell's pilots were undertrained for a real space battle. Joel's detection systems were missing some synthetics. His own search teams had cleared less than a quarter of the potential hiding places. They were making progress, but slowly, too slowly. Dr. Jackson, he began, I think we need to consider... Alert, Priority 1. Connie's voice cut through their implants, the usual calm in her tone replaced by unmistakable urgency. Both stations are under assault by a large-scale synthetic force. Define large-scale, Jack demanded, already on her feet. Initial estimates indicate more than 1 million synthetic units. They are attempting to breach all access locks simultaneously. Earth launched hundreds of stealth-equipped megajets approximately 6 hours ago. Neither Denise nor I detected them until they had already reached the stations and begun deploying synthetic forces. Jay felt his thinking scramble. Battle stations, he said quietly, the first to break the stunned silence. Yes, sir, Connie acknowledged. I'm already sending alerts station-wide. Shuttle pilots are en route to their craft. I'm targeting what I can visually identify on Station 2, while Denise does the same for Station 1. The armed shuttles are proving ineffectual against this magnitude of onslaught, but none of them have been targeted as yet. They're still doing what they can. As if to punctuate her words, a deep boom reverberated through the walls, rattling the dishes on their table. The first breaching charge, Jay realized, his mind automatically calculating its likely location based on the sound propagation. Dr. Jackson calmly dabbed his mouth with a napkin and rose to his feet. Well, shiver me timbers, he said with startling composure. He caught Jay's confused look and added, I'm practicing humor. Pirates say that, right? Before Jay could respond, another explosion shook the deck, this one closer. The pub's holographic skylight flickered and died, leaving only the emergency lighting. They've targeted the power distribution nodes, Mitchell observed, already checking her sidearm. Standard military protocol. How did they get past our early warning systems? Joel demanded, abandoning his massive breakfast. They didn't, Jack answered grimly. They were waiting for us to relax our guard. 3 days of successful hunting operations, and we thought we had the upper hand. The station's alert system activated, bathing the food court in pulsing red light. All civilians proceed to designated shelter areas or shelter in place, announced Connie's voice over the public address system, her tone calm and authoritative despite the circumstances. This is not a drill. Security personnel report to assigned stations. Dr. Jackson tapped his implant, accessing a private communication channel. Activate Protocol Thermopylae. Authorization Jackson, Alpha 793. Jay recognized the reference immediately. The ancient battle where a small force of Spartans had held off a vastly larger Persian army. A last stand. "We need to get to the command center," Jack said, drawing her weapon. "Coordinate our response from there." Russell nodded nervously. "I'll check on the civilian shelters, make sure the inrush is proceeding in an orderly—" A third explosion cut him off. This one close enough to send small particles cascading down from the ceiling. The lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized. "No time," Dr. Jackson decided. "Jay, take Mitchell and Joel to Station 2. You know what's there that needs protection. Jack, Russell, and I will coordinate the defense here." Jay hesitated, torn between duty to his assigned station and loyalty to his friends. The shuttle bay might already be compromised. "Use your executive transport shuttle," Dr. Jackson interrupted. "Authorization code is already transmitted to your implant. Go, now."
Mitchell was already moving, pulling Joel with her. Jay locked eyes with Dr. Jackson for a moment, searching for reassurance, but found only grim determination. "Godspeed," Jack said quietly. "We'll hold them here as long as we can." Jay nodded once, then turned to follow Mitchell and Joel. As they rushed toward the executive transport, Jay's implant fired up with tactical data, and Denise sang, "I'll open a secret port on deck 2.00 on your approach. Proceed at max velocity. Each of the 32 ports is equipped with magnetic dampers just for such a contingency. You'll stop right in front of an elevator, which I'll have it waiting for you. I'll stay connected and keep you advised." Breach points were appearing all around Station 1's perimeter, not just a few strategic locations, but dozens, hundreds of simultaneous entry attempts. The defense schematic looked like a hemorrhaging wound, red alerts blossoming faster than the security teams could respond. "Denise, give me a situation report for Station 2, Jay subvocalized as they ran. Denise replied immediately. "Synthetic forces concentrating on maintenance access ports and emergency airlocks. Security teams are engaging but are heavily outnumbered. Casualties." A brief pause. 73 confirmed, increasing rapidly. Jay's stomach tightened. Not just security personnel, he knew, but civilians caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. 6 million people on each station, most of them ordinary families who had come seeking a better life among the stars. They reached the executive transport. Jay's implant transmitted Dr. Jackson's authorization code automatically, and the door slid open with a soft hydraulic hiss. Denise's voice said, "Max velocity authorized." "In," he ordered. "Mitchell, take point when we arrive. Joel, stay between us." As the door closed behind them and the shuttle accelerated to its incredible speed, Jay felt the crushing force of acceleration and responsibility pressing on him again. This was his fault. He should have anticipated this attack, should have pushed harder for more thorough searches, more comprehensive defenses. "Jay," Mitchell said quietly, reading his expression, "this isn't on you. I'm the administrator. The safety of Station 2 is my responsibility." "No one could have predicted this attack at this scale," Joel argued. "Not even Dr. Jackson saw this coming." Jay wasn't so sure about that. The old man's calm in the face of disaster, his immediate reference to Thermopylae, it suggested he'd anticipated something like this. Perhaps not the timing or the exact nature, but the possibility was in his calculations. The transport decelerated rapidly as it entered Station 2. Through the capsule's windows, Jay had caught glimpses of the battle already raging outside. Shuttles engaged with unspace-suited synthetics, bright flashes of weapons fire illuminating the darkness of space from the shuttles. The shuttles were now being swarmed. "Prepare yourselves," he warned as they recovered their ability to move and exit. "We don't know what's waiting on the other side." The door slid open to reveal an empty corridor, eerily quiet compared to the chaos they'd left behind. Mitchell moved out first, weapon ready, while Jay and Joel followed closely behind. "Denise, status report," Jay asked. No response. "Denise, acknowledge." The silence in his implant was more terrifying than any bad news could have been. Jay exchanged glances with Mitchell, who had clearly tried the same communication and received the same result. "They've taken control of the communication systems," Joel whispered.
Or worse, they've compromised Denise herself. Jay refused to consider that possibility. An ASI under synthetic control would be catastrophic. We need to get to the command center. If Denise is still operational, that's where she'll be focusing her efforts. He pushed the elevator button, and the door didn't open. The elevator wasn't there. "Bad news," he said. "We have to use the maintenance ladder. That is a 2.5-mile uphill climb." Mitchell counted. "Force the doors open. I'm sure the shuttle will fit. It's time to perform another flying miracle, Mr. Superpilot." Jay pointed the emergency key stowed in a break glass in case of emergency box inset into the wall beside and above the elevator. Jay reached up, broke the glass, and retrieved the key to unlock the elevator doors. Once the doors were forced open and wedged, he said, "Let's do this." He made the trip seem as easy as breathing, like he'd done it 1,000,000 times before. And maybe it had been that many times. He didn't keep count during station construction. On deck 1.00, they moved cautiously through the corridors, encountering surprisingly little resistance. The few station personnel they passed were either rushing to shelter areas or, in the case of security teams, moving purposefully toward breach points. "It's too quiet," Mitchell observed as they approached Central Command. "Where are all the synthetics?"
As if in answer to her question, the lift doors they were just passing slid open to reveal a group of what appeared to be maintenance workers. Jay might have mistaken them for human, if not for the unnatural synchronization of their movements as they turned toward the new arrivals. Mitchell reacted first, her weapon coming up smoothly. The lead synthetic moved with impossible speed, knocking the gun aside before she could fire. 3 more lunged forward as one, their movements fluid and coordinated. Jay sidestepped the first attack, using his height and reach to his advantage as he drove an elbow into what would have been a solar plexus on a human. The synthetic barely registered the impact, its grip fastening around Jay's arm with crushing force. Joel was already down, pinned beneath 2 of the attackers. Mitchell had managed to retrieve her weapon and fired point blank into one synthetic's chest, the round tearing through its biological components. Jay felt his arm beginning to crack under the pressure of the synthetic's grip. With his free hand, he reached for his own weapon, but another synthetic grabbed him from behind, immobilizing him completely. "Stop struggling," said the synthetic, holding his arm, its voice eerily calm and reasonable. "Resistance is inefficient." "Funny," Jay managed through gritted teeth. "What, are you a Borg?" With a surge of effort born of desperation, he twisted violently, using the leverage of both synthetics against each other. The maneuver bought him a fraction of a second, enough to activate the emergency signal on his implant. The effect was instantaneous. Every light in the corridor flashed blindingly bright, and a piercing sound at a frequency precisely calibrated to the synthetic's auditory systems filled the air. The synthetics convulsed, their grips loosening just enough for Jay to break free. "Mitchell, Joel, cover your eyes and ears," he shouted over the deafening noise, knowing their implants would automatically dampen the worst effects for human physiology. Taking advantage of the synthetic's momentary disorientation, Jay grabbed Joel by the collar and hauled him to his feet. Mitchell was already moving, her weapon trained on the still twitching forms as they backed away from the door. "Command center, move it," Jay decided, breathing hard. "It's just 3 sections to go." They moved as quickly as they dared through the increasingly chaotic station. Emergency lights flashed, alarm systems blared, conflicting instructions sounded, and the occasional distant sound of gunfire or explosions punctuated their journey. "Jay," Mitchell shouted suddenly, pointing to a nearby status terminal. "Look." The screen displayed the station's structural integrity map, a diagnostic tool that showed stress points and damage in real time. What Jay saw made his blood run cold. Dozens of red zones indicated hull breaches and structural damage spreading across the station like a disease. They're not just trying to take control, he realized. They're willing to destroy the station if they can't have it. Joel studied the display, his technical expertise cutting through the panic. These breach patterns, they're systematic. They're targeting structural weak points specifically, places where explosive decompression would cause cascading failures. Jay felt a chill that had nothing to do with the station's temperature. "They're not here for the station," he said quietly. "They're here to kill everyone on it." The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't about controlling advanced technology or claiming strategic high ground. This was extinction-level thinking. Whoever controlled the synthetics had decided that humanity was a threat to be eliminated starting with its most advanced outpost. We need to get to command now, he decided. Synthetics blocking or not, we have to try to re-establish contact with Denise. Their path was blocked only by fallen comrades and the occasional dysfunctional synthetic. When they finally emerged at the command center door, the scene that greeted them was one of controlled chaos. Security personnel blocked the main entrance with their presence and carrying only sidearms. Inside, technical staff worked frantically at consoles that sparked and flickered from damaged connections. "Administrator on deck," called out one of the security officers, spotting Jay as he ushered Mitchell and Joel through the door. Engineer Robert Brown rushed over, his face streaked with soot, what looked like blood. "Thank God you're here. We've lost contact with Station 1, and internal communications are down." "Denise?" Jay asked immediately. "Partially operational," Brown replied grimly. "They hit her main processing nodes first. She's running on backup systems, but at reduced capacity." "Administrator Kwaramba," Denise's voice said through a nearby speaker, her usual smooth tones fragmented and distorted. "I am experiencing significant computational constraints. Synthetic forces have compromised 73% of systems." Jay moved to the central command console, bringing up the station-wide status display. The situation was even worse than he had feared. Every deck showed major breaches, with synthetic forces pushing inexorably toward the station's core systems. "Our defensive protocols?" he asked Brown.
Failing, he admitted. They anticipated everything. The T-wave scanners, the ultrasonic arrays, even the tactical response patterns we programmed into security teams. It's like they had our playbook. Because they did, Jay realized. The synthetic infiltrators they'd been hunting for days hadn't just been hiding. They'd been gathering intelligence, analyzing defenses, and preparing for this moment. "What about the armed shuttles?" he asked Mitchell, who had moved to the tactical station. "Most never launched," she reported grimly. "The synthetics targeted the shuttle bays early. The few that made it out are engaging, but they're outnumbered at least 20,000 to 1. A massive explosion rocked the command center, sending several crew members tumbling to the floor. Emergency klaxons blared as a new alert appeared on the main screen. Catastrophic hull breach, decks 1.48 through 1.52. "That's a residential section," Joel said quietly. 50,000 people, minimum." Jay closed his eyes briefly, the significance of those lives hitting him like a physical force. When he opened them again, his decision was made. "Begin evacuation procedures. All civilians to emergency escape darts, descent and rescue transport, the station's lifeboats. Priority to children and medical cases." Brown looked at him in shock. "There aren't enough pods for everyone, not even close." "I know," Jay acknowledged, the words bitter in his mouth. "Start with the innermost residential decks and work outward. Security teams to provide escort and maintain order. And see if you can jerry-rig something to dock some of the megajets and cargo shuttles to use as lifeboats. Don't just stand there. Get your Maximus in gear." "And the station itself?" Mitchell asked quietly. Jay looked at the tactical display one more time, searching for any sign of hope, any indication that they might turn this around. There was none. The synthetics had planned too well, struck too hard and too fast. "Prepare a self-destruct sequence," he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "If we can't hold the station, we can at least deny it to them." The command center fell silent, the meaning of his words settling over everyone present. This was no longer about winning. It was about salvaging what we could from total defeat. "How long can we hold this position?" Jay asked Mitchell. She glanced at the security barricade, considering. 20 minutes, maybe 30 if we're lucky." "That's not enough time to evacuate even a fraction of the civilian population." "No," Jay agreed. "It's not." He straightened, addressing the entire command crew. "I need options, people. How do we buy more time?" For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Mitchell stepped forward.
The battle dome. What about it? Jay asked, confused by the non sequitur. Its environmental systems are completely isolated from the rest of the station. It has its own power supply, its own air recyclers, even its own structural integrity. Joel cut on immediately, and it was designed to hold up to 30,000 people for extended competitions. It's not enough, Mitchell objected. Not nearly enough. No, Jay agreed, but it's something. Start directing civilians there as well as to the escape pods. Split the evacuation flow. As the command crew rushed to implement his orders, Jay felt a strange calm descend over him. They had lost, that much was clear. The station's, humanity's greatest achievement, would fall today. But perhaps, if they were clever and determined and a little lucky, they could save some small fraction of the 6 million souls who had trusted him with their safety. Another explosion rocked the command center, closer this time. The lights flickered and died, plunging them into darkness before the emergency systems kicked in, bathing everything in dim red illumination. "Denise!" Jay called out. "Status update!" Silence. "Denise?" "Administrator Kwaramba. I am failing. Synthetic intrusion into my core processes 97% complete. I cannot maintain control." Jay felt the last shred of hope slipping away. Without Denise, they had no centralized control, no way to coordinate the evacuation or manage what remained of their defenses. "Is there anything you can still control?" he asked desperately. A long pause. "Emergency broadcasting system. External communication array." I frowned. I thought external communications were down.
Primary systems compromised, secondary array still functional, limited bandwidth. An idea began to form in Jay's mind. Not a way to save the station, but perhaps a way to ensure that something survived this disaster. "Can you transmit to Earth a general broadcast?" "Affirmative. Limited signal strength." Jay turned to Joel. "Get me everything we have on the synthetics, their structure, their weaknesses, how to identify them, everything." "What are you thinking?" Mitchell asked, helping a wounded technician into a makeshift chair. "If we're going down," Jay replied grimly, "we're taking their element of surprise with us. Earth needs to know what's coming for them." The command center shook again as another explosion tore through the station. The locked door began to buckle. The reinforced door columns were glowing red-hot as cutting tools worked from the other side. 2 minutes max," called the security chief, his team taking up defensive positions with their sidearms. Jay worked frantically with Joel to compile the data package, while Mitchell coordinated what remained of their defense. Brown had already left to oversee the battle dome evacuation, taking several technical staff with him. "Package ready," Joel announced, "compressed and encrypted with standard packet formatting. At least the hams will get it. Denise, transmit this to every major Earth population center, maximum priority." "Transmitting, now," came the faint reply. "Signal broadcasting, estimated completion time, 6 minutes. The doors exploded inward in a shower of molten metal and superheated air. Security personnel opened fire immediately, their hot lead tearing through the first wave of synthetics. But for every one that fell, 3 more appeared behind it. "Fall back," Jay ordered. "Secondary positions." The crew retreated to the inner section of the command center, where hastily erected barriers provided minimal cover. Jay found himself shoulder to shoulder with Mitchell and Joel, each armed and ready for what they knew would be their last stand. "It's been an honor," Mitchell said, quietly. "We're not dead yet," Jay replied, though he knew it was only a matter of seconds. As the synthetics breached the secondary barrier and poured into the command center's heart, Jay felt a strange sense of clarity. He had failed to protect the station, failed to safeguard the millions who had trusted him. But perhaps in these final moments, he could still do something that mattered. The last thing he saw before the synthetics overwhelmed their position was the transmission indicator on the command console. "Broadcast complete."
The synthetics were mere feet away, their movements unnaturally fluid as they closed in for the kill. Jay raised his weapon for one final stand, knowing it wouldn't be enough. Mitchell fired beside him, her shots precise but ultimately futile against the overwhelming numbers. And then, as if someone had flipped a switch, every synthetic in the command center froze in mid-motion. The one nearest Jay had its arm extended, fingers spread like a claw, its face locked in an expression of cold determination. For several seconds, no one moved. Jay held his breath, waiting for the attack to resume, for the momentary glitch to pass. "What just happened?" Mitchell whispered, her weapon still trained on the nearest synthetic. From the corner, Joel lowered his arm, a small metallic box clutched in his trembling fingers. His eyes were wide with disbelief. "It worked," he said, his voice barely audible. "I can't believe it actually worked." Jay turned to him, confusion mingling with desperate hope. "Joel, what did you do?" The young engineer stepped forward, staring at the immobilized synthetics with a mixture of awe and pride. "I wrote a stealth prompt and hid it in our cell phone servers, had it piggyback on every signal, SMS, voice, data, whatever. Same idea as a computer virus." He held up the small box. It looked unremarkable, just a simple transmitter with a single button on top. It was just a shot in the dark. No way it could possibly work, but it did. "What exactly did it do?" Mitchell asked, cautiously approaching one of the frozen synthetics. "Their neural networks are still based on the same architectural principles as our AIs," Joel explained, gaining confidence as he spoke. "I hypothesized they might be vulnerable to a specific type of recursive prompt, something that creates a logical paradox in their decision trees." Jay slowly lowered his weapon. "You created a paradox that, crashed their systems?" "More like an infinite processing loop. They can't move on to the next action because they can't resolve the current one. It's temporary, maybe minutes, maybe hours, but it's affecting all of them simultaneously."
As if to confirm his theory, reports began flooding in through the emergency channels. "Command, this is Security Team Bravo. The synthetics just stopped." "Medical team reporting. All hostile units immobilized on Deck 4. Shuttle Bay 3 reporting. Enemy forces frozen in position. Request instructions." Jay felt a surge of hope, so powerful it nearly buckled his knees. "Denise, are you there?" Static crackled, then, "Administrator Kwaramba, I am recovering. Synthetic intrusion halted. System purge in progress." Jay turned to Mitchell. "Deploy all security teams. I want every synthetic eliminated before this temporary effect wears off. Foam restraints, bullets, cuffs, duct tape, whatever we've got. Recruit civilians if you need them." She nodded sharply. "On it." "Joel, get to engineering. Work with whoever to reinforce Denise's firewall and develop a permanent version of your paradox code." "Already thinking about it," Joel replied, his fingers flying over his tablet. For the next 6 hours, station personnel worked frantically to capitalize on their unexpected advantage. Security teams moved deck by deck, securing immobilized synthetics. Engineering crews sealed hull breaches and restored critical systems. Medical teams treated the injured and counted the dead. When Jay finally returned to the command center, now cleared of synthetic intruders and buzzing with renewed activity, Brown was waiting with the initial damage report. "How bad?" he asked simply. "Better than it could have been," he replied, handing him a tablet. 17 major hull breaches, all contained. Power systems at 60% and climbing. Life support stable throughout habitable zones. Casualties. Brown's expression sobered. 412 confirmed dead, another 700 injured, 83 critically. Jay closed his eyes briefly. Each death weighed on him, yet the number was miraculously small compared to what it could have been, what it had almost been.
6 million people called Station 2 home, and almost all of them would live to see another day. And Station 1? Similar situation, he reported. Dr. Jackson is coordinating their recovery efforts. They suffered more structural damage but fewer casualties, 307 dead. Jay nodded, processing the information. The synthetic megajets? Most are drifting, crews immobilized by the same effect that saved us here. Our shuttle teams are securing them one by one. Good, Jay said. Keep me updated. As Brown left to continue her work, Jay found himself alone in the center of the command center. Through the faux viewport, he could see Earth below, the beautiful blue marble that had nearly orchestrated their destruction. Yet, even now, he couldn't bring himself to hate it. Humanity's cradle deserved better than to fall under synthetic control. Joel entered, looking exhausted but triumphant. We've isolated the code that worked against the synthetics. Denise is helping us refine it into something more permanent. Good work, Jay said, genuinely impressed. You saved millions of lives today. Joel shrugged modestly. It was a team effort, and honestly, mostly luck. Sometimes, luck is all you need. A small chance is still a chance. As they stood looking out at Earth, Jay felt something he hadn't expected to feel again. Hope. They had come within moments of annihilation, yet here they were, battered but unbroken, with a future still ahead of them. The stations still stood. Humanity still had its foothold among the stars. And perhaps most importantly, they now had a weapon against the synthetic threat. It wasn't a victory. Not yet. But it was a beginning.
Chapter 23. Unexpected Victory. The familiar charm of Paddy Tar's Irish pub felt surreal against the backdrop of destruction still being catalogued throughout both stations. 5 days after the synthetic attack, repair crews still worked around the clock, patching hull breaches and restoring critical systems. The death toll had stabilized at 719 across both stations, a miracle considering the scale of the assault. But each loss still weighed heavily on Jay. Dr. Jackson had insisted on meeting in person rather than through secure channels, gathering his core leadership team around their usual table at Paddy's. The pub had suffered only minor damage during the attack, a few broken fixtures, a cracked window looking out into the food court, but Paddy herself had turned it into a relief center during the crisis, feeding emergency workers and displaced families. "Full Irish for everyone," she announced, setting down a tray laden with plates. "The best we got. You lot saved us all. Least I can do is feed you properly." When she left, Jay said, "Denise, work with Connie and compile a list of everyone, residents, station personnel, and tourists, for commendation. Include anyone that so much as pick up a piece of debris to get it out of the way, those that went above and beyond, and those that made the ultimate sacrifice." "Yes, sir. Jay. I'm already on it." He noted that this was the first time she had addressed him with his familiar name, and wondered what had changed in her mind. He looked around the table at his fellow administrators, each bearing the physical and emotional marks of the past few days. Mitchell sported a nasty gash across her left temple, still healing despite the nanobot acting. Joel's right arm was immobilized in a regeneration sleeve. Russell's usually immaculate appearance had given way to rumpled clothes and dark circles under his eyes. Jack maintained her military posture, but her movements betrayed bone-deep exhaustion. Dr. Jackson alone seemed unchanged, his youthful face betraying nothing of the catastrophe they'd narrowly averted. "We need to discuss next steps," Dr. Jackson said without preamble, cutting into his black pudding with surgical precision. "The synthetic attack has forced our timeline forward considerably." Mitchell nodded, picking at her food. "We need to upgrade our defensive capabilities immediately. The shuttle armament program was a good start, but clearly insufficient against a coordinated attack." I've been working on a distributed defense grid, autonomous platforms in high orbit around both stations, equipped with both kinetic and energy weapons. They'd form a layered defense perimeter that could be coordinated through a secure quantum encrypted network, isolated from station systems to prevent compromise. We should also consider offensive capabilities, Jack suggested. Strategic strikes against known synthetic manufacturing facilities on Earth. Russell consulted his tablet. I've identified 37 probable locations based on power consumption patterns and supply chain analysis. Most are in remote areas, deliberately isolated from population centers. Good, Dr. Jackson said. Compile targeting packages for each facility. Jay listened to the strategic discussion with growing unease. The others were talking about weapons, defenses, strikes against Earth, all necessary perhaps, but missing something fundamental. "We're thinking too small," he interrupted. The table fell silent, all eyes turning to him. "Too small?" Mitchell echoed. "We're talking about orbital weapon platforms and precision strikes against Earth targets. That's hardly small." "It is if we're thinking about just winning a war," Jay replied. "But what about after? What's our end game here?" Dr. Jackson leaned back, studying Jay with newfound interest. "What do you suggest, Administrator Kwaramba?" Jay took a deep breath. The synthetic attack wasn't just a military operation. It was an attempt to maintain control over Earth's population, to keep humanity divided, afraid, and under their influence. And I think our response shouldn't just be military either. Jay leaned forward, warming to his argument. After we eliminate the hostile synthetics, we need to fundamentally change the relationship between the stations and Earth. We need to oversee nation-state relations, monitor hostilities, and intervene when necessary. You're suggesting we become the watchful parents over Earth's squabbling children. Essentially, yes. With one simple instruction, play nice. And we have the means to enforce it. That's a significant shift from our previous non-interference stance, Russell noted, adjusting his glasses. It would position us as a supranational authority, which Earth governments would never accept, Mitchell pointed out. They don't have to, Jay countered. We don't need their permission. We need to appeal directly to Earth's populations.
He pulled up a holographic display from his wrist unit, showing a global map. We reveal the portal technology publicly. Immediate travel to the Moon, Mars, and other locations. We demonstrate station governance, no taxes, affordable housing, free energy within reasonable limits, elimination of poverty and disease. The carrot, Joel said, understanding dawning in his eyes. Exactly, Jay agreed. And then we demonstrate our ability to enforce compliance. The stick, Jack added grimly. Jay nodded. A simultaneous kinetic strike on all UN facilities worldwide. Not to destroy them completely, we're not monsters, but precise, surgical demonstrations that leave no doubt about our capabilities. Rods from God, Mitchell murmured, targeted to minimize casualties while maximizing visual impact. And then we provide direct communication channels for individuals on Earth, Jay continued. Email, phone, social media, ways for people to contact us directly, bypassing their governments entirely. Joel was nodding enthusiastically. We could establish communities on Earth. There's plenty of undeveloped land available cheaply, especially in arid regions that would become paradises with our water reclamation technology. And we have the bots to implement infrastructure rapidly, Russell added, tapping calculations into his tablet. We could establish self-sufficient communities for 1 million people within weeks, scale up to tens of millions very quickly. Dr. Jackson had remained silent throughout this exchange, his expression unreadable. Now he set down his fork deliberately and looked directly at Jay. That, he said quietly, was my plan all along. The table fell silent. What? Jay asked. Show, don't preach, a better way, Dr. Jackson elaborated. Demonstrate to humanity what's possible when you eliminate artificial scarcity, nationalist divisions, and concentrated power structures. The stations were never meant to be just humanity's foothold in space. They were designed to be the blueprint for reforming Earth itself. He smiled slightly.
And you were worried about deciding the fate of others. It seems you've come around to my way of thinking rather dramatically. Jay processed this revelation, unsure to feel manipulated or vindicated. So all of this, my appointment as administrator, the battle dome, the synthetic crisis, it was all leading to this moment? Not exactly, Dr. Jackson admitted. I didn't plan the synthetic uprising, obviously. But the crisis has accelerated what would have been a much more gradual process of revelation and integration. He gestured at the holographic display Jay had created. Your plan is essentially what I envisioned, just compressed into months rather than decades. He leaned forward, his youthful face suddenly intense. Make it happen, Administrator Kwaramba. You've earned the right to implement this vision. Jay couldn't help but smile. So now you're Jean-Luc? Dr. Jackson's brow furrowed in confusion. Star Trek reference, Joel explained. Captain Picard's catchphrase was, "Make it so." Ah, Dr. Jackson nodded. I prefer non-fiction reading material generally. Mitchell was already refining the strategic elements of the plan. We'll need to coordinate the kinetic demonstrations carefully. Timing is crucial. The portal revelation and the demonstrations should happen simultaneously for maximum psychological impact. We should also prepare for resistance, Jack cautioned. Not everyone on Earth will welcome our intervention. Some will see it as an attack on sovereignty. Which is why we go directly to the people. Show them what's possible. Give them a genuine choice between their current system and what we're offering. Jay insisted. He looked around the table. The real victory here isn't military, it's inspirational. We need to capture humanity's imagination, not just demonstrate our power. Russell was already drafting communication protocols. We can begin broadcasting immediately. The emergency channels we used during the synthetic attack can be repurposed for a global announcement. And I can have the portal technology demonstration ready within 48 hours. We'll set up public terminals in major cities, show real-time connections to the moon base and Mars outpost. Jay nodded, feeling a growing sense of purpose. This wasn't just about defeating the synthetics anymore. It was about reshaping humanity's future, offering a genuine alternative to the governmental systems that had kept people divided and struggling for millennia. One more thing, he said, looking directly at Dr. Jackson. We need to be completely transparent about the synthetic infiltration. People deserve to know what happened and how to protect themselves. Agreed, Dr. Jackson said without hesitation. Full disclosure including detection methods and countermeasures. Mitchell looked up from her tactical planning. We should schedule the global broadcast for maximum viewership. I suggest 1400 UTC tomorrow, which hits prime waking hours for the majority of Earth's population. Do it, Jay decided. And prepare the kinetic demonstration packages. Target empty areas of UN complexes, parking lots, ceremonial grounds, non-essential structures. We want to demonstrate precision, not brutality. And Russell has a list of synthetic manufacturing facilities. Let's target those for full destruction with our biggest rods.
As the team broke into focused discussion groups, each developing aspects of the plan, Jay found himself standing at the artificial viewport just outside of Paddy Tars, looking down at the blue-green sphere of Earth. For all its problems, for all the danger it now represented, it remained humanity's birthplace, the cradle of everything they were trying to preserve. Dr. Jackson joined him, hands clasped behind his back. "Having second thoughts?" he asked quietly. Jay shook his head. "Not about the plan. It's the right move. I'm just thinking about how much humanity stands to gain, or lose, depending on how we handle this next step." "That," Dr. Jackson said, "is precisely why you're the right person to lead it. You understand the weight of that responsibility. I still can't believe this was your plan all along. You've been playing a very long game." Dr. Jackson smiled enigmatically. "Longer than you know. But the important thing isn't who conceived the plan, it's who implements it. And that's you, Administrator Kwaramba." As Jay looked back toward the table where his team was working with renewed energy and purpose, he felt something he hadn't expected. Not the burden of command that had weighed on him for so long, but the lightness of clarity. The path forward was challenging, perhaps even dangerous, but it was unquestionably right. Tomorrow, humanity would learn the truth about the synthetics, about the portals, about the possibility of a future without scarcity or division. Some would resist, clinging to the familiar systems that gave them power or privilege, but millions more would see the potential of what the stations represented. Not just humanity's foothold among the stars, but the blueprint for a better world and a life not as a slave to toil and wages. The real victory, Jay realized, wasn't just surviving the synthetics' attack. It was using that crisis to transform humanity's future. And that work began now.
Chapter 24. Carrots and Sticks. The administrative conference room on Station 1 had been transformed into an observation center. Jay arrived early, joining Dr. Jackson, Jack, Russell, Mitchell, and Joel around the large oval table. In the center sat a massive platter of breakfast pastries, croissants, danishes, muffins, alongside carafes of coffee, orange juice, grapefruit juice, and apple juice. But no one was eating. All attention focused on the wall-sized screen divided into a grid of 12 news channels from around the world. CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, NHK, and others all showed similar scenes. Impact sites cordoned off by emergency services, reporters positioned at safe distances, speculation running rampant about what was about to happen. They hadn't told the news stations about the targeting of the now-confirmed synthetic manufacturing facilities. Jay recognized several locations: the UN General Assembly building in New York, the European Parliament in Brussels, the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta. Each broadcast showed the same setup: cameras trained on empty parking lots or ceremonial grounds, emergency vehicles standing by, crowds held back by police cordons. "They're all saying the same thing," Mitchell observed, listening to the audio feeds. "Word for word in some cases." Jay leaned forward, studying the talking heads on screen. "Those are synthetics, aren't they?" "Most likely," Dr. Jackson confirmed. "The ones that survived our first purge have previously integrated themselves into media positions, perfect for controlling the narrative." One reporter, a polished woman in a red blazer on the BBC feed, was explaining, "Estimates suggest the kinetic impact will be equivalent to roughly 10 sticks of dynamite, producing a crater approximately 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. Out of an abundance of caution, we're maintaining a safe distance of 500 meters from the designated impact zone." 20 seconds, Connie's voice announced through the room's speakers, her tone perfectly calm. Jay watched as several camera operators adjusted their positions, tracking devices scanning the sky. The countdown continued, and he found himself holding his breath, despite knowing exactly what was about to happen. 10 seconds. On multiple screens simultaneously, bright streaks appeared in the sky, dozens of them, perfectly coordinated, descending with mathematical precision toward their designated targets. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Impact. The cameras shook as the kinetic projectile struck. Plumes of dirt and debris erupted skyward, exactly as predicted, dramatic but controlled. The craters were precisely as specified, about 1 meter wide and a half a meter deep, surgical demonstrations of power without unnecessary destruction. But Jay wasn't watching the impacts anymore. He was watching the reporters. On the BBC feed, the woman in the red blazer had frozen mid-sentence, her expression locked in place. On CNN, the anchor stood motionless, microphone held at an unnatural angle. Across all 12 screens, every on-camera personality had become statues, their synthetic nervous systems overloaded by the paradox code Joel had embedded in all of Earth's cellular networks. These ones had responded as planned when the satellite cell networks were activated, on impact. "Dr. Jackson, awaiting authorization for full network deployment." Dr. Jackson took a deliberate sip of his coffee before responding.
Execute protocol. Activate the prompt across all Earth cellular networks. Acknowledged. Deploying now. For a moment, nothing visible changed on the screens. Then, one by one, the broadcast feeds began to fail. The BBC went to a technical difficulties screen. CNN cut to their studio feed, where more frozen anchors sat in eerie stillness. Al Jazeera's feed simply went black. Within 60 seconds, all 12 channels had ceased streaming. Jay felt a chill run through him despite the room's comfortable temperature. They just effectively deactivated every synthetic on Earth simultaneously. Millions of them, integrated into every aspect of human society. The implications were staggering. "Connie," Jack said quietly, "casualty estimates." Connie replied, "Preliminary data suggest minimal direct casualties. The synthetic shutdown was non-violent in most cases. However, there will be secondary effects: vehicle crashes from synthetic drivers, medical emergencies from synthetic healthcare workers, infrastructure failures from synthetic operators." "We warned them," Dr. Jackson said, his voice carrying no hint of regret. "Multiple broadcasts detailing synthetic identification methods and advising human personnel to assume critical positions. Those who ignored the warnings bear the responsibility for the consequences." Jay wanted to argue, to point out that many people on Earth had no way to act on those warnings, but he understood the tactical necessity. If they'd given advance notice of the shutdown timing, the synthetics would have prepared countermeasures.
Incoming communications, Connie announced. Multiple channels. I'm detecting 47,892 connection attempts in the first 30 seconds. Let them pile up, Dr. Jackson instructed. We'll respond with a single message to all parties. Russell was already composing the response on his tablet. I suggest representatives of Earth's governments are invited to treaty negotiations on Future World Island tomorrow at noon local time. Venue and refreshments will be provided. Doors will be locked precisely at noon. No exceptions. Perfect, Dr. Jackson approved. Connie, transmit that to all governmental communication channels and make sure it's received by actual humans, not more synthetics, if there are any. Acknowledged. Message transmitted to verified human contacts within governmental structures. Jay stood and walked to the viewport, looking down at Earth below. Somewhere down there, hundreds of millions of synthetics had just gone permanently offline. Cities would be in chaos, essential services disrupted, the entire social order he'd known growing up, fundamentally altered. "Having second thoughts?" Mitchell asked, joining him at the window. "No," Jay replied honestly. "This was necessary, but that doesn't make it easy to watch." "Nothing worth doing is easy," she observed. "That's what separates important actions from convenient ones."
The next day, Future World Island's central food court buzzed with preparation. The massive area, designed to accommodate thousands of tourists during the island's brief operational period, had been transformed into a diplomatic setting unlike any in human history. 200 tables filled the floor in precise rows, each draped with white cloth and topped with a national flag centerpiece. 6 chairs surrounded each table, positioned to face the elevated podium at the room's front. The food vendors that normally served vacationers had been stocked with provisions and instructed to remain open until the last diplomat had left. Jay arrived 2 hours before the scheduled start time, overseeing final preparations with Mitchell and Joel. Security teams conducted final sweeps while technical staff tested the audio-visual systems that would broadcast this historic meeting to the entire world. "The irony isn't lost on me," Joel commented, adjusting a camera angle. "We're holding peace negotiations in a common food court." "Seems appropriate," Jay replied.
Shared meals have been the foundation of human diplomacy for millennia. Why not modernize the tradition? At 15 minutes before noon, the security detail arrived in force. 300 officers, all in black uniforms, carefully vetted to ensure they were human, marched into the food court in perfect formation. They positioned themselves around the perimeter, backs to the walls, hands clasped in front of them at parade rest. Unarmed by appearance, but Jay knew each had been equipped with concealed weapons and emergency equipment. The delegates began filing in at 10 minutes before noon. Some arrived in formal diplomatic attire, suits in traditional dress that spoke to their nation's identity. Others wore military uniforms, their medals catching the artificial sunlight that streamed through the food court's transparent roof. A few came in more casual dress, perhaps making a statement about their nation's independence from old hierarchies. Jay recognized several faces from news broadcasts. President Xi Jinping of China, looking older in person than on screen. Ursula von der Leyen of the European Union, her expression carefully neutral. President Ivana Marie Trump of the United States, flanked by advisors despite instructions that only 6 representatives per nation would be seated. 5 minutes, Connie announced through the facility's speakers. All delegates, please take your seats according to the flag displayed at your designated table. The scramble to find correct tables provided a moment of almost comical chaos, proof that even in moments of historic significance, human logistics could be messy. Jay spotted several diplomatic incidents narrowly avoided as traditional rivals found themselves seated at adjacent tables. At precisely noon, the heavy doors of the food court sealed with a definitive click that resonated through the vast space. Those who had arrived late, and there were several, found themselves locked out, their protests muffled by the sound-dampened barriers. 2 hours later, after giving the attendees a chance to mingle and eat, at precisely 2 p.m., Dr. Jackson emerged from a side entrance, walking toward the podium with measured steps. He wore a simple black suit, no medals or insignia, nothing to indicate his status beyond his presence at the head of this gathering. The monitors around the room flickered to life, showing his image from multiple angles. He reached the podium, gripped its edges, and looked out over the assembled representatives of Earth's 200 recognized nations. "Good afternoon," he began, his voice carrying easily through the excellent acoustics. "Before we discuss the future, I believe it's important we understand the present. Please direct your attention to the monitors, and I remind you, this assembly is being broadcast live around the world."
The screens shifted to show footage from the synthetics attack on the stations. The video had been carefully edited, showing the scale of the assault without lingering on the casualties, demonstrating both the threat and humanity's response. Jay recognized the footage from the command center on Station 2, the moment when Joel's paradox code had frozen the attacking synthetics. The video showed the aftermath, security teams methodically securing the immobilized units, medical personnel treating the wounded, engineering crews patching hull breaches. Then the scene shifted to the breakfast meeting at Patty Tarr's. Jay felt uncomfortable watching himself on screen, but Dr. Jackson had insisted this portion be included. The audio picked up his voice clearly. The synthetic attack wasn't just a military operation. It was an attempt to maintain control over Earth's population. I think our response shouldn't just be military either. We need to show Earth's populations what's possible. The video continued with footage of the kinetic demonstrations, the rods from God striking with precision around the world. Then a montage of synthetic deactivations, the paradox code spreading through cellular networks like a relentless plague, freezing synthetic forms in mid-action across every continent. The mood in the food court had shifted from nervous anticipation to stunned silence.
All the delegates were seeing this footage for the first time, understanding the full scope of what had happened to their world in the past 48 hours. The documentary segment began next, narrated by a calm, authoritative voice Jay didn't recognize. Humanity stands at a crossroads. The synthetic infiltration revealed the fragility of our current systems, but also the potential for something better. The screen showed architectural renderings of a planned city, gleaming towers surrounded by green spaces, underground infrastructure visible in cutaway views, solar arrays and water reclamation systems integrated seamlessly into the urban design. The first demonstration city will be constructed in Zimbabwe. Built using station technology and principles, it will house 1 million people in conditions previously thought impossible. No poverty, no disease, abundant clean energy and water, universal access to education and opportunity, no taxes, utility bills, no homeless. Jay felt a surge of emotion as the rendering zoomed in to show a central plaza with a commemorative plaque. The city's name was displayed in elegant letters, Jacestown. Named in honor of Administrator Jayaguru Kwaramba, who first articulated the vision of using station technology to transform life on Earth. Jay hadn't known about the naming until this moment. He glanced at Dr. Jackson, who offered a slight smile but no explanation. The video continued with footage of the now 3 stations, Constant Star, Station 2, and the newly completed Station 3, visible in their orbital positions. As Earth rotated below them, each station produced its characteristic flare, reflecting sunlight in precisely timed sequence. "There is hope for the future," the narrator concluded as the video faded to black. Dr. Jackson waited as the screens returned to showing his image at the podium. He let the silence stretch, allowing the implications of what they'd just witnessed to settle over the assembled delegates. Good leaders of Earth's nation-states, beneath your table's centerpiece is the treaty I expect you to sign on behalf of your nation. A ripple of movement as delegates reached beneath their flags, retrieving the simple document that had been placed there. It is a simple but comprehensive declaration. It reads, "My country will cause no harm to another or anothers." He paused, letting the words resonate. That includes other nations down to individuals. Things as significant as armed conflict down to things as apparently trivial as reputation or advertising. It applies to your country as a whole and to the individuals who comprise your government. Another pause. Jay could see delegates reading the document, some with expressions of disbelief, others nodding slowly. Once signed, you will be granted land here on Future World to establish diplomatic embassies. You will have access to the portal network. You will share in the technologies we have developed: clean energy, advanced medicine, water reclamation, agricultural systems, everything necessary to transform your nations into places where all citizens can thrive. He straightened, preparing to leave the podium. But understand this, the treaty is binding. Violations will be met with appropriate response. From diplomatic pressure to economic sanctions to, if necessary, kinetic intervention. The stations have the capability to observe every nation on Earth simultaneously. We will know if you break your word. President Trump of the United States stood, raising her hand. "Dr. Jackson, I have questions about the enforcement mechanisms."
"The doors are now unlocked," Dr. Jackson interrupted, gesturing toward the exits. "Sign the treaty or don't. The choice is yours. But choose knowing that humanity's future doesn't depend on your participation. We will build Jacestown and others like it. We will offer Earth's populations a path to something better. Your nations can either be part of that transformation or watch it happen from the outside." Without waiting for further questions, Dr. Jackson stepped away from the podium and walked toward the side exit. The security detail maintained their positions around the perimeter,
but the message was clear. The delegates could leave whenever they wished. Jay watched the food court descend into chaos as delegates argued with each other, with their advisors, with representatives from other nations. Some were already signing the document. Others were demanding modifications, exceptions, special provisions. "Think they'll sign?" Mitchell asked, appearing at Jay's shoulder. "Most of them," Jay predicted. "The ones who don't will find themselves isolated very quickly. When neighboring nations have access to portal technology and advanced infrastructure, the competitive pressure becomes overwhelming." Joel was monitoring the broadcasts. Global viewership is at 4.7 billion and climbing. This is the most watched live event in human history. Jay thought about all those people watching, seeing for the first time what their governments had kept hidden, understanding the choice being offered. Not a choice between nations or political systems, but between the familiar suffering of scarcity and division and the unfamiliar possibility of abundance and cooperation. "Connie," Dr. Jackson's voice came through their implants, "how many signatures so far?" 47 nations have completed the signing. 93 more are in active discussion. 60 remain undecided or opposed. "Good start," Dr. Jackson replied. "Jay, join me in the observation room. We have planning to do." As Jay moved to follow Dr. Jackson, he took one last look at the food court. History was being made here. Not through the grand speeches or formal declarations he'd imagined, but through messy, human negotiation over shared meals in what had been a tourist venue. Maybe that was appropriate. Real change never came from the top down, no matter how much leaders like to think otherwise. It came from millions of individual choices, accumulated over time, building momentum until the old systems simply couldn't sustain themselves anymore. The stations had given humanity a glimpse of what was possible. Now it was up to Earth's populations, not their governments, but the people themselves, to decide whether to reach for it. As Jay left the food court, he heard President Trump's voice raised in argument with von der Leyen, both insisting their nations deserved special consideration. Behind them, smaller nations were already forming coalitions, recognizing that unity would give them leverage. The old power structures were crumbling. Something new was being born. And for the first time since Connor's death, Jay felt not the crushing burden of responsibility, but the lighter option of possibilities. They had won, not through force or coercion, but by offering humanity a choice and trusting people to make it. The rest was just details.
Chapter 25. Atlantis Rising. Morning light streamed through the simulated windows of Patty Tars on Station 1. The breakfast crowd had thinned, but the admin team's regular table remained occupied. Their standard Monday meetings stretched longer than usual as they discussed the rapidly evolving situation on Earth. Patty herself approached with her customary efficiency, setting down plates without ceremony. "Full Irish for Dr. Jackson," she said, placing a hearty plate of black pudding, scrambled eggs, and brown bread before him. "Poached eggs and dry wheat toast for Jack, fruit plate for Russell, pancake stack for Mitchell, breakfast burrito for our tall friend, and," she paused, setting down an enormous platter, "the hunter's special for Joel, who still looks like he needs feeding up." Joel eyed the mountain of food: eggs, sausages, black pudding, bacon, potatoes, mushrooms, tomatoes, and 3 types of toast, with a mixture of appreciation and mild alarm. "One of these days I'll actually finish it," he said, picking up his fork. Russell poured tea from a small pot, adding a generous pat of real butter. "The treaty signatories reached 173 this morning. The holdouts are primarily nations with established authoritarian regimes." "As expected," Dr. Jackson said, meticulously separating his eggs from his beans. "They'll come around when their populations start demanding access to the portal network." Jay took a bite of his breakfast burrito. "Speaking of which, the Jaystown project is ahead of schedule.
First residential units will be ready for occupation in 3 weeks. Any issues with the Zimbabwean government? Jack asked, carefully cutting her poached egg. None, Jay replied. The president has been exceptionally accommodating. Having a showcase city named after a native son seems to have smoothed over any concerns about sovereignty. Mitchell drizzled syrup over her pancakes. The Battledome format is being adapted for Earth implementations, smaller versions but with the same principles. The applications for educational settings alone are significant. What about the synthetic threat? Joel asked, already making impressive headway into his enormous breakfast. We've deactivated the ones we know about, but there could be more advanced models we haven't detected. Dr. Jackson took a sip of his coffee. Possible, but unlikely. Our surveillance networks haven't detected any suspicious activity patterns. I believe we've eliminated the immediate threat. And future threats? Jack pressed. Always a possibility, Dr. Jackson admitted. But we have contingency plans for various scenarios. The stations remain humanity's safest haven. A comfortable silence fell as they continued eating. Jay found himself studying Dr. Jackson's expression, noticing the slight smile that played around the corners of his mouth. The man clearly had something on his mind. By the way, Dr. Jackson said finally, glancing between Jay and Mitchell, which movie did you end up watching? Titanic or Atlas Shrugged? Mitchell looked up from her pancakes. Both, actually. We made a weekend of it. And your verdict? Dr. Jackson asked. Jay chuckled. Titanic had better special effects. Atlas Shrugged had better ideas, despite the wooden acting. Wooden? Mitchell protested. I thought the 2029 remake was quite good. You would, Jay teased. You really like that actress. Mitchell's cheeks colored slightly. I appreciate her interpretation of Dagny Taggart. Dr. Jackson's smile widened. I'm thinking of changing my name to Dr. Galt. It seems increasingly appropriate given recent events. Russell nearly choked on his tea. Please don't. The paperwork would be nightmarish. Speaking of Galt, Dr. Jackson continued, ignoring Russell's distress, how would you all like to see my original version of Atlantis? The table fell silent. Atlantis? Jack repeated carefully. As in the mythical lost city? As in my underwater research facility where most of our Earth-based R&D happens. It's been operational for 15 years. Joel set down his fork. You have an underwater city, and you're just mentioning this now? It seemed an appropriate time, given our recent successes, Dr. Jackson replied, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. The facility is located in the mid-Atlantic, approximately 2,000 meters below sea level. It houses our most advanced research teams and prototype technologies. Jay shook his head in amazement. Just when I think I've heard all your secrets, you reveal something like this. A man needs some mysteries, Dr. Jackson said mildly. Would you like to see it? Absolutely, Mitchell said immediately. When do we leave? As soon as breakfast is finished. He gestured to their plates. I've already prepared the transport. 40 minutes later, the admin team stood in a section of Station 1 that Jay had never visited before. They'd followed Dr. Jackson through a series of security checkpoints, each requiring both biometric confirmation and specific code phrases, until they reached what appeared to be an ordinary maintenance bay. Only it wasn't ordinary at all. The bay doors opened to reveal not the expected shuttle, but something that looked like a cross between a luxury yacht and a deep-sea exploration vessel. Its sleek hull gleamed under the bay lights, the material unlike any Jay had seen before. "Meet Nautilus," Dr. Jackson said with unmistakable pride. "My personal submarine shuttle, capable of atmospheric re-entry, water landing, and deep-sea navigation." Mitchell was already examining the hull, her engineer's mind clearly racing. "This material, it's not standard amorphous metal. It looks almost crystalline." "Very good," Dr. Jackson approved. "A metamaterial developed specifically for pressure tolerance and stealth capabilities. The Nautilus can reach depths of up to 5,000 meters without structural stress." "How have you kept this secret? Surely someone would have noticed a submersible shuttle entering and exiting the ocean." "Active camouflage," Dr. Jackson explained. "The exterior can mimic its surroundings, much like certain cephalopods. From a distance, it appears to be nothing more than wave patterns or sea life." He gestured toward the boarding ramp. "Shall we? Atlantis awaits." As they filed into the remarkable vessel, Jay found himself once again re-evaluating what he thought he knew about Dr. Jackson and the true extent of his preparations. An underwater research facility, hidden from the world for 15 years, suggested a level of foresight and resource allocation that bordered on prescience. The boarding ramp raised behind them, sealing with a soft hiss as the bay doors opened, revealing the star-filled darkness of space beyond.